And welcome everyone to round 7 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. I'm Benjamin Bach, and today I'm joined by the man, the myth, the legend, James Canty III. James, how are you doing today?
I'm good, bro. We got Alexander Predke, is on the other end of this very strong Hikaru Nakamura as he's tied for first. So it's gonna look good here. It's gonna look very good. I'm excited to see what's being played. We got E4 already, so it's a good day. We got the chat here, got good vibes, big Bacchus from the block. It's awesome, bro.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, so let's see what. So we see Hikaru opening up with 1e4. And do you think Predke is simply not at the board?
Mhm.
Because usually he's very well prepared. And Hikaru's bread and butter generally is a
Mm.
move 1e4. So I'm somewhat surprised that he is already thinking.
Yeah, he probably first time ever seeing this from him, huh? Guys, is Alexander Predke's first time seeing E4 psych. He plays C5. It's about to get crazy. Let's go. That's exactly what I was looking for today.
Well, that's already a surprise. I mean, I know Predke as an e4, e5 player, but c5 might already come as a surprise for Hikaru. So let's see what our man is going to do here. I expect knight f3, and then we'll see what Sicilian Predke has in mind.
Yeah, this is going to be nice because we know we're going to get something combative here. This is not going to be something very boring. We're going to get something combative. So we have E6 and D4. Looks like it's coming
Mhm.
up. Bach,
All
were
right.
you on the way up to 2600? What was you playing for black against E4? Were you Nightorf all the time? I know you like Nightorf, so.
Yeah, I like playing the knight, but I also used to play the Taimanov a lot. So after e6, they
Mm,
would arise. After d4 takes, knight
hmm
c. Let's put it on the board. D4 takes, knight c6, knight c3, and queen c7. Okay, we have the move d4 by Hikaru. Hikaru still playing quite quickly, which is a good sign. You know, he's not fully taken by surprise here.
Okay. What scored better for you, Tamanov or Nightorf?
I
What do
feel
you
like it
think?
did pretty well with
Very
both
good.
openings, but I like the knight of a little bit better. Anyway, we have take stakes on the board and knight of 6. Which one do you think is? Well, actually, I'm gonna make a prediction. I think he's gonna go for this one, the Sicilian four knights. What do you think?
Yeah, I actually think this one's, especially with this move order. Knight C6, you're usually seeing Queen C7, A6 stuff. So with Knight F6, you do have more of the four knights here, which is a very spicy game. I mean, four knight. Well, you can also play it different ways where you play it very solid, but I think it's going to be some very spicy chess if we see Knight C6, and we'll see where he goes from there. Four knights is fun.
Exactly. Yep. And knight c3 by Hikaru. And now I'm sure we like there are some other options for black, but really knight c6 is the main move here. You can play the move d6. Go. How do you call that opening, James? After d6, what is the name of that one?
I think that's Scheveningen. But what happened was I actually beat Gamagami in round one of the US Masters, Grandmaster, and he accused me of cheating. He was mad because he just got flexed
Oh,
on. But he played D6 and I played G4 and won the game very cleanly. So it's the
yeah.
Scheveningen variation.
Well, it's a Dutch opening. It's actually called pronounced Scheveningen,
Bro,
but
you
you
know it's
can
fun.
pronounce that
Wow.
word. You can pronounce it if you're not from the Netherlands. No.
Because like you know what, I even Googled it. I had to do a chess.com video, and I had to like with the Scheveningen now, right? But I was
Mhm.
on there, and I did know that they kept saying it everywhere with Scheveningen, which is crazy that you say only Dutch can pronounce it. Because I looked at a few
Yeah.
pronunciations, and they all were like Scheveningen. So I was like, oh, okay, all right, that's what it is. It's all of them wrong. Unbelievable.
No. Yeah. Anyway, we have the move knight c6, the Sicilian four knights, and here Hikaru has some options. So White's main moves traditionally have always been knight takes c6, and after pawn
Mm-hmm.
takes the pawn push e5, hitting the
Fine.
knight. Black goes knight d5, we go knight e4. This is one option. The other option is to play knight db5, threatening to hop into this d6 square. Now here black can play bishop b4, but you can also go d6. And after d6, this could go back into a Sveshnikov after bishop f4, e5, bishop g5. This is one option. Another option white has here, which has become quite popular recently, is the move bishop f4. But all of this tends to become very, very sharp. And Hikaru is in the tank, so I'm very curious to see which one he's going to go for. What do you think, James?
Yeah, that's man, it's so many options. So I am a fan of probably knight takes in the E5 line because I like the well, the reason why is because the king in some lines gets to F3. Like it literally be crazy to say, but you're fine. You know, the bishops you have bishops and his king side is open. There are variations where literally the king will get on F3 with the white pieces. Yes, there it is. Going down the line, chat. Your king will be on F3. And I know it's weird But you know, I'm a content creator too. So like if it's number one is for the memes. Number two, it's actually a legit position and white's fine. So I would definitely go for this one, but we're gonna see, you know, what he goes for. Maybe he'll go for something less memeish.
Yeah. And actually, this line is very good for it. As we can see with the evil bar, white already has more than a +1 advantage. And hey, Hikaru would get to play the Bonk Cloud on his way to the candidates.
You know what I'm
But
saying?
right now,
Come
he's
on, man. This is
thinking.
for the memes. I'm a streamer first. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? I'm getting that from Hikaru.
Streamer
I'm a
first.
streamer
Streamer
first.
first. Yeah. Or no, he usually says I'm a chess player first, streamer second, right? That's what he usually says in all those interviews, I think. Right?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm a chess player first, but streamer second. I mean first. But I mean, you know, it's the
I
same
don't. I
thing.
don't
But okay.
stream. I don't stream professionally. I play chess. You know, I stream for fun, and
Right.
I play chess professionally. That's what he says.
That's what he says, Chad. You know, that's Hikaru at his finest.
Exactly. All right. So yeah, I like knight x6 as well. But again, this gets very sharp, and you know the question is whether he has all of this prepared. Predka seems to be prepared for this kind of battle. Maybe knight db5. They would perhaps be a little bit more quiet. So yeah, let's see what he's going to do. I wonder if white also has an option here to avoid any big theoretical battles.
Yeah, that would probably be something strange like a knight f3 or b3. Maybe even knight, what is that? Knight de2 that you'll see, or maybe even a g3. I mean, these are just random moves, but it definitely can't happen. Not really used to seeing these. Hikaru is in the think tank though. He's just trying to figure out what do I want to play today? What do I want to play? Fred K in the
Yeah,
zone. He locked in like he ready for anything. He has not moved the guys from that stance, and it's not even his move.
No, he's looking super focused. And we see Fabiano Caruana in the back, strolling by. But yeah, the great thing about the Grand Swiss is it's a big tournament. There's always lots and lots of games to watch. Let's see what Hikaru is going to do. On board one, we have Fabiano Caruana against Radoslav Wojtasek. Do you want to go to that game real quick?
Definitely.
All right, let's have a look. So Fabiano defended himself with the semi-Slav. C6, E3. And the great thing is he played this through the Nimzo Indian, because if you play the Slav, then you allow white the option to the exchange Slav, which is kind of boring. Also, there's this additional option with E3. It's called the slow Slav, I believe. But anyway, we are in the semi-Slav. All of the pieces still on the board, and Fabiano is the first to spring a surprise with the move Rook to E8. I think he's aiming for the E5 break.
Looks great. Looks like he's exactly going for the E5 break there. Maybe even taking and obviously going the original route of B5, A6, C5, and Bishop B7.
And we have a move by Wojtasek, who pushes in the center first with the move E4. So let's see what Fabiano is going to do. I'm sure he will be back at his board shortly, and he will make his move. And he has already taken on C4. And I guess after white takes now, the usual response is the move E5, stopping white from forking your two minor pieces. And we already have that on the board.
Hey, quickly isolate the E pawn. Maybe not too much. F pawn is on F2, but pretty solid, equal. And we have a queenside majority as black.
Exactly. All right. So Hikaru in the tank he's pondering his options. We'll just have to wait and see what he's gonna come up with. We also have Sinarov against VD. We have Arjun against Esipenko. Any of these games that you want to have a look at, James?
I'm definitely into Sindarov. Me and him play basically the same type of chess. He plays the King's Indian literally every game as black. It doesn't care who you are, what you are. He's gonna play King's Indian, so it's very nice to see that. And with white, he plays always E4, which is cool. So Sindarov is one of my favorites there. Pretty good.
Exactly.
So this looks like an Italian.
And what's really interesting to me is that VD is delaying this move knight to F6, and he goes Bishop B6. Now, sometimes black has the additional option here to go for a setup with like Queen F6 and Knight G7. So let's see if that's something VD has in mind. Again, Knight F6 would transpose to the main variations. That being said, even though VD is playing a slightly different move order, Sindarov is still playing very quickly.
Yeah, Sindarov is very strong. Obviously, we all know this. So I think he kind of flies under the radar. People don't talk about him as much. So especially in aggressive chess. So I like to look at his games because I know he's an aggressive player. So learn some ideas there. Pretty cool stuff. So
and look at this. We were talking earlier. How can Hikaru perhaps take him out of book? And he does it with the disrespect A3. Oh,
Wow.
d6 quickly by Predka.
D6 quickly, yeah. And the A3 move, he A3'd him. He just A3'd him. Now we can
Exactly.
just kind of play chess. You can play bishop E2, you can play castles, you can play bishop E3. You can play anything. You can play F4. Like, there's so many moves here. You can do anything you want. So I like this A3 move, and it's more of Hikaru's style as well. Take you out of theory and also just like play a position. I just want a position. And every game that he's been doing or having, with especially with White, he's had these let's play a position, even that game against Chopra, Knight of 3, B3 stuff. So
hmm
interesting.
Exactly. And the move a3 actually makes a lot of sense as it stops this move bishop b4 from black pinning the knight and putting massive pressure onto the center. So that is why Predka had to go for a different setup. And you know what he can also do here, James? He can disrespect him even further with the move h3, preparing g4. What do you make of
Wow.
that?
You know what? I'm a fan of it. It's for the memes, the content. I know my stream is watching. So yeah, H3 and G4 up next. Why not? You know what I mean? Bishop comes to G2. We play G5. Looks sort of Philidor-ish. There's some Philidor lines that are very aggressive like this. G4, G5, and Bishop G2 stuff. But in the meantime,
Mhm.
very easy game. We don't know where it's gonna go.
Exactly. Yeah. What he can also do is go for a more traditional setup with something like bishop to e3,
I'm a
followed by
fan.
queen e2 or queen d2, and going for more of a
Castle Queenside.
traditional, yeah, castle queenside, and more of a traditional English attack with f3 and g4. So, James, what do you think? Is he going to play for the memes with the move h3 or do something more traditional with bishop e3?
Well, he played for the memes move already. I think we're going to see an H3 there. If not, I would go with the Queenside Castle very quickly. Big fan of that stuff. And that because we already have a hook pawn on A3, which is kind of annoying. So maybe A6, B5, B4 at some point might be quite annoying for me. So I would go H3 for the memes, move my bishop, and maybe Castle Kingside. Try to go F4 maybe.
hmm Exactly. Yep. All right. So Hikaru is still in the tank. It's a little bit annoying that Predka is still moving quickly, but I'm sure he's prepared hard for this big battle. He had a full rest day to prepare, and it is perhaps somewhat of a pity for Hikaru that he was taken out of book very early. Again, I think Hikaru definitely expected e5 on the first move, and c5 probably took him by surprise. But I believe in Hikaru's ability to outplay his opponent in the middle game. I think Predka might be a little bit better prepared, but Hikaru is definitely the better player.
Yeah, well, 100%. I mean, you have to be able, especially in this day and time, you have to be able to adapt and like, it's cool because like people know what you'll play, but then when you take them out of book, like it can be huge. Sometimes you can have a very big, time advantage or psychological and time advantage, or like all the prep they've done can really go out of the window. But Hikaru is just a better player too as well, and he can play. All right, cool. You take me out of book, we're gonna play something that you're not probably prepared as much for. So let's see what happens.
Exactly. Yep. So let's see what he's gonna do. I mean, all of these moves make sense. Bishop e3, h3. I like that as well. Maybe even something like bishop e2. And going for kingside castles, having a bit of a slower game also makes sense. So I think we'll just have to wait and see what he's gonna do. Like he's got a lot of options here. And let's perhaps have a quick look around the horn. We also have Faruja's game. Hikaru right now has a nice cushion over Faruja. I think it's like 7 or 8 points. Faruja's playing Sarana, a player that Hikaru beat earlier in the tournament. And hey, what is up with this move e6, James? Everyone seems to be playing it these days.
It's
Faruja
flexible.
sidestepping. Yeah.
Very flexible Sicilian E6 one. And when I looked at like I Googled like what's the most aggressives, and like Taminoff just said it is most flexible. Nightdorf was like a hybrid. The most tactical was Dragon.
hmm Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And okay, Bishop e2 by Elirezi also wants to avoid a big theoretical discussion. That being said, these days, moves like Bishop e2, back in the day, you'd play them to get your opponent out of book.
Right.
But these days, the players also analyze that with the computer and are very well prepared. All right, so castle's knight f6, attacking the pawn, knight c3 by fire row to defend it, and d4.
D4.
So I guess by delaying the move d4, he's disallowed black these options with bishop to b4. So like what he's doing, bishop e7, and now he takes and queen d3. And I guess he's looking at queen g3 to put pressure on the d6 pawn and also on black's king if it decides to move kingside castles.
This is almost the same Taminoff, or it's four knights. I mean, they can always transpose the stuff. It's very similar to a position that Hikaru is able to get in his game as well. These positions I didn't like that much with white because of this big center, but I found that I didn't score very badly with it. I just didn't like the appearance of it because they can play d5, e5. You know, you got the c5 pawn, but the pawns are quite passive right now. When you push them, things change in a position. So it is something to it. We got some Sicilians though. It's a spicy round.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, people are saying in the chat, what is the traffic around the tables? I would be disturbed, honestly. Yeah, it does make some sense. Sometimes it can be a little bit annoying if people keep pacing back and forth around you. And at some tournaments, they would put like something to make sure that people cannot come too close to your board. So what do you think, Canty,
Well,
about that? Like
at
putting
this at this level, especially, I'm just saying, like, probably open section period. When you start really playing in the open section, like, or these bigger sections, it just doesn't bother you anymore. So it's more of, I think everyone is used to it there because they played so many games to get to this point where they've all walked around before. It's just nothing. It's just another day in the office.
exactly? Yeah. But yeah, sometimes they put a little rope around the players. Anyway,
I've seen that.
so let's see what's gonna happen. Hikaru is still in the tank. We have some. I'm trying to see if there's a move that's really catching my attention,
Okay.
but I don't see one just yet. Do you see anything? I guess this is the way classical goes, right? It always goes kind of slowly, and it's often a long grind, and the games just it takes a while for the games to heat up.
Yeah, it takes a while. Take some time. That's okay. We just take our time and watch and enjoy the games. Try to learn something from every game here. Is Bach a tactical player? Yes and no, because he plays Catalan number one. Like, I mean, he's definitely great. Obviously in tactics with the puzzle runs, but when it comes to, like, I mean, look at, like, Catalan is like, you're not getting many tactics. You can, obviously you can play it that way, but he plays the Catalan, so no. We're gonna say yes and no there, buddy. A little bit of both. What do you think, Bach?
Yeah. No, I think your description is perfect. Yeah, I don't think I necessarily steer the game towards tactics, but when they do arise, I always try to spot them. But yeah, I would say I'm more of a technical player who, I
Technical.
don't mind steering the game into an end game and grinding my opponent down. But hey, if my opponent gives me the opportunity, I like to put that puzzle rush to work.
Nice. That's nice. I am completely opposite. My grandfather is Tao, as you can see the resemblance. You know what I mean? You can see the resemblance. I look just like him. And then also my uncle Nesmedinov, which is Tao's trainer. So we're closely related. So 100% the opposite.
Okay, nice. And in the meantime, we have to move d5 by Serrana, building a big center. Now let's see what Furusha is going to do. Still, the move Queen g3 makes a lot of sense to me. Eyeing this pawn on g7, and black is going to have to address that threat one way or another. Hikaru is still in the tank, and he's already 15 minutes behind on the clock. What do you think about that, James?
That is quite annoying because Hikaru is always uptime, always uptime. So when he's not uptime, it is quite annoying to see. That doesn't mean anything. Of course, I mean, obviously later on in the game is going to really matter if we're down that time, but I mean, he's going to catch up, I'm assuming. I'm annoyed by the time, like, oh man, we have to think here, but it's going to pay off. It always does for Hikaru here. He's playing great. He's in tied for first, right? So we're not worried here, but it is kind of annoying that we just not in we're not as comfortable as we can be. That's one thing you want to do is be very, very comfortable, have the time edge on your side, and right now we don't, but that's okay.
Exactly, and we have a move by Hikaru. He just played the move bishop to e3, developing his bishop. Like you said, I mean, he's playing he's in a good position. He's shared for first. A draw would not be a terrible result at all. It would still keep him in a good position. But the thing is, in tournaments like this, you really want to try to use your white games, as you will also have games with black where you might not really get chances. But with white, of course, you start at the game, right? So you always should be able to generate chances. And generally, what the players would like to do is win with white, draw with black, win with white, and just move up that way in the tournament.
Right, and that's the professional way. Win with white, draw with black. Win with white, draw with black. As Predke is moving extremely fast, bishop e7, and Hikaru walks away like like he up time. Oh, all right, I'll be
Yeah,
right back. I got this anyway.
exactly. He's doing the Peepo leaf. All right, so let's see what he's going to do now. There's many setups you can go for. You can go, again, for queen d2. Sometimes putting the queen on e2 makes sense. Putting the pawn on f4 makes sense. You can also go for this approach, which is sometimes pretty interesting. Bishop to c4. I've seen Kramnik play this quite a bit
I've seen
online.
that too, yeah.
and you put the queen on e2 and then go for queenside castles. This can become quite aggressive with white pushing the g-pawn of the board. The more I look at it, the more I like it. But the one thing that annoys me is that Pretka is still in book.
Yeah, that's yeah. He has definitely brought his best game here. It's pretty obvious to this tournament here, and this is going to be the test for sure for him. As he's in good form, Hikaru is too. So let's see what happens. Yeah, I like this bishop c4 setup. I'm going to get a little bit aggressive there. Queen e2, castle queen side.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's a nice
All right.
play.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's probably a good move, right? So it's probably also a move that Pretka has looked at. So Hikaru right now has to make a decision. Is he going to play the moves he think are best? Or is he going to try to play an offbeat move once again to try to get Pretka out of book? And I think he tried to do that with move a3, but Pretka says, no, I still know everything. So yeah, the question is like, what can Hikaru do to get Pretka out of book here?
This is a great way with this with this bishop c4, queen e2, g4 idea. I mean, that's always nice. You can always just launch g4 too in certain cases. Now here, I think you hang a pawn. There's just some weird stuff with d takes and e5, stuff like that. But maybe there's also a bishop e5 check. It's very rare. There's some weird lines in here. But I don't want to do anything too drastic. In fact, I think it was a rook g1 mentioned too as well, which is like rook g1 with the freak attack, but like not. It's like, what is this opening?
And he has played the move bishop to c4, mixing a bit of
Ooh,
the Sozin attack with an English attack and the
love it.
disrespect with the move a3. But the move a3 often makes sense. The bishop can drop all the way back to this a2 square, and it's making sure that black cannot go a6, b5, b4 as easily. Now, let's hope that Pretka is finally out of book. Is he at the board? Not that I
Nope,
can
you're not at
see
the
right
board.
now.
So at least you get to use some time. I'm like, geez, finally, shoot. And get some time off the clock.
Yeah. I'm gonna make a hot take. If Hikaru can get Pretka out of book in the next couple of moves, I feel pretty good about his chance. Again, he is the better chess player, so if it's just Hikaru's brain playing against Pretka's brain, I feel pretty good. But it would still be annoying if Pretka keep blitzing out, because that means that he still has his computer preparation on board.
Which is why preparation is so important, but it also is like it's a double-edged sword because like Hikaru had a whole rest day prepping, you know what I'm saying, getting it in, getting his work in, prepping. He's gonna play, and then the guy plays c5, even though he's an e5 player, right? So it throws you off. You're like, I didn't expect this. All right, cool. We down some time, but we do have a position that is very okay. I mean, we got pieces out, nothing wrong with the position at all. We got 4 pieces out. We're gonna move our queen somewhere in castle, king or queen side, and have ourselves a game, which we've been getting every single game. Well, that's what we want as a game.
Exactly. Yeah. So let's see what Preke is going to do here. I mean, usual moves here in the Sicilian are moves like a6. You can also castle. Question is, do you want to delay castling or not? Because if you go for that move, white is going to try to storm on the king side with moves like g4 and g5. But as you pointed out, I think it's still too early to go for g4, as black can always take. And then this pawn will often be hanging. So I think we'll probably prepare it. And I think the setup Hikaru is going for is the one with queen e2 and queenside castles, and then he's probably going to prepare g4 with f3 first.
I am a big fan. Looks good. Looks very solid. I just gotta see his predicate. Oh, he's at the board. He's back. All right, cool. He's back, and he hasn't moved yet. Dude,
Let's go. That's what we want. We want him to be out of book.
Think a little bit, bro. Good preparation.
Is there something that, I mean, we have him out of book now, so that is good, because I remember, when we were on Twitch, we would often say, like, throw in your prime to get Hikaru's opponent low on time, or, get in the tier 1 sub to give Hikaru the dub. Is there anything, any other rhymes that you can come up with, James? You're pretty good with the rhymes.
Let me think about this. Let me think about this. Let me think about this. Yeah, I mean, we have rook and cook, but we have to put it together. You know, we have rook and cook. Like, chat. Let's think about this one. He moved. Okay, bishop d7.
Okay. So let's say Hikaru goes queen e2. Perhaps he wants to set up with rook to c8, immediately eyeing this bishop on c4. So let's make some moves. Let's say we go queen e2.
Got it.
And black goes here. Do we still go for queenside castles, or what black
I think
can
it
go
loses a
for?
piece. Oh, 95. I thought he could take.
95.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Bishop e3.
And look at this.
Think.
This is not
Whoa.
what we...
Ugh. I got hit
Looks
with that.
ugly. Look at these pawns. And black already has a pawn for the exchange.
Yeah, I've gotten hit with that before. That's a nasty sequence. I've hit people with that too as well. But like, man, when you get hit with that, that's gonna sting. And then D5's coming, A3, Queen A5. Ooh wee, that's gonna be some problems.
Now, the good thing for Hikaru is that he can still steer the game into slower waters by going kingside castles potentially later. But I think he really has to be careful. Like, Queen E2 still looks quite natural, but after Rook C8, we cannot go queenside castle because of the line that we just showed. Maybe move like F4, stopping this 95 jump. Also, again, we can still go here. Bishop C4 also works quite well in conjunction with kingside castles. Here we can go F5 to put a lot of pressure on that E6 pawn, and that often forces black to make an awkward decision. Let's make some moves. So let's say we go here, and black, let's say, takes on D4 and goes E6. We want to go F5, put some pressure over here to provoke the move E5, because by going E5, black gives up control over the D5 square, and we can fight for more control by going, let's say, Bishop E3 and Bishop G5, hitting the knight, so we can get our own knight here.
Beautiful, beautiful. I like the provoking of what we've done in black's position here. Castles. I really don't like these positions as black because like the bishops are really weird, and you have to figure them out correctly and very precisely on where you're going to put them, or you're just going to stay passive. And then it's going to be too late to get them active. And due to a pawn push, where now you make weaknesses, for instance, how you stated here, D5 is very weak after pushing the E5 pawn because we provoked it. So now we have rook A to D1, knight comes to D5, bishop G5. After bishop it takes F6, the D5 square is gross, and it's ours, right? And then the D6 pawn is awkward as well. So I mean, I think black, it looks good for black, but we also do have this provocation or provoking of F4, F5 looking really good for white here. I really do not like black's bishops in these type of openings. Any opening, there's a C3 Sicilian line like the same way where they just play E6 and D6. The bishops are ugly, and you're going to have to deal with that later.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see how Pretka will do so. And we were talking about rhymes earlier. Someone in the chat made a pretty good suggestion. He
What they
said,
got?
donate and sub to Bach to get Alex low on clock. I mean, that generally
Ooh,
works. So
okay. Donate to
maybe that's
Bach to get them low on the clock. That's right.
usually that works. So let's see what Hikaru is gonna do here. And no, clock, not that word, Mr.
Yeah,
Jeezer. Okay, so let's
the
see.
other one, Jeezer. Other one. That was
Yeah.
that must have been a autocorrect, wondering what you're putting in your messages for that to be autocorrect there, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so Queen E2 to me looks quite natural, right, for Hikaru, or perhaps kingside castles first, followed by F4 or 5. I think the whole idea of castling queenside to me looks kind of risky, as we already have created this hook here with pawn on A3.
Yeah, the A3 move. It is a hook, and A6, B5, B4 is gonna be a thing, which means we definitely need to go castle kingside here. But I like how Hikaru is like thinking every move. He definitely had a book. He's making the game, but he's like, where do I want to put my pieces at? And he's like, where can I go? You got F4, Queen F3. Is that an option too? But maybe that's too much because the G4 square is kind of weak. But F4 at some point, yeah, it's probably too early to play F4. But probably need to just castle or Queen E2 or Queen D2.
Exactly. And someone in the chat is asking, can I hold my cat in hand? Yes, I can. Like, here's the cat. I just grabbed it from the back. It's right here. You know, it's a real cat. So let's see what Hikaru is gonna do here. But overall, I like his position. I don't like the time situation as much though. And do you think the time that Pretka spent was it mostly from him being away from the board, or do you think it was just him? I would say it was probably just also him remembering his preparation, right?
Yes. Sometimes you have to remember, where did I play here? Is it this move order or this move order? Right. And oh, it's this move order. And then obviously you just double check it, triple check it. Okay, cool. How far does the line go? What if he plays this move? Bang, bang, boom. There it is. Okay. And we're done. And then you make the move.
Exactly. Hikaru's move swift, like a winning brook, Bach and Canty on the chess clock. How does that
What the
even rhyme?
heck is that? Hey, you know what? Take that back, big dog. You're going to have to take that one back to the kitchen. It's nice. You're working a little bit, but you're going to have to shift some words around there.
Yeah, exactly. I don't, you can, I don't know. Anyway, or show support for Canty and Bach to get Pretka low on clock.
There
Hey,
it is.
there we go.
Exactly.
Yeah. But of course, the
Exactly.
real one who knows your support here is, of course, Hikaru. So that's the guy you have to send your energy to. He's still in the tank, and he's already down 20 minutes on the clock.
That's crazy to even think about, chat. I mean, how fast is that? Like, jeez. I mean, we just got here. And they like, Hikaru down 20 minutes. Bro, we just started the game. Like, that's how fast the time really goes away. And it may seem like a lot of time. Oh, hour 19. Yes, there is a lot of time. Hour 28, 38. That's a lot of time on the clock. But after 10, 15 minutes of thinking, 20 minutes, I mean, you go make some food and you come back and you can be down 15, 20 minutes. I heard a move.
Exactly.
I
Oh,
think he
yeah,
castled.
we have to move kingside castles by Hikaru. I think he just wants to play it safe. Again, going for queenside castles definitely has some risks attached to it. And here we do have the idea of f4, f5, and we can decide later where we want to put our queen. I don't think it's necessarily necessary to go queen e2 here if we go for kingside castles.
Beautiful, beautiful. Coming up, Jeezer. I see you, bro. And look, so check this out. And this, I remember before, like, I mean, I got to like 21, 2200 OTB, and I barely knew what a Sicilian was, right? So it tells you how much openings you really need to know. But I remember I used to just do this opening against everything. Besides, like E5, I was playing Scots and Scots Gambit and other stuff. But with white here against the Sicilian, I would just play E4, put the knight on F3, right? Open Sicilia, and put the bishop on C4 and castle kingside and play F4. Almost every Sicilian game, which is really cool that you can play this almost at every level, to be honest, guys. This is a very easy setup. You can play against every Sicilian, to be honest. So Hikaru with the head bob there, he feels pretty good. But yeah, castles here, this is standard chess. Develop your pieces, get the king safe, then start maybe some king side operations with F4 or 5.
Exactly. And the good thing is that Predka now definitely seems to be out of book. He's not moving at all. But in the background, we see Maria. She's also commentated on here a couple times. So great to see her there in person. And Fiona, another one of our colleagues, is also there working on site. So hope they are having a great time over there. Anyway, so let's see what Predka is going to do. The move that looks most natural to me is kingside castles. And then the big question is, what do we do with white? One move that I am tempted to play is
F4.
F4, but I'm wondering, is Queen B6 a move at all? Or
Knight A4, I think, right? Oh, Knight F something.
But even Bishop B3, and there's no point, right? Because we know this move from the Accelerated Dragon.
Right.
There you also have this bishop staring down, but here you have to move your queen again. So I like F4. Again, we want to go for a quick F5 push. And if we can get that, I think we can definitely get a nice initiative going.
Absolutely. I mean, F4 is just a common play here. I remember playing this many times as a kid and just growing up, like understanding we develop pieces, put a pawn on F4 and try to go for things. Play F5 at some point. Maybe Queen F3, Rook AD1. So Bishop B3 first, maybe to stop a Queen B6, hitting B2. There's lots of moves, lots of plans. But black is just, man, I hate those bishops once again. And white, I always was comfortable as white here from these positions. I mean, all throughout my chess career, I've been having good positions with this. So there's nothing to worry about here. That's probably a head bob from Hikaru. He got the head bob. He's walking around. He feels a little bit better.
Exactly. Yep. What black apparently can do after that move F4, and this is quite crafty, is black can take on D4. And after we take there is the move E5.
Oh, that's crafty.
Striking in the center. And look at this. If you take twice, black has this move Knight G4, hitting the bishop.
Okay,
and also threatening some checks along this diagonal. But if you go back, then there's this Queen C7 hitting the bishop.
Heat.
And
bro, that's a sick line. That is a sick line there. Whoa. Man, that's crazy. Look at that initiative.
So maybe what we should do, maybe we should go Bishop A2 first to prepare that. But it's also a little bit slow. This gives black some time to create counterplay in other ways.
Right. Which this is probably why I think intuitively I knew that F4 for some reason just didn't feel correct. It feels like something else needs to be done before we play F4 because black may have some counterplay, and that is exactly what it is. There is some computer play. Fire. That's pretty fire. FM gets impressed for so little. You probably are not good at chess. That's a comment there. It's not a good chess player from Doji there. Showing your colors. I love it. That's awesome. Okay. F4 to open king. Correct.
All right, and we have to move kingside castles. All right, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do now. Yeah, again, F4 seems to be a little bit premature. So I do like this idea of bishop to A2. Also, we never have to worry about the move rook C8 or bishop will never be hanging. And so let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. F4 again seems to be premature, but if not, I think this is our only plan right now in a position.
100%. I like bishop a2 or bishop b3. Bishop b3 might run into 95-ish stuff. Is there a king h1? That was what I was used to doing, just to get the king off of the whole diagonal. But then again, the bishop's loose. So either or is fine. Yeah, loose pieces lose games. Loose meaning undefended. So bishop c4. Anyway, there would be some exactly rook c8. And I have to move it anyway. So what was king h1, which is still good. But
Yeah, so that is why I like the idea of moving the bishop back right away. What black can also do here is go for ideas like knight e5 and knight c4, creating counterplay along the c-file and blunting the bishop on this diagonal. So I like bishop a2 the most from a human perspective. Let's say black tries to go for the same idea, right? Like let's say rook c8,
f4.
we go f4, knight a5, maybe just f5 or
maybe e5, right? Right.
Because the knight doesn't have anywhere good to go to, right? And like let's say you're taking over
6,
here.
98.
It feels like white should get a nice initiative going here.
Yeah, some heat. We even have rook f7s coming at some point. I mean, there's some nasty tactics here, Pop. You know, we do these all the time. Yeah, that's
exactly.
Nice.
Yeah,
some big boy stuff.
94,
knight f6 is coming. That's sick. Yeah, this is gonna be good. Very, very sharp.
No, this looks great for white for sure because the knight had to move back to the passive e8 square, and that is the drawback of moving this knight out of the center, right? Every time you move a piece out of the center, you give more control to your opponent, and we see here that white can take advantage of that by going for that e5 push. So then the question becomes, what should black do after bishop a2, right? Another idea you have, and this one looks quite decent, is maybe taking on d4, followed by bishop c6, hitting this pawn right away. Let's say we defend with queen d3, and this is the drawback of going bishop a2, is here black has the move b5. If we go f4, a5, black is very quick with their counterplay.
b5 is a hard spot there. That is definitely, that's more you see that in King's Indian, but deflection, of course. And many Sicilians with the bishop on c6 has this deflection move of b5 to be able to play b4, so you can take on e4 in many cases. Just brilliance, men, strategic knights. Okay, Roby. See Roby. Okay.
Maybe he should have said knights with a K, like the chess piece knight.
Right, knights who with a K. Very good. That'd be good.
Would have been more aesthetic. Yeah.
Was men's based on box cat? Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Exactly. Okay, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Yeah, I like bishop a2, but it also seems to have its drawbacks. f4 has its drawbacks. Maybe queen e2. I mean, I don't know. Maybe black is just fine here. Again, black has made some very solid developing moves. He can follow with a quick takes in bishop c6 and b5. So Hikaru thinking here, but I'm not sure if there's a way here to. I guess there's no real way to prove an advantage in this position right here.
Yeah, it's annoying, but I do like the space that we have. We have space. Again, the bishops are bad, and these little small things that you can push for in a position every game. Yeah, I have the better pieces. Yes, you are solid as black here, but again, your bishops are worse than mine. And I just feel better. So maybe we can play for a little bit more every single move. Queen d2, rook d1, f4, things like this. But Hikaru is back in the think tank once again, guys. Once
exactly.
again.
And I was just wondering, right? What about this idea? What if we go bishop to a2? And in case black takes on d4, what if we take with the queen?
I like it.
Because now this no longer comes with a tempo. I guess so. If we take with the queen,
there's knight g4, bishop f6, or bishop c6. That's nice.
Yeah, or maybe knight g4 right away. Yeah, hitting the bishop. And where do we go? We have to go
That's
to.
Exactly
we cannot
right.
go here because of the fork.
And bishop d2. Ugh. It's just
it looks kind of passive. Bishop c6, bishop f6. I think black's doing very fine here. So I don't know. The move a3, yes, it's useful. We can drop our bishop all the way back to a2, but usually it's also fine to move it to b3. So perhaps it's a slight waste of time.
Yeah, this is I mean, especially if I'm playing Open Sicilian, you can play it many ways. Like even Wesley So's course is basically an encyclopedia, part 1 and part 2 and e4. But he always goes with the very solid setups of g3, bishop g2, and claim a small slight advantage. I'm like, bro, I didn't play the Open Sicilian for that, So it's more like I'm trying to play aggressive games and trying to get more off. So I like more of the any type of line that it's super aggressive and sharp, especially in the Sicilian. We're looking for that with the white pieces. But you can actually prove something in the slower positions too as well, based off of pawn structures and better placed pieces, as we have right now as white. But we need to not strike, but at least increase the pressure quite soon, I think.
Exactly. Yeah. So Hikaru's still in the tank, down 20 minutes on the clock. I mean, I think it's safe to say that the opening has definitely been for Predke. He seems to have a fine position, up on time. But again, I do still have faith in our man Hikaru. The question is though, like, how's he gonna do it? But he always finds a way. So I'm very curious to see how he's gonna try to create chances here.
Same.
I'm looking around, by the way, in the meantime. I haven't found anything yet that I really want to go to per se. Have you found anything that you're like, oh, we have to go to that game?
Actually, I've only been watching the broadcast and our video, but I'm actually gonna pull this up. I'm gonna pull up some more games.
Oh,
Just want to
I
see
think we can show this game
what we got.
because you were saying earlier, like, oh, the Catalan, it's so boring, this, and that.
Oh, it
Look
definitely
at
is.
this
But let's
change.
see this game though. See which one.
Yeah, let's pull this up. Wait a second. Almost there. Wait,
If
yes, this
you
one
if
right here.
let's see it back.
So this started
Oh,
off with
this
the
crazy.
Catalan. Yeah,
Okay.
and all pretty solid. Okay, Black going for this move. White puts knight on e5. And Black puts this knight in g4. So White is like, get lost, plays the move h3. Black attacks the queen. And here Black is like, well, I'm just going to move it. No! Knight takes f2,
Whoa.
luring the king out in the open.
And you know what's funny? This is the type of Catalan where I like black to go. What is this? I'm playing a Catalan to play this. This is not what we wanted. No, at the same time, it is as the engines the eval bar says is equal because the king is on the hunt here. But I think we can defend everything if I'm white here. It just feels like you don't have enough. But the question is, what do I do first? And I think you just block with the bishop or play e3. No, there's
Well, the
g5.
draw.
Whoa.
Exactly, your bishop gets trapped. Yeah, so White plays the move bishop e3, take. The Bon Cloud, super Bon Cloud with the king on e3, but Black goes
Hooper.
b5, aiming to go this and b4. So White goes here, check, queen e4 and queen b8, and now Darda moves his king back. I think all of this is actually some sort of theory. Black goes b4, hitting the knight, and there's like f6, rook c2. And, you know, Black has to know quite a few moves here, but Volokitin seems to be in book. And by the way, we have a move by Hikaru. Hikaru did play the move f4, and I just hope that Predke will not find that sequence with taking on d4 and e5.
Okay. Yeah, he played f4. Yeah, this was just standard. I remember these positions from white long time ago. F4. And then the rest is like, okay, let's see what they do. Because you have everything you wanted. You got the pawns up on f4 and e4. We got our pieces out. And now it's really dependent upon what does black do that we respond to.
Exactly. Yep. All right. So let's see what Predke is going to. Also, an option for Black is knight takes e4. Look at this.
Yeah, that's
Stacking the
always the
knight
thing.
so that here you have d5 and you win it back. And what do we do here? I mean,
Takes in bishop
you can.
d3. Oh, yeah, you can isolate.
Sorry, where did you wanted to go
I was
here?
gonna take
D3?
bishop d3, but I just noticed he could take with the bishop on c6. So I was
Yeah.
just considering only pawn takes.
Yeah. We could take and give Black the isolated pawn, but I feel like Black's bishop pair, also the fact that our position is a little bit exposed, gives Black enough compensation. If this pawn was on f2, I kind of like white, but the pawn on f4 makes our position a little bit loose. One interesting option is perhaps the move f5. Let's look at this. If you take our bishop, do we have some sort of f6?
You might just do it, Bach. Just do it. Don't even think about it. Just do it,
Oh,
Bach.
check.
Just
Here.
do it.
Rook here. And we'll just have to wait for the evil bar to go up. Everybody going to go up.
And then say there.
Stay there. Okay.
F5. I don't know. Wow.
Can we make
really
this
ridiculous.
work?
There's a bishop d4 check coming, right?
Oh, look at this. Boom.
Oh, hitting before you splitting. Always in order. Oh, my goodness.
And the evil bar goes up. You know?
Exactly.
So the move was f6. Okay, here. Take. I don't know. Looks interesting. Black is up. What is it? 2 pawns, but no, we have this nasty pin.
Yeah, you don't feel 2 pawns at all. Shoot.
Hey, and you know the king is a little bit loose. We have some pressure. It's not an easy position for Black for sure. Maybe it's an idea.
It's a very strong idea. It's a very strong idea. Hikaru with f4. And it's on the board as we just kind of wait to see what happens. Richard, we got Big Richie walking around there behind him.
All right. All right. Okay, so let's see what Predke is gonna do. This is definitely an option, but the thing is, there's quite a bit to calculate, right? And this is a difficult thing. You have to calculate all of this, then you land in a position like this, and then you have to evaluate it. Like, hey, I'm up a couple of pawns, but my position is a little bit loose. My pieces are a little bit passive. Is this good? Yes or no? Very difficult to say, right? I think this one is perhaps a little bit easier for him to calculate. So because let's say you take. If you take it to queen, again, there's that move knight g4, which is annoying, forcing our bishop back to d2 or c1. So I think white has to take with the bishop. The thing is, though, you have to spot e5, which you might not even consider. You might think like, okay, e5 lose a pawn, right? And actually, even here, the lines continue. So let's have a look. So e5, take. Knight g4, bishop d4 is not a move because of this, right? And we lose. So bishop f4.
Yeah, bishop f4. Queen b6.
Right, but then I move my king over, and there's knight f2, but I take, and I'm winning.
Thank you.
So maybe what about bishop c5? Bishop c5, king over,
h1,
knight f2,
take. But the key, I mean, I have some comp.
But the key, I mean, here
Queen f3,
it's
bishop
difficult
b6.
though. Yeah, there's
like
bishop b6.
It's not over.
Yeah, because this is hanging.
Right.
So, but a lot to calculate. So difficult to say what exactly is going on. I feel like here black should be doing fine. I mean, they have an extra exchange, and I don't see how we can exactly prove the compensation here.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. That's going to be a hard one there. If he finds e5, that's going to be a very difficult thing. Bishop takes d4 there. Yeah, e5. This is why f4 is just really premature. Unbelievable. I never knew that for so long. I've had a position so many times and never ever saw that line. And let's see how Hikaru responds to it, because it is definitely top engine line, I think, and it can be played right now.
Yeah, and now Predke in the tank. He's up 16 minutes or like 15 minutes on the clock. So he's definitely going to try to put that to work. But a lot to consider. There's knight takes e4, like we said, knight takes d4. I think those are our black's two main moves. If you go something like rook c8, I feel like here white gets the advantage after bishop a2, and now f5 is coming very quickly. And the same line doesn't quite work anymore, because now after all of these trades, knight g4, I think we just go
d4. Haha. And then g3. Geez, that's pretty ugly, but I mean, explainable.
Yep, we are up a pawn, and there's no more. There's no longer a bishop hanging on c4. So I think Predke has to do something quickly here.
Yeah.
So Canty, which one do you think is going to go for? Knight takes d4 or knight takes e4? What is your prediction?
Predke's playing pretty good. He is playing pretty good, and he's using his time here now. It is very possible to see this line, knight takes d4, bishop takes. He may be calculating e5 after that. Takes, and then knight g4. You have to go down the rabbit hole there. It takes a lot to calculate correctly to make sure we're not missing anything. If he sees knight takes d4, he will go for it. If not, he may just go for a simple move, rook c8.
Yep. So both moves make a lot of sense. I don't know Predke as well. Like, is he? From what we've seen, is he usually a player who plays fast, or someone who takes his time? I do think, however, that he is going to take quite a bit of time here. It seems like he was still in his preparation with all of these moves like bishop d7 and short castles. And always the first moment you have to think yourself, you want to go for, like, people tend to go for a long think, as you've just played 9 perfect moves, and of course you want your 10th move to be perfect as well. But of course, that is not always as easy.
Yeah, it takes time. You have to take that time there. I mean, that you have. Now he is down a 14-minute time edge, but still it's a time edge. You have to use it as much as you can to your advantage. Use your time. You don't have to, this is not a blitz game. That's why they give us so much time here to calculate all of the lines as many as you can. Easier said than done.
Yeah. Oh, and there's definitely one game I want to show our viewers real quick. This one is pretty interesting. It's a little bit further down, but the game is definitely quite intriguing. It's also a game between two good friends of mine. It's the game between Max Warmerdam and Adibal Baskaran. So this started off
Oh,
pretty
nice.
slow with a symmetrical Grunfeld,
Hmm.
white sacking a pawn, black pushing on the queen side, and here black decides to sack a piece. But look at this great wall of pawns. I quite like it for black.
I like it too as well. In fact, Max has in his course with it, which is the Janowski on Chessable, he recommends a piece sack that is very nice from the black side that is very similar. So I think Max actually is very well. I know he is because he was in his course, so he's familiar with this idea from black here. Black does have a very nice center here, but it's about white trying to control it. If I can get maybe Bishop D4 and Knight C5 in, I may be feeling good. But again, that center is not going anywhere anytime soon. And I don't want to have to fight this myself as white. So, at least I get to watch it. So we'll see what happens because this pawn center is very strong. And how do you break it up with other pawns, which I can't really do that. So that's going to be something to worry about for the rest of the game.
Exactly. Yeah. No. And what's always funny with Mox is that he is quite good at the names of the openings, right? Like you said, he has one course on the Janowski or the Janowski. I don't know how you pronounce it, and the other one is on the von Heinrich Gambit.
Yeah.
But I always call it the QGD. I call this just the QGD
Right.
with A6.
Oh,
And I call
QGB
this
A6, okay.
one, like the Tarish Gambit, and he's like, no, that's not how it's called. It's the von Heinrich.
It's like, all right, bro. Yeah. Whatever. Cool, bro. Thanks. Cool. Whatever, bro.
Yeah, I'll just call it whatever I can remember.
That's right.
But yeah,
Yeah.
very interesting game. And people are saying in the chat, Hikaru should sing Chaya 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 Chaya. Do you know that song?
Yeah. He was listening to it before, and then I think he said he likes that. So I forgot which event he won or something. Like he was listening. Oh, Speed Chess Championship or maybe Bullet Chess Championship. One
Yeah,
of those.
Bullet. Yeah, he was playing Magnus and was like Chaya Chaya. And he was like, oh yeah,
Right.
it
He was
really
in the
gets me
song.
going. Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly right. Yeah, correct. So if you see him head bobbing, chat, that's probably exactly what he's doing.
Mhm. Okay, we have some more moves in the meantime in Fabiano's game, so let's show that real quick. Fabiano, by the way, having a big advantage on the clock. Pawn takes c4 was played, e5, bishop e3 by Wojtasek, takes, knight g4, rook 81, queen e7, all logical moves, and knight g e5. The position to me looks pretty even. I'm curious to see whether Fabiano can generate some real counter chances here, or if we will get more of a slow game.
Yeah, Hikaru, Fabi's ready for both. In fact, with these 3 pawns, 3 versus 2 on the queen side, I feel very comfortable. Very equal, but very comfortable. I think black has already equalized, and now we just have to see what happens. Obviously, I wonder if we trade. Maybe I'll go bishop e2. I could just trade and then go bishop e2. Or trade and go f4, depending on if he takes with the knight and bishop e2.
Yeah, I like that idea. Trading and then let's say bishop e3. I think if we can get f4 and e5, and white is definitely better. So I'm sure Fabiano has something in mind here to neutralize white's initiative. Like let's say play a slow move f4. The evil bar is already creeping all the way up. Like e5 is coming. This is quite bad. So I'm curious to see what he has in mind. But I'm sure it's something, right? He's one of the best, well-prepared players in the world.
He's going to have something, chat. We will see it.
All right.
Very soon.
So that's that. Predka's still in the tank. Let's look at this one. Arjun against wait. Arjun. I was gonna say Arjun against Erigaisi. Arjun against Esipenko. Started off as a Rui, where black aimed to play the Marshal. In case I go c3, black can go for the move d5, sacking a pawn, but black gets a lot of compensation. Bishop d6 to come next. So white plays the anti-Marshal. Now, this makes no longer as much sense as the pawn on h3 already anticipates black's attack, as queen h4 would no longer attack this pawn, and your knight can still come out of c3. So black played bishop b7, and black was like, hey, I want to sack that pawn anyway, and does that with move d5. So takes, pretty slow stuff. Black brings some pieces over, f5 eventually, and knight eg5. The knight's somewhat hanging in the air here, and the first thing I wonder about...
Exactly. Oh my goodness. He has 95, don't he? Rook e5 even better? Oh, that's sick. I saw 95. Oh, but that doesn't work because bishop g5 in the end. That is nasty. Ooh-wee, Arjun cooking up. Let him rook, chat. Let him rook.
Exactly. Yeah. Rook takes c5, very nice move, because look at this. In case you take the knight, now we can take the knight in the middle, and white wins the material back and is absolutely crushing. And if you take the rook, then we hit the queen, and wherever the queen moves, you are gonna get forked. Let's say, I mean, you cannot go here. You get here, and you lose your queen. Maybe you have to go to c8, but then at the very least, there's this, and you win back the exchange. So that is what Arjun has in mind. So the question then is, what should Black do? Maybe
Just
bishop
like,
f6.
I was just saying that. Maybe say, look, you know what? Hey, man, let me just relax, and play bishop f6. Like, boy,
Yeah.
that's a move.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah. No. And it's a double-edged sword. This knight on g5. White might have some tactical ideas with taking, maybe here in queen h5 as your king becomes a little bit exposed, but I don't see how to make it work. And people are asking, what are our thoughts on the black pawn push to d5 in Hikaru's game? So let's have a look. So let's say Predka here goes for the move d5. I assume we'll just take.
Take it and
We'll
take again and
take
take one more time. We just have a clean one.
and wait. Well, what is this, chat? It's
We
just
just
a
have a
free
clean
pawn.
pawn. Chat.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good, chat. Just breathe through
Yeah.
it. You got to breathe through the pain.
All right. So Predka deep in the tank. Let's see what he's gonna do. Do you expect him to move quickly, or do you think he will stay in the tank for a while?
I think he's gonna stay in the tank because there's a lot. There's a lot of stuff to do. Like there's a lot of options, and there's a lot of plans to tie to each option. So you make one mistake, you lose everything. I'll be using my time.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. So I think with all of that being said and done, we are going on our first break, but do not go anywhere. Hikaru needs your energy. A win would be big. Your first chance to qualify for the candidates, and we will see all of you in just a few. And welcome back, everyone, to round 7 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. James, while we were on break, a lot has happened. A whopping 0 moves have been played.
Wow, man, that's crazy. That's like normal. Yeah, normal. It's just classical chess, guys. Classical chess. You probably could have made yourself some breakfast. You probably could have got yourself a little, workout or something. That's crazy. Nothing has happened.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, so yeah, Pretka has thought about this, he's thought about that, he's thought about this, he's thought about this, he's thought about that, but he hasn't made a single move yet. And the good thing is right now we are up 5 minutes on the clock. So that I definitely do like. They still have a lot of moves to make, by the way, till the time control. Only 10 moves have been made. So perhaps we could potentially see Pretka end up in some time pressure. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. As crazy as it sounds, like, oh, time pressure is an hour and 7 minutes. Well, of course, that diminishes quite quickly. Is when you do 10 or 3 or 4 or 5, different 10-minute things. 10 minutes here, 15 minutes here, and it's not even the critical moments yet. Wait till it gets critical and things blow up on the board where you need to really spend some time. Then you'll be able to see, that this time doesn't. This time diminishes quite quicker than you think it does.
Exactly. And hey, it doesn't come back. Yeah, I'm trying to see how long he has already been thinking, but the websites are not working on my end. But also, this is his first real thing of the game. I think all of the other moves he still played quite quickly. Let's see if I can find the timestamp somehow. Yeah, let me check. So on d6, he spent like 23 seconds. Bishop e7 was played after 24 seconds. Bishop d7 was played after 2.5 minutes.
Mhm.
Castles played quite quickly. So this seems to be his first real thing of the game, which is definitely a good sign for Hikaru. I mean, he's already thinking for like, what, half an hour or something?
Right. Yeah, I actually had some prep. I had some prep in a game. It was like my best tournament ever. It was the US Masters 2022 in Charlotte. And like one round I'm playing this IM. And I prepped this game with Duda. I mean, where this Duda game has a game that Duda played in the database that the guy probably would have followed. And I'm sitting next to Theodoro as well, Nicholas. So he watching our game because I'm like blitzing everything out. And it was very sharp. It was wild. Like I'm like blitzing everything out. And it's theory. And then I have to stop because as soon as I'm out of theory, I had to think for 45 minutes. But I found it and I was slightly better. But then he offered me a draw, and I was like, all right, there's nothing left. He found everything. He found everything. So he offered a
Yeah.
draw. We drew that game. That's what happens. Sometimes you got to think
Mhm.
right after that prep.
Exactly. Talking about Theodore, he's also playing in this tournament. He's I mean, he's not having a bad tournament. He's not having a great tournament either. And that's kind of how the Grand Swiss can go. He's on, what is it, 2.5 out of 6. So we're now playing David Navarra.
Yeah.
Let's show his game real quick. Nothing too much going on. Nicholas playing a bit of a King Zinian attack here with the white pieces. So I do hope that he manages to get a win on the board. But what do you think Pretka is thinking about? Like, of course, he's thinking about knight takes d4, knight takes e4, I guess e5, maybe rook c8. Anything else that we have not discussed that could be on his mind?
I'm looking at his eyes. Based off his eyes, he's looking at the king side of the board. And a lot of times that's very beneficial that when you are looking there at your opponent, yes, you give him a depth stare, but sometimes you're looking at him to see which side of the board they're calculating because sometimes they're not even looking in the right direction in a position. So he's looking on the king side of the board. So he may actually be doing some key. And there it is. Knight takes d4 on the board. He takes,
Yep.
and he's going to go for that e5 line. He's found it.
Exactly. Yeah, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. I think taking the queen doesn't look too appealing, like we said, because of that move knight to g4, hitting the bishop 23, and you have to move back to d2 or c1. Doesn't look that convincing. Probably have to take with the bishop, but here Black does have that very nice move e5, sacking a pawn, and in case we take, Black takes and has knight g4 and all sorts of tactics. There's bishop 4 again, there's bishop c5, check, and knight f2, and you win in exchange, and I don't think we have anything. And in case we go bishop d4, this is quite bad because of queen c7. And Hikaru has already recaptured with the bishop.
Okay, bishop takes e5. I wonder if he's seen e5. Like that is a very, very interesting line. And what is the absolute best? The Indian says after e5, we take bishop takes. I mean, are we supposed to go down this line? I mean, I don't think you have a choice, right? Maybe you go. Yeah, you can't even go back. So you have to take it. Number one after e5. So we
We we
have to take it or no?
we could also consider moving back, like maybe the e3, and in case it takes, what if we, something like this looks pretty reasonable. But I just realized if we go bishop e3 again, there
Just
might be
knight
that
g4
pesky
immediately,
knight
right?
g4 move again. So I don't know. Maybe bishop. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough. Chess is tough.
Definitely
It's a
tough.
difficult game. Yeah.
Yeah, chess is a hard game.
All right. So yeah, let's see what. I'm a little bit surprised. Predka spent a lot of time on knight takes d4 and bishop takes d4. Very logical move by Hikaru, and now he is in the tank again. By the way, another move he could consider is bishop c6, hitting this. Question is, how do we protect him? Maybe with queen d3. And now we showed those variations earlier, where white goes bishop a2 preemptively. Here, b5 is not really an option, as we just take and win a pawn. Like we showed that right here. Like let's say go bishop a2. Here black can take bishop c6 and b5 and is doing quite well. But like we said, it's not possible here because it just hangs a pawn.
100%. As Navoon says, hit them before you split them. It's always in order. Very nice. You're learning. You're hitting at first, and then you're splitting. 100%. Susan in the chat, hello. So yeah, this is gonna get spicy. If e5 happens, I'm actually gonna first see if I can see Hikaru's facial expression, see if he missed it, or like I'm sure he sees it, like Hikaru. So I wonder what he has planned on it, obviously, with this e5 move after takes, and is he gonna sack the exchange in that line that we looked at before?
Yeah, no, for sure. And someone says my cat is not moving. The cat is moving. The
Cat's
cat
moving,
is
bro.
moving.
Leave the cat
What are you
alone,
saying?
Chad. Come on, Chad. Leave the cat alone, bro.
Leave the cat alone. And I can grab the cat. The cat is right
You know what I
here.
mean?
Now it's on my shoulder.
Right.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what Predka is going to do. But another idea that we haven't considered yet is after bishop c6. Oh wait, what about this one? So let's take. What about knight takes e4 here? And if we take and d5 again, we will get the piece back. The question always is, how do we evaluate this takes and knight c3? Here, I like it a little bit better as we have this massive bishop on d4, putting pressure on the king. But it's definitely an option as well.
I also like the bishop d3. I'm always been a fan of that way of doing it and not giving up the bishop and then going back and taking. But I guess this way gives an imbalance. And the other way is more just your bishops are better, but it's not technically an imbalance.
We have some funny comments in the chat. Someone says, cat looks kind of fake dog. It doesn't look like a fake dog. And someone also says, leave the cat alone. Leave the cat alone. Yeah.
That's the best one all day. Leave the cat alone, bro. That is a good one.
Chatters are always very original. Okay, so this is definitely an option for Predka as well. What you can also do is go bishop c6 here. Hit the pawn. Let's say we defend with queen d3. And now take and d5. But now maybe we have something like queen g3, threatening mate.
Okay.
You have to defend. Maybe
G6,
this.
5, might as well. Takes.
I don't see how to make this work, though.
Okay, maybe it doesn't look. Yeah, it doesn't look good. Queen d4. I mean, e6. I mean, yeah, exactly. E6 square, and we can't take anything. What is this position?
It's wild. It's wild. I don't know what's going on, but this is definitely an option as well, and that is why Predka is spending so much time. Again, he's already getting down to an hour, and I think we can only hope that he will end up in time pressure so Hikaru can trick him when he is low on the clock.
We would love that. We would love that. You got to use the clock as a piece as well. If you don't have any time, the pieces don't actually matter. So it's important to have great time management, think in the critical moments, and I think this one actually is a critical moment.
Exactly. Yeah. No, yeah, I think so for sure. It's the first moment he really has to think into the game. So, and a lot of pieces still on the board. And if he goes wrong here, once again, if black is a little bit slow, like rook c8, a very natural move, bishop a2, I already like white's position with f5 coming next. White is very easy play here and a nice initiative.
And with the f5 move, we can reroute the bishop on d4 around back to g5 to get rid of the defender of the d5 square, meaning the knight. We just go back around, bishop g5, take on f6, and play something to d5 at some point.
Yep. The one thing we have to be careful of is if we do all of this, black can all of a sudden do this again, stack the rook, and get pretty nice center here.
Spicy. And that is a very common theme. You see that a lot in Night Orbs with variations is that. Like Grand Prix, like some type of Grand Prix where you sack on c3. But yeah, very, very nice stuff. Sharp as a Sicilian, as sharp gets.
Exactly. Yeah, and hey, Predka already drops below an hour. Spam this I don't know. I don't know. Spam Canty and Bach to get Pretka low on clock.
On clock. That's
Oh,
right. Spam Candy and Bach to get Pretke low on clock.
exactly. Yeah. I don't know. I like the position more that I'm starting to look at it. Again, like it's still quite complicated. Lots of pieces on the board. Hikaru getting a time edge. And yeah, Pretka, it's somewhat surprising. He spent how much time? He spent half an hour on knight takes d4. Hikaru instantly placed the natural move, and he's back in the tank for at least already 5 minutes or something at this point.
Yeah. I'm still already in the tank. Exactly.
Yeah. All right. So anything else what about a move like b5 here? Because let's say we take everything, then e4 hangs at the end. Maybe this is also something black can consider, but I guess once again, we just drop back to, let's say, a2, maybe a5 here. Is this something he could consider?
Yeah, this is annoying because B4 is looking juicy for black. It's a very good move. E4 is going to fall, so I may have to go E5 myself right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. I just checked the timestamps. Indeed, he spent half an hour on knight takes d4, and now he's already in the tank for another 7 minutes. So I like a lot how this game is proceeding. Now, let's have a look at this move b5. So I think it might actually lead to something very similar. Well, I can also go for a different setup here with maybe bishop d3 and then queen f3, and then have both bishops pointing down in the black king. Actually, I like
These
this one.
bishops. That looks
These
good.
bishops. Yeah.
These bishops looking good. I like the bishop D3 route as well. I'm always just a fan of how do I mate? Oh, put the bishop on that diagonal? Fine. That's it. And now we might have sacking. It almost works, Bach. Almost, right? Bishop takes h7, and then queen h5, rook f3, but it's something wrong with that. It's just not there yet. It's something
Yeah,
wrong. It's
I
just
guess
not
black
there.
has g6, and then queen here,
Bishop
bishop
g5.
g5. But those ideas are definitely in the air. But I think bishop d3 is definitely a nice move here to reroute the bishop and have both of them pointing down at the black king. So Pretka deep in time, and this is always the thing. He surprised Hikaru with the Sicilian. So Hikaru was out of book early, but he also arguably surprised himself, as he's not as familiar with all of these types of positions. And that is why he's spending a lot of time. If he would have played e45, he would be in his bread and butter. He would know all the plans and ideas much better. But the Sicilian seems to be a little bit more unfamiliar to him.
And that's why he's taking his time. And like it's good to diversify openings and etc. But then sometimes you have these situations where like, whoa, I need to like really think here because I haven't never been in this position and I need to figure it out now. But that requires you to spend a lot of time. And sometimes, you'll have a time edge, which we've seen, and then it's gone. And now you're in a time deficit trying to catch up on time. And then you feel the heat of like, whoa, I am moving too slow, which we do have a move. What happened?
He played the move e5, a move that we
There it
have
is. He found it.
discussed in depth.
Yeah, it's about to get wild, Bach. Bach was
Yeah.
about to happen. Oh, E5 on the board.
All right, so let's see. What are we gonna do here? I don't know. Like, let's say we take this is always the first move you have to consider,
We
right?
have
Again,
to
black
take.
takes, go knight g4, hitting the bishop. Bishop d4 not an option. Queen here, hitting bishop, threatening mate, and we just lose. Bishop g3 to stop this. Well, now there's knight e3, and you get forked all the same. So that's not good. Maybe bishop f4, but again, there's check.
You got to give him
And
the
here,
exchange. This is probably best. And it's just equal. But like from a
yeah,
practical standpoint, you're like, equal what? Is there a bishop F? Oh, he has queen F6. No, yeah. You are just down in
yeah.
exchange.
Yeah, we definitely have some compensation. Let's say we go queen d2, right? We hit the bishop moves, let's say back. But I don't
One
see how
bishop.
we can ever be better here. Maybe we can make a
Right.
draw like rook f1, hitting
Bishop
this, and then here.
B5 and bishop back to, you know what I mean? Repeat. Bishop C4, but again, draw not bad, not bad. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not what we want. We want to win with black. We want to win with with white. Especially with white. So I don't think we want to. So can we move the bishop? Like bishop e3, there's knight g4. You could maybe make an argument for something like bishop f2, and if you
Wow.
take, maybe now
Maybe
you
go
move
back.
back and try to regain it, but it seems a little slow.
Yeah, that does. Seems a little slow.
Okay. Oh wait, what about this one? I like this one. A punch has bought. Hikaru stands tall. Versus Pretka, he won't fall. With Kanti and Bach narrating the
Narrating the
brawl.
brawl.
Cheer Hikaru as checkmate, he'll
Checkmate, he'll
call.
call.
Nice. I like it.
Nice. This sounds like it's festive, Christmas coming up. Sound like a Christmas carol or something. It's nice. Very
I think
nice.
that's actually he took a page out of Shakespeare's book with that one, right? That one's in the book.
That one's in the book. That one's 100% in the book, bro. 100% in the book. Oh,
Okay.
Thanksgiving first. That's right, Crazy Coffee Man. But I actually will be at US Masters. Unfortunately, my mom was like, "Why do you keep going to tournaments?" I'm like, "Mom, I gotta work, Mom. This is work." And
Yeah.
that was the best tournament of my year of ever. In last year in that same tournament. So I gotta repeat.
hmm Wait, what? I wonder if this guy uses ChatGPT. In the realm of chess, Hikaru is the king against Predke. Strategic moves will swing. Kenty and Bach as the poetic squall. Hikaru as checkmate and
Hey, bro,
thralls.
you just gotta
Huh.
stop. You need to repeat that one to put it in a group chat or something before you send that one off because that one's terrible. Again, Robbie, you've been bad today. It's been pretty gross from you today, Roby. That's all I gotta say. It's been pretty gross,
hmm
Roby.
Yeah. All right. Now we have these bishops in the chat, but these bishop is under attack. So, question is, which bishops are better? These bishops or these bishops on e7 and d7?
These bishops on D7 and E7 were really bad as well. I mean, they were bad, but now they feel like, especially after E5, things are opening up for sure. E5, look
Yeah.
at Hikaru. Let me see his face expressions. He's calculating. He did do a little like, okay, all right, I see you type thing. He doesn't seem disgusted or mad at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, but okay, all right. Yeah, that was nice. That was nice. I think he understands.
Now he's
Wait,
doing
is
the
there
little prawn, like,
right? Wait,
huh?
is there a huh? Can I?
Yeah, can I just take a pawn here? Wait, I think my pawn's blonde. Like, wait, what happens if I take a pawn? Huh?
Oh no, I'm a moron. No G4. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh no, I'm a moron. Okay, okay.
Oh, queen c. Oh,
Oh yeah,
takes knight
yeah.
d4, bishop d4, queen c. Oh my
Oh,
god,
oh,
oh my god, I blundered. Oh my
uh,
god,
uh,
oh my god, it's a blunt. Oh my
come on,
god.
chat. Moron. Okay, all right. And
All right,
then,
no.
all right, let's redo this. Let's regroup.
All right, we can't go down that line. Even though Hikaru here has two wooden shields in the center of the board. Looking down at
That's
every angle of
Christ.
the position. I don't know. The more I look at it, the more I think like taking perhaps isn't the way, but like bishop e3, knight g4, I don't see what we do there either. So I don't know. Perhaps Predke is just completely fine here.
Yeah, he is. He is, and it's just a stupid position. I mean, it's stupid and like, dang, bro, like, come on. He played everything. Like, Predke's playing excellent chess. And also, I mean, Hikaru is too, being tied for first, but this is a very annoying moment. It's very difficult. I mean, Predke, you have to give him credit. He's playing good chess here. He found some very great moves, and E5 is one of them. Where taking on E5, we are going to lose an exchange if we take on E5. That is that's the best line I think that we looked at was giving up the exchange. If not, then we do have this Bishop F2 move, which I haven't really seen. I think that's probably best. Bishop F2 is not something I even seen at all. It's just a very hard move to make because you are giving up the pawn, but you do give some pressure on it. After he takes, we go back to D4.
Exactly, yeah. But it does take some time before we regain this one. And maybe Black has to move bishop to e6. Look at this. If we take and take,
Look at
now
that.
Black has a little fork
Tricks.
going on. So we're gonna have to lose another tempo, moving the bishop back. And the question is where, like maybe the b3, but then Black can take, give us double pawns, maybe strike in the center. I mean, I don't know. It feels like even if we are better, it's so slim. Black should be doing fine here, I think, because we have these double pawns.
Right. Yeah, no, I believe so. I believe so.
All right. Okay, so let's see what Hikaru is gonna do. He's up 10 minutes on the clock, but no easy decisions here.
Yeah, no easy decisions at all. Especially this is the most critical moment of the game, I think. This is the rest of the
Of his
trajectory
life.
of his life, of his whole
No,
life.
I'm
That's
kidding.
right. Very important game.
Well, yeah, it's an important game, but I'm sure he's played bigger games. I think the biggest game of Hikaru's career was probably that game against Ding in the candidates last year,
Mm.
where had he not lost, he would have qualified to the candidates.
But then it's also a crazy situation of like what happened, what would have happened? Magnus stepped down, who was he facing? And then like, Hikaru could be world champ right now. Imagine that. I mean, he still is. He Fisher random world champ. You gotta remember that it's still a title, FIDE recognized as well. But he's a world
He's
champion.
looking at us. He's looking. Well, he
He's
was
looking
looking at
right
us
at
for a second.
what's up, chat? Hey, chat. Hey,
Hey,
hey.
Chad, I see you.
I see you, chat, staring right at us.
Yeah, but we've been talking a bunch with him about that. I'm pretty sure most of you guys would rather see Hikaru become world champion than streaming a little bit more, right? Or am I wrong on that one?
Well, he actually, his stream always runs, whether he's here or not. So it will still be ran anyway, and we would love to see it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everyone says true, 100%. Yeah, dead wrong. I want
Dead
Hikaru
wrong. I don't care.
himself. I
Right.
don't care about Buck and
I
Candy.
don't care
Get
about-
lost, you guys.
He needs to stream all hours of the day, no sleep. Stream him sleeping too. Some weirdos out there that like that too. You know what? Yeah, no, I'll watch him stream. I'll watch him sleep, bro. He
Well,
sleeps so peacefully. Oh my goodness.
Hikaru is in an interesting position here.
Wow, interesting sleep position. I wonder if that helps his chest.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So let's see what Hikaru is gonna do. I don't see. Yeah, no easy decisions here at all after e5 again. I think if you accept the pawn sacrifice, it all seems pretty straightforward. And I don't really see the way to keep the game going. Right? Perhaps he might settle on bishop f2. Because again, bishop e3, there's knight g4. You're
Right.
gonna have to give up your bishop there with, let's say, queen here, black takes. And I feel like here black should always be doing fine after, let's say, takes, and then bishop to f6. Like, I don't see how we're better at all. So
At all, yeah. Yeah.
I think by the process of elimination, you will probably settle on bishop f2.
Yeah, I think he will. Bishop f2. It seems like just the best move with obviously process of elimination. We gotta taking on e5 is not appealing. There's just too much activity. Bishop e3 obviously is gonna hit with knight g4. So bishop f2 is the only other move.
Someone says hot top stream would be gold. Balkan Canty should join. Hey, if Hikaru competes for the World Hot Top Championship, we will be here to provide
we there,
coverage.
man.
Yeah, we
you know
there.
What I'm saying? I'll be there too. So, yeah, hot tub, yeah, fire. We there. Hot tub streams. We there.
Yeah. He's a streamer first, so perhaps he needs to compete in that. No, well, no, he's gonna play chess till the day he dies, probably. And but yeah, he said himself many times that right now he still has a window of a couple of years, like 5 years or something, to go for the World Championship. So it would be great if he makes it into the candidates again. He has great chances, as he not only has chances in this tournament by finishing in the top 2, but also he is ahead for the rating spot.
Right. Just a favorite, like just everywhere. Looking good here, boy. Looking good.
Yep. So let's see what he's going to do. And actually, with that being said, let's actually have a look at how Firouzja is doing. Firouzja is probably his only competitor for the rating spot. All the others are way too far behind, like 20, 22 points. So let's see how Firouzja is doing. He's playing with the white pieces against Sarana. And hey, Firouzja is not better, which is what we love to see. We left off after queen d3, d5, queen g3, hitting the pawn, bishop h6. And black played d4 and got himself checkmated, and Firouzja wins his game.
Wow.
All right, no, I'm kidding. Knight e8 was played, defending the pawn, before.
Okay.
So, I got the chatters.
Yeah,
there.
you got the chatters. They're like, what? He made it? How did that happen? He GM, by the way. Right.
He GM by Knight a4, but it seems like Serrano's doing quite fine here.
Yeah, this looks fine. Besides the pieces look kind of strange on the back rank, but I mean, I have a weird knight on a4, and everything looks fine. Yeah, everything's pretty even though.
All right. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so knight a4. Let's see what black should do here. I guess you should move out the knight again, either to f6 or d6, because you also attack this pawn over here. e5 is not available, that hangs a pawn. And black is pretty happy about this one, as now black is a nice center. And white would love to play on that c5 square, but if you take, this no longer really makes sense. So maybe Firouzja wants to go knight c5 here, because it also defends the pawn.
Definitely. Knight c5 looks good. It's just, yeah, super equal. I'll probably take white because of the bit, especially I'm looking to trade knights here. The imbalances. Your bishop's worse than mine, and I have sort of a queenside majority, like sort of, because c pawn's kind of weird there. But it depends on how we capture here. I think white has some chances, even though the engine likes black here by like a hair. I actually like white, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's probably pretty even. Both sides have their chances. Very limited material already. 2 sets of minor pieces have been traded off, and As long as Fallujah doesn't win, I think we can be happy, especially if he doesn't win with the white piece. It's always more difficult to win with black. With white, you should get chances. But if you can win with white, then you easily can draw one game after another. And Sorana settles on the move knight f6, bring his knight back into the game and attacking this pawn over here. And also, maybe after knight c5, he can just go for a move like e5, grabbing the center, and now this bishop can move out as well.
Yeah, that's kind of annoying. I might have to go h3 there, like none of that action. Or, yeah, maybe just h3. Do not want that bishop coming over to g4.
Goes bishop d3. So Fallujah's happy to give up his bishop for the knight, but in case black does this, you're stuck with this passive bishop over here. So I really don't think Sorana should do this. I think a move that makes a lot more sense, again, is the move e5, grabbing space in the center and bringing out this bishop.
Okay. Right, chat is crazy there. Mods are on it. Thank you, chat. Thank you, mods. Well, all right.
Oh, what about this one, Canty? Sub
What we
on
got?
kick to make Hikaru move quick.
Oh, that's fire. Sub on quick to make the kick to make Hikaru move quick. That's fire, bro. That's fire.
Okay, so let's see what is going to happen here. Looking pretty even, Steven. And yeah, hey, the Sicilian seems to be doing pretty well for black, eh?
Sicilian players. Who is Sicilian players in the chat? What Sicilian variation is your favorite? Let's put that in the chat. Let's get chat involved here. We got a lot of Sicilians, and it seems like they're doing well. Showing you Sicilian is still alive and kicking. Nightdorf from Big Bach from the block there. Okay, let me put the same in there. I'm gonna go with a Nightdorfy. Okay, we got Nightdorf hyper accelerated. There we go. I got a hyper accelerated video, but we do hate the Maroxy buying, even with the new stuff with Queen B6 that all of the stand boys play. What I mean by stand is Kazakhstan and like Kyrgyzstan and all of them over there actually do play a lot of the Queen P6, Knight C6, Bishop G7 lines, but it's still a Maroxy bind, which is super annoying. Sveshnikov, Kalashnikov, Tamanov, nice. Accelerated EX, never seen it that way. Smith Morgan from white side. Nice.
Nice. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a great thing about the Sicilian. There's still many ways you can go, right? After e4, c5, knight f3, you can go d6, with which you can go into the knight, but you can also go into the rouser. You can go g6, the hyper accelerated dragon, knight c6. Knight c6 can still go many ways, so I can go into the Rossolimo or the open. If you go into the open, there's the Sveshnikov, the accelerated dragon, the Taimanov, all of those different things. So that's really the great thing about the Sicilian. Whereas like e4, e5, it often leads to the same, like you either get the Rui or the Italian, right?
Right. That's exactly right. Some of the stupid things chat says is hilarious. You guys are funny. That's funny. Jared and Synchro.
All right. So let's see what is going to happen. And yeah, I don't know what chat is saying. Like, anyway, so let's see what's going to happen. I think Sorana should be doing quite fine, but still a lot of play left in this position.
Lots of play left, 100%. Hikaru still in think tank.
Okay. Yeah, let's check back in this game between Wojtasek and Fabiano. Okay, so we see a trade over here, bishop d2, bishop b6, f4 hitting the knight one here, queen c1. I like Wojtasek's position by a smidge. That's a word, right? A smidge? Like an inch, like a smidge?
Yeah, yes.
A tiny bit better. Smidge, yeah. He's got more space, slightly better square for pieces, but black is so extremely solid, no weaknesses. So I'm gonna make a hot take here. I think this game will end in a draw. Hot take of today.
Draw. Okay. Hot take. That is definitely a hot take there. I am going to say, well, I have to not say draw, so I'll say black wins this one. But I don't see it. I'm just going to say it. I'm just saying it, even though I would take white.
All right. So let's see what is going to happen. Has anyone ever spilled a drink over the board on accident? I'm sure that has happened, but I don't remember it in any of my recent games.
Nothing recent, but nothing recent. But I have seen like water and like knock the water over and like, oof, man, that stuff is crazy.
Oh,
Yeah.
I do remember though. I was playing a tournament. It was in St. Petersburg in Russia. It was a blitz tournament. And I don't know what happened. It's blitz, probably like pieces flying around. Maybe someone making an illegal move. Someone said like, "Hey, illegal move." Other guy was like, "No, no, no." But all of a sudden, two guys were fighting. They were going at it. They were going at each
Wow.
other. They're like, and yeah, one guy threw the other guy on the table. The chess pieces were flying over. It was pretty. I've never seen something like that. It was pretty wild.
Wow.
But Canty, you were hinting earlier that you might do some chess boxing. Is that true?
I actually have posted on Instagram of my recent footage of me in the gym boxing. So I have boxed a lot. And when the time comes, in fact, I guess I'm putting it out there now, since there's not a lot of, we have viewers here, but we're not everywhere. So some people know, some people don't. But yes, I am getting into chess boxing. I've been boxing for the last 6, 7 months now. So it's been nice. It's been very nice. It's the best workout I've ever done besides lifting weights. It's very, I mean, it's you get gassed out. You really get gassed out in the first 2 or 3 minutes of boxing. You're like, whoa! Like the first time I did it, I was like, I should be good. I'm in great shape, and it was different. And now it's different. The cardio is different for sure. Love it.
Yeah, no, I can definitely see that. You see those fights where someone goes at it in the first couple of rounds, then they gas out, like you said, and they're just getting punched in the later rounds. You're like, dude, do something, but
Do something.
you're
I
just
can't.
you're just tired, I
Get
guess. I
knocked.
can't, can't.
Get him out of there.
But
Stop
yeah,
the fight. Right.
but I feel bad for your opponent. I feel bad for your opponent because he's going to be in a lot of hurt.
Yeah, yeah. I lift a lot of weight and I'm punching quite quickly. I'm ducking. I'm moving ahead. I'm learning. I'm learning. So I'm growing. But you always become a student. You always want to be a student, and that's what I'm doing here. Still being a student of the game. It's great cardio, guys. I highly recommend it. Get into boxing as a class or hitting the bag and stuff like that. But it's very fun. It's exhilarating. You also like feel better when you hit the bag. Like you just not that you're stressed. Some people are stressed, but like you feel better. You let it all go there when you when you're boxing. So it's gonna be fun, bro.
Hmm. Yeah, so you say you joined a local gym where you spar against others?
Yes, both. I actually hit the bag a lot at Lifetime Fitness, and I also join. I have 4 gym memberships, but I also go to the Gold's gym, and I box there, either sparring or taking some of the boxing classes with the experienced boxers.
Hmm. All right, nice, nice. Um, yeah, so let's see what is going to happen in this game. Bak means MMA fighter in Japanese. Interesting. All right,
Wow,
so yeah,
Bach, man, Bach is imagine Bach is a martial artist. Yeah, you wouldn't want to touch that guy. Hands, I got the
yeah.
hands
And it's actually kind of
and
interesting.
feet.
I feel like chess boxing, it all comes down to the boxing because you could be winning on the board, but the other guy can just sit there and hey, if they knock you out, then
It's
that's
a
a
wrap.
GG.
You know what I mean? And 1, 2, a little uppercut. Ooh wee. I've been learning a lot of punch combos lately. So combos while slipping and dodging and rolling. Rolling is harder, but I've been
Hmm.
learning a lot. So it's been fun. It's been really fun boxing, guys.
Yeah,
Highly
definitely
recommend it.
something I guess it's definitely some like at least the training. It sounds really good. So that's definitely something I want to try out myself. Like getting into the ring, I don't know. That's I have a lot of respect for people who do that, but
Hmm.
I assume you also take some risk doing that. But I guess the training it sounds really good.
Yeah, the training's fun. Like especially if you've never done it and you think you're in shape, man, I'm telling you, it's just different. It's completely different. And I hopped in there and I was like, bro, what is like I was like, I've never worked out like this before. You burn like 600 calories in like 45 minutes, which is something crazy. Sometimes even more. But man, guys, I highly recommend it. I'm telling you, get in there. You ain't got to get punched in the face, but you definitely want to maybe take some class.
Yep. All right. So someone is begging us to go to the Anish game, but it's looking pretty boring. We just have a typical Rue or Italian with double the E pawns, all of the pieces on the board. We haven't moved by Hikaru though, so let's go to that. Hikaru played the move bishop to E3. Now we would love to see predicate
Uh-oh.
take. Says the rook takes for better, but what do we do after knight G4? I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. And I'm sure, I mean, he obviously sees it. So he's just saying, oh, okay, I guess he's just saying it's not that bad. There's something like knight g4. Obviously, we're going to defend the bishop somehow. Like, I don't know, queen up or whatever. We're going to defend the bishop. Maybe queen up to d3, d2, e2. Doesn't matter. Knight takes e3, takes, pawn takes f4, queen takes bishop f6, which I think you pointed this out already, actually, in fact. But
Yeah.
wait a second. There's like a queen b2 check. Sorry, queen b6 check with
Hmm.
b2 falling. Is the queen trapped in there? C2. There's a lot of stuff, bro. I'm like, looking so far here.
Wait.
So
Oh,
where do we go
you want to go
first?
for like this, yeah?
No, I wanted to
Check.
go. I wanted to go queen e2 first. Queen e2 and defend the bishop. Oh,
Maybe
that's
this is a
sick too, though.
line. See,
Bishop
there's
e3, queen h4. I'm out of there. Yeah.
the queen does not get herself trapped. Yeah.
Right, right.
I don't know. Interesting stuff, but I don't know if all of this actually works. And you're really burning some bridges. I don't know what to make of Hikaru's body language. He doesn't look
Let me check him.
too thrilled, to be honest. And I also don't know what he's gonna do here.
Oh yeah, he's probably gonna move the queen up to defend, and then after knight takes, queen takes, there's probably gonna be a capture on f4, and then after the capture on f4, wow, you have to take with the queen. There's bishop g5. So then what happens on
Yeah.
queen b2 check? What is this line, Bach? Am I losing it? Is black winning a pawn or no? Queen takes f4, rook takes bishop g5, right? So if queen
Oh,
takes,
so this one, yeah.
right, correct. Am I just going up a pawn here? It seems risky, but I think I can take this.
Oh,
And
look at this. We go
then,
knight
oh
d5,
wow,
hitting the
that's what
bishop,
he saw.
and then c3. Good luck getting out of there.
Whoa, yeah, sheesh. Oh, sorry, Bach. I had to take the pawn there. I just, I love the
Ooh.
pawns. I had to take it.
Oh,
So
and look at this. Let's say you go queen c2, trying to get out via a4. We go a4, and the queen cannot get out. Rook e2 is simply going to trap it.
yeah, trap. There, that's what happens when you pawn grab sometimes, guys. I can't help myself. President of the Pawn
It's
Grabbers Association.
Yeah, here black would get stuck with their hand in the cookie jar. All right, so let's see what is going to happen. Knight g4 looks like a very logical move to me for Predke. I mean, taking on a 4 gives Hikaru a pretty nice advantage after rook takes, but this move it's very logical. Now, I think after all of these lines, black should not go queen b6, as we pointed out. Your queen gets trapped. Maybe what about this one, bishop f6? Although it hangs a pawn. Now, if black could magically get the bishop here, I think they're better, but it has some problems, right? Because as soon as you go here, you hang this.
Yeah, some pawns, bro. Man, you definitely want to take that pawn. So this is what he saw here, being as strong as he is. He's like, you know what? You can have a bishop, but I got pressure on you. How do you untangle? How do you untangle, buddy?
Exactly. And if black is not quick here, we have rook 81, knight d5, and I think white's doing quite okay. So I think black is doing fine, but we cannot quite say that black has an advantage either. The time is approximately even. So let's see what Predke is going to do. He has made 11 moves so far. And, one thing he has to be careful of is his time usage, as he's already spending quite a bit of time on the clock.
Yeah, he definitely is. Oh, they're now about even, so that's a good thing. It's kind of like just starting from square one again. What he is thinking here, Predke, is like, what do I do?
Wait.
What do I
Oh.
do?
One game I definitely want to point out is the game between Yu Young-yi and Bakro, as Bakro seems to have a nice advantage. This started off as a Kalashnikov. Look at that. Early g6. White having a firm grip over the d5 square. And black gambits a pawn, but does black have enough compensation? The computer says no. Apparently here f4 is
Ooh,
crushing to undermine the knight. Because let's
that's a
look at some
strong move.
lines. Let's
That's
see.
very strong.
Oh!
F5,
Uh-oh.
and we live. Big move.
Yeah. Bishop is trapped. Oh.
Big move.
And let's say you go here to attack my knight. Now I take to protect it. So if Bakro finds f4, he's in very good shape to... Oh, and look at this, James. Therefore, you cannot take as it hangs your knight. Now, you can take here. And if we
Okay,
recapture,
knight
now
takes,
take.
takes, bishop d4.
And you might
Oh,
think, like, hey,
anyway.
but I get the rook.
Ooh.
But look at this. All of your dark squares are weakened, and white's got a very nice initiative.
Yeah, this is never good from the black side in chat, as you see, as Bacchus is pointing out here. Just because you can take a rook doesn't mean that you should, especially if it's a thin kettle bishop, that is your strongest piece and on offense and defense for your king. This is a very bad position for black, as we have the dark squares, and you could get mated very quick.
Yeah, no, this is extremely risky, giving up the dark square bishop your soul and pride around your king. So you only do it if you really get something big in return, like usually a pawn or even in exchange. It might not be worth it. And yeah, we see here that Bakro would have a crushing position, but he would have to find the move f4. And Bakro, he's in a chasing pack, if I'm not mistaken. He's a 4 out of 6, so that would all of a sudden give him a great tournament.
This is a very nice position for him. Big win too. The man's 27-20. You Yankee out here.
Yeah.
Or is it Yankee you? They always have it like weird. Like I think even Ding's name is like Loren Ding or Ding Loren. Like it's like which one
I
is it?
never have an idea what their first name is, what their surname is. But I just say the full thing, like Yu Young Yi, Ding Loren, you know.
Right.
But another game that looks very interesting to me that I definitely want to point out to our viewers is the game between Keimer and Korobov. Now, Keimer, he knows everything. He knows every single variation under the sun. Let's have a look at this. So this started off as a swap. Keimer playing the I call this the two knights attack against the swap. If you bring out the two knights, takes a 4, stopping black from going here, bishop here. And Keimer goes for this very nice move, h4, not caring. Now f3, building a big center, pushing even more p with the move g4. He doesn't care, castling his king by hand, but he seems to have a very nice position here. Look at these pawns. This is weak, and it looks straight for white.
Oh, definitely. I like it. Let's go. Oh, I love this for white. G5. I'm about to open up this file with a smile, baby. I'm stacking something eventually, but gotta be careful. You gotta be careful.
Yeah. So perhaps Keimer can get a win as well here. He's on 4 out of 6. He got very lucky earlier in the tournament against Volakitin. You saw what happened, right?
Oh, which game?
It was a touch move incident.
Oh, the touch move game. Yeah, where he blundered. It was a draw position. He blundered a whole rook type thing. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of a pity that we couldn't watch that exact moment on camera. You know, here's the thing. In other sports, they have the VAR, video assistant referee, or Varusian Jacobian,
Oh,
who
okay.
points that out. You know, it's like, all right, you know, pawn takes c5. You know, the pawn was touched. Call for Keimer. They do that.
Easy. I didn't know that. That's great, chat. That's how they do it. That's exactly how they do it. Exactly. Danya had a match against Vincent last night. Oh, that's fire. Vincent getting some practice in.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people playing in Title Tuesday who were playing in this tournament. What do you make of that? I was somewhat surprised to see that.
I think a lot of times, especially in between the rounds, like you just want to get those practices in. For instance, remember the Ferrugia walking by as we talking about it, the candidates thing where he was in the candidates. He stayed up with Daniel Naroditsky all night playing bullet and then proceeded to get crushed in the next game. And the candidates, I think it was by Jan, by the way. But it was it's okay, you can play, you know, you should get some games in. I can see get some games in. It'd be fun. Get some games in Blitz. And it's only like if you're playing both Title Tuesdays, which you actually can't because it was playing it sometime, I think, or something like that. But it's good to play one, maybe get a little bit of practice in. It's only 11 games, you know, depending on who you playing and stuff. So we'll see.
All right, we have knight at g4, hitting the bishop on d3. I don't think we have a good score for the bishop, and so Hikaru just gives up the bishop pair with the move queen e2. I guess Pretka is just going to take now, right? Or is there another move to consider?
Oh no, definitely. It's h3. I'm going to kick you away, but I guess he could because like I can take this bishop when I kind of want to. Unless you go, no, maybe I'll go bishop d2. Believe it or not. Yeah, maybe I'll go bishop d2 if you don't take it.
Hikaru has the jacket on. What does that tell us? Like usually he puts on a jacket. He's like, okay, game's over. You can resign. Stop wasting my time here. You know, I'm already, you know, getting dressed for the cold weather. But what does the jacket mean here? Or is it just a little bit chilly over there?
I'm actually thinking the same thing. What does the jacket mean here? It must be he still has it on. He hasn't taken it off. To sipping the coffee there, probably. Let me see. Yeah, jacket. He said, all right, okay. Yeah, it's probably draw. It's probably draw. He's what he feels. It also could be cold, chat. Correct. It also could be cold in there.
Tim thinks it might be the frustration jacket. We haven't thought about that one yet. But it's some interesting lines. Like, let's say you take on f4. Can we take like this and allow queen b6 again, king h1? You take, I guess, knight d5. And again, there's always never mind. This is not good. It's not good. Black just blundered here. This would not be good.
No good. That doesn't work.
No. So I think you just have to take the bishop sooner or later.
Yeah, queen e2. Take those. Take back. And be good.
Oh, and people have been asking questions. Can the players talk during the game? No, they cannot. But I think back in the day, they used to be a lot more lenient about this. And I think there was someone, I think there was a player who said if you want to get good at chess, you should learn Russian and then just hear what the Russian players are saying as they go to the restroom. Where
Oh,
maybe
right.
back in the day
Oh,
they would talk
yeah,
about
okay.
the game or whatever.
Oh,
Now
that's
that's
funny.
definitely not happening. You cannot talk during the game at all. The only moment you can talk is if you offer a draw. So that definitely makes chess a bit of a interesting activity, right? Because during what other activity are you supposed to be quiet for 6-7 hours in a row?
Yeah, that's true. There's like no other sport where you do this, in fact. Maybe poker? Maybe poker? I
Yeah, but
mean,
you still talk a little bit with the other people on the table, right?
that's true. You do talk at the other people on the table. So, I mean, police interrogations, like, geez, people in the chat. Librarian, we got some other ones in there that we may not say here. Funny.
Yeah, sleep. Yeah, sleeping is an activity. Well, there
Sleeping,
are some
okay.
people who talk in their sleep.
That's right.
You know, you won't be forfeited if you talk in your sleep. That's for sure.
Yeah, poker
Poker, you
they talk
trash
all the
talk.
time.
No.
That's true, but I do see some players in poker that just try not to speak too much. But it's definitely, man, yeah, this is the only one. Fencing, okay, that's a good one. Fencing,
Mhm.
fencing.
But fencing doesn't take. Is it considered impolite to talk during fencing?
I don't know. Do we have any fencers in the chat? Is it impolite to talk? Like, if you trash talking, like, bro, I'm about to beat you, bro. What you doing? You don't know what you're doing with your little sword, there, buddy.
Maybe, but even then, it doesn't take 6-7 hours. So
Yeah, right. Exactly.
darts players, they talk. They're like, "Oh, ref, what do I need?" Anyway, we have a night, but darts is not at all a thing in the US, right? Darts, I think it's only a thing in the UK and in the Netherlands because
Wow.
around the late 90s, early 2000s, we had a world champion that got darts very popular in the Netherlands, and like a lot of people they bought a darts board, and I've also been throwing a few when I was younger.
Okay, yeah, I throw some darts at the bar with off some drinks with some buddies. So, have some dart fun buddies. Darts, chat. Darts is
Yeah,
big as me. That's correct. And pool,
yeah,
yeah,
but
pool's
not at
nice.
all a thing in the US, right?
Oh no, it's a thing. It's a thing. It's definitely
That's
it's
the
it's
thing.
a big thing. It's a big thing. Yeah, it's just like for instance, somebody said darts and pool community overlap. He's correct. I've seen a lot of pool players that usually when there's pool around, there's darts and vice versa. When there's darts, there's a pool table
Mhm.
nearby.
All right, nice, nice. Okay, knight takes c3, queen takes on the board by Hikaru. Now, if Hikaru gets another move here, let's say you're slow, and we go f5, all of a sudden the white is doing great. This bishop stays somewhat passive. We have excellent control over the d5 square. But fortunately for Pretka, he has the time to open up the position. Actually, he plays rook c8 first. We move with a tempo, so that in case we move our bishop, now he can take.
Mm. Okay, a7 maybe hanging. Weirdly enough, there.
But yeah, you're right. This is hanging. What Hikaru can do is, let's say, move like bishop d5, takes and take here, and try to snap off the entire queen side.
Then we really got some pass pawns, and we could be cooking with something here. We'll be cooking with something for sure. Let's just get some little imbalances to try to play for a little bit more than a draw.
Synchronized swimming. I mean, I guess people don't talk as they swim, yeah?
Trying to talk to them. What's up, bro? I'm trying to breathe. Like, don't talk to me, bro.
Yeah.
I'll see you at the top, hopefully, because you about to run out of breath.
Yeah, no, that'll be difficult.
Right.
Okay, jackets off. Hikaru means business. Huh? Rook c8, huh? Wait. Is that a mistake?
I don't
I think
believe it. I
that's a
don't know. Something's
mistake.
wrong. Right. That's a mistake. I don't know. Are you sure? What?
Well, one thing Hikaru definitely does is the side eye. He looks and then this.
The side eye. Gary is the same way with that, with the face raise. He used to say how, when the watch comes off, that's Gary playing the game. When the watch comes on, it's about time to resign when he puts the watch on. But also the facial expressions and the looks that Gary would give would be menacing and very scary. So, of course, Hikaru with the looks here, like, just what? No, huh?
I,
What is this?
and I'm wondering, I think one thing that Pratt could be thinking about is, let's say rook c8. Let's say Hikaru goes bishop e3. I think what he has in mind is to take and bishop e6, as normally white would love to play knight d5, right? Let's say in this position right here, like let's say taking bishop e6. I think we go knight d5, and white's better. Or I think, I'm not even sure, but like let's say black takes, we can recapture with the bishop. But in this line, with rook c8 included, now if you go down that same line, the pawn on c2 would be hanging. And taking with the e pawn is never really what you want to do, is now your bishop is completely dead.
Right. Bishop is blocked off, which we don't want. And I mean, black bishop can just sidestep bishop f6 and have a great bishop versus a bad bishop. I mean, we could get ours active with c4 and bishop c2 at some point, but I mean, it's going to take some moves. It's not something we really want to be doing.
Yeah. So let's see what he's gonna do. He can go after. Okay, he's reaching. Okay, well, he's of course reaching for the bishop. That's not a
He's
mystery.
not reaching for the king, chat. I'm telling you that. He will not move the king or anything else other than the bishop.
I guess we'll just have to see how he's reaching for it. If he reaches for more like this, it means he's gonna move it back.
You know what I'm
If
saying?
he reaches more like this, it means he's gonna move it forward.
Yep.
So let's
That's it. It's a
pay
finger. You
close
know what I mean?
attention.
Back, forward. You know what I'm saying? Like back, forward. Like it's ways that it's like Morse code in a way, or like sign language. Just to let you know.
Hmm. Now, unfortunately, I missed the exact moment when he was reaching for it, so I have no idea. But let's hope we can catch it. But Kenty, which one do you think? Bishop e3, bishop d5, or bishop a2? Which one of those three?
I like bishop d5 because it's a tempo. I'm always a fan of a tempo. I worked with a very strong Russian coach that would tell me a lot about calculations, COE. That's what we live by now, and also the tempo. Those two things were the biggest things I ever learned from him. Was be a fan of the tempo. You get that extra time, and it really does matter. So bishop d5, I really like because it is a tempo. I am threatening to take on b7. Of course, maybe there's some rook b8 stuff, but like the fact that it is putting in the center of the board makes it sort of a tempo that we can maybe use later. And that pawn is going to be hanging at some point, especially if we're able to deal with b2 and etc. So I like bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop d5 makes sense. And Hikaru plays it. Well, let's see if we can catch the move in action. And again, we can probably. He's looking at Pretka like, huh? What are you doing? Pawn takes a 4 by the instantly by Pretka.
What are you doing?
Okay, now he has to go for this, right? I think he has to go for this. But what if black goes b6?
How do I get out of here?
But you don't actually
Yeah, I'm
get
not even
trapped.
trapped. Yeah, at all, ever.
Yeah.
Right.
And hey, you can get out of this like this. Boom, queen takes a7. Hikaru means business. Let's go.
Boom. Queen takes a7.
He don't care.
We don't care about nothing, Chad. Literally don't. Boom. Sometimes, have you ever like slammed a piece? I don't do that because like this is too much. But sometimes the way that you take a piece or the way that it hits or slams could be an authority, even if it's garbage. Like I've seen that a lot, especially in Bliss Chess. There's a friend of mine here in Michigan that does that all the time, and he just always slams moves down. He's a master, but even if it's a bad move, he would slam it. So it'd be like hit the clock, and you like, whoa, shoot, what was that? And it's trash. But it was more of a bluff than anything else. So because the engine actually likes black, but queen takes a7. I mean, I like white here. I mean, how do they like black? How do they like the black pieces here? Like,
I don't know. It's a good question. The thing for black is that this is not a real threat. Because let's say black goes here and we take black goes rook b8, attacking the queen, and then the pawn on b2 drops, and black is doing absolutely fine. But after rook 8, I assume we drop the queen back. Let's say to f2, we want to take here. And, there is an imbalance. White's got, a majority on the queen side. This is still somewhat weak. We have a nice bishop. So Hikaru at least has a lot to work with. And by the way, it looks like Firouzja got a nice haircut. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, you got the fresh cut. Look at it. You know what I'm saying? Very smooth, very fly. Like, yeah, I know you said it, not me. Like Firouzja out here. I mean, yes, new haircuts. Yes. But again,
oh, this is insane. This is
insane. I mean, new haircuts. I feel good.
Okay. So which move do we expect here from Pretka, right? Like, this pawn is under attack, so I think you should address that. Like, let's say go bishop f6 once again. We're not going to take here. Rook b8 will come in with devastating effect. But I think we can just take an f4. And hey, we are up a pawn, so I quite like our chances here.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, one thing, though. Someone keeps spamming in the chat. What do I think about Gukash going up to number 7, then dropping 32 ELO points? I mean, it happens. It happens. Those are young players. They go up and down. They go up because they're very aggressive. But that can also be their downfall, as sometimes they take too much risk. But Kanti, go ahead. I wanted to address that question.
Yeah, of course. When you go down 30 points, like it happens. I mean, even Magnus having the highest rating. One thing you have to know is when you go up, you will go down. At some point, it's going to go down. And you can have a lot of up, but you can have a lot of down too as well. And I think what I learned is there's more of a range than anything else that you'll stay in, and then you'll fix some things on this. I got some points going up because I was playing this way. Now they know that I'm playing this way, so they're going to prep against it, which means I have to switch it. I might lose some points that way because I don't have the experience. It's a lot to it. Like Fabiano getting close to 2,800. He got back to 2,800 after how many years, right? After it was a long time.
Like 2
Fabi.
years.
2 years, yeah, 2 years for Fabi. Wasn't at 2,800. Finally got back to 28. He dropped a little bit, but he's staying in the range of very close. 28. You're going to go down. You're going to go up here and there. So you just want to try to stay in the range, though, if you can.
Exactly. There's one very easy way to make sure that you don't lose rating, and that is just to not play at all. But yeah, then also you don't gain any rating.
That's right. Yeah.
So
yeah, I think you have to be more selective. I was again the Russian chess coach I was working with, but even Russian period, I know they just like have he says like there's a period where they study for 2 to 3 months at a time, sometimes more, and then they'll play in a span of tournaments, and then they'll pause and do the same thing. And that's what I'm starting to do. I'm starting to see better results that way because I'm staying off the radar a little bit. I'm prepping more things, different things, getting stronger and coming back stronger. So you have to play every month. Sometimes you can exhaust yourself by playing too much too as well.
yeah, and that's also what I've been trying to do a little bit, trying to be more selective in my tournaments. Because yeah, I mainly try to play tournaments that are like round robins, like the classics in St. Louis, where I'm guaranteed 9 games against strong opposition. Whereas in those opens, it can be sometimes a little bit annoying trying to get to those 23, 2400s. People like yourself, James, people that are good, but not easy to beat.
Right. Absolutely. Very strong stuff. So, these open tournaments are hard. They now made that requirement that you need a norm now in open tournaments. So I'm like, dang, that's hard. I've gotten 5.5, I've gotten 6.5, but I need like 7. I need a
Yeah.
smooth 7. And like I'll be able to norm at an open tournament. So that's gonna be difficult. But I'm up for the challenge and I'm just working. You worry about work over results is what we preach all the time. Stop worrying about the result, worry about the work that produces the result, and you get it every time.
Exactly. Nice. All right, so let's see. Predke in the tank. We're up 7 minutes on the clock. The pawn on the 4 is hanging. You don't quite want to defend with a move like g5. That seems very weakening. Bishop g5 also somewhat passive. I'm wondering, can Black go for the move bishop f6, creating a counter threat? Well, let's see. Let's say we take. Black
Yeah, I
takes.
like. Oh yeah, this
We
is take,
take.
and
Takes.
take and take. Double
And
up.
I don't
Oh,
know.
that's
It
nice. Pressure. Take white all
feels like
day.
White has got too much pressure going on at the end of the day. Bishop e6, for example, is not available. Take.
Boom,
Take.
boom. Hitting, splitting.
Yeah, and if you go here, we can take another pawn and hit this. So I think the direct approach with bishop f6 does not quite work. I'm sure both players have looked at it. So Predke has to look for something else. And I don't know, the more I look at it, the more I feel like this position is pretty imbalanced. Hikaru generally is the better player in these complicated, unbalanced positions. He's also up a little bit of time on the clock. So even though the evil board is somewhat in Predke's favor, I like Hikaru's chances here.
Same. I like Hikaru's chances. I like them practically. I mean, I love the practicality of chess. The practical. Yes, the engine says this. Oh, the engine says that. Oh, the engine, right? But practical or practically, when I'm playing a position and the things to think about all across the entire board makes it difficult. Also, your time is ticking, right? So that can definitely have a influence on the moves that you make due to the time that you are in. Sometimes you don't want to go down a complicated line, but the engine might say, oh, that's the best way to do it is go through the complicated line, but you only got 20 minutes on the clock to figure that out. And one mistake will lose the game. So a lot of practical things here. As Liju says in the chat, engine, shut up. That's exactly right. Sometimes you have to actually say that to the engine, bro, shut up. You know what I mean? They show you some things and you're like, how did I see that? Because they know humans not going to see that, right? That's fine. That's okay. So you just tell the engine sometimes to shut up, or sometimes you love the engine. It's a love-hate relationship.
Exactly. Yeah. Some people were wondering in the chat, Magnus qualified to the candidates through the World Cup, but he's hinting that he's probably going to decline. What happens in that case? Well, in that case, the number 4 player from the World Cup will qualify, which is Nijat Abbasov. And that would really be, the crown for his career. I mean, who would expect that a player rated around 2680 would make it into the candidates? But he will probably be there. Magnus has said many times he will not play. And we saw with the World Championship, generally he speaks his mind. So I think Abbasov will be there.
Yeah, he's gonna be there, and I mean, shoot, I would be there too. Hey, look, you're gonna play every best game, right? And again, focus on the work, not the result, because he's not expected to do anything there, and that's okay. That's numbers, and you're supposed to expect that there. But what he needs to do is just focus. And it's the best tournament of your entire life right now is these candidates. So he's gonna try to hit hard.
Mm-hmm. And some people are being critical of the World Championship cycle, but I don't necessarily see what the problem is. I mean, there's many different paths to get to the candidates, and I
What are
think
all
all
the
of the
paths
players
there, Bach?
who
Actually, which is good to know. I know you can win through Grand Swiss, through Isle of Man. I mean, it's Grand Swiss, same thing.
yeah.
Highest rating, and then I forgot the other ones.
Yeah. So the
World Cup,
runner-up from the World Championship gets into the candidates, so that's
right?
Jana Pomniachtchi.
Yeah.
3 players from the World Cup. I think some players might raise some questions about that one. Usually it's like 2, but 3 from the World Cup, 2 from the Grand Swiss,
Okay.
1 by rating, and
Right.
1 through the FIDE circuit. And right now,
What's the
Gukesh is
FIDE
leading the
circuit?
FIDE circuit,
Is that
but
the Grand Prix points?
Anish, no, Grand Prix is not it's not here this year. But
Oh,
the
okay.
thing is, Gukesh is leading, but if Anish has one good event, he will overtake him. But also Wesley is right behind. So Gukesh, Anish, or Wesley will probably get that 8 spot.
Okay. That's cool. It's very cool. Very cool. And next April, man, Canada's coming up, baby. It's right around the corner,
Yeah,
check.
that's gonna be fire. Yeah. You were in Toronto before, right? Like how was it over there?
Oh, Toronto's a 5. I'm not even gonna lie. Look, Canada is a beautiful place. I love Toronto. It's very nice. Say Toronto. They say, "Hey, you're not from here," because I always would say the extra T. Like I would pronounce them both because there's 2 T's, but apparently it's Toronto. So it's nice out there, though. I love Toronto. It's extremely fun. Lots of good people, lots of good food. Good hospitality. I'm a fan of. Shout out to Canada.
Mhm.
Also, chess bras out there. Every time I go out there, I visit the chess bras. So shout out to the chess bra community. I'm over there hanging out with those boys. You'll see me on their stream in December.
I know those fire. I saw you visiting them last year
Yeah,
during the
it's
finals
fire.
of the Chess.com Global, and actually Chess.com is having their finals there again for the
Right.
what is it, the Champions Chess Tour.
That's
I
right.
saw you will be there again, so
I will
that's for
be.
sure going to be a lot of fun. The candidates going to be there, so that's awesome to see. And by the way, look at the clock. Look at the clock. Predka already getting down 12 minutes on the clock. Spam Canty and Bach to get Predka low on clock.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right. So which move do you think he will play?
I think he's going to play Bishop F6. I like the Bishop F6 move, but I also like. I still have to think. Maybe Bishop C6. No, that's not enough. There's a lot to think about.
Hmm. Yeah, bishop f6,
Yeah,
we
Bishop
looked at that
F6
line,
is
but it
very,
feels
but
like
exactly, he
white
could just
just
take
goes
on
up a pawn there,
F4.
yeah.
Right, just goes up the pawn. So Bishop G5. I mean, what are we actually
That
doing
looks
here? The pawns are
passive,
pretty
right?
gross. Yeah, it's pretty bad. And then B7's
G
hanging. I thought about G5, but I'm like, man, that's a lot to do, bro. That's a lot.
but
Like,
but hey, if you get bishop f6, I mean, hey, there is something to be said for this. And taking a pawn looks risky. Taking the queen, there's this. Don't want to get into that.
maybe we do go G5.
This. Maybe we can get away with taking it now and pinning ourselves. I don't know. Well, you have to not only Canty and Bach, you have to say Canty and Bach to get or I don't know. Maybe we can tweak that a little bit.
Check out chat. Spam candy and bot to get perky low on clock. Easy work. Okay.
That's right. Okay. Pretka in the tank, 36 minutes. I don't know, 36 minutes for another 25 moves. He has to be really careful here. He could end up in serious time pressure.
Yeah, this is crazy. Like we've been sitting here, guys. Do you guys remember? It doesn't even seem that long ago. But you guys remember when we were at an hour and 20 minutes? Like when they both had an hour and 20, it just feels like it was so fast. Because that's
Mm-hmm.
how fast it does go, to be honest. It does go very, very quickly. The time.
Yep. All right. And Canty, what do you make of this time control? The players get 1 hour and 40 minutes for the first 40 moves. After that, another 15 minutes, and after another, and then on move 60, they get an additional 15 minutes.
I don't know.
What do you
What's
make of
world
all of that?
champion? What is world championships time control? Because it feel like this
Well,
is longer than that. That's what it
Well,
feels
it's
like.
the same. It's the same. For the World Championship, they get 2 hours for the first 40 moves, then an hour, and then 15 minutes for the rest of the game. So, like, those extra 20 minutes that you get in the World Championship, that is integrated into the increment.
Oh, okay. And this is why this is this is a long time control. I mean, I remember seeing one broadcast. I think I was a part of one of them too, but with 7 hours, guys, of one chess game. Well, obviously all
Yeah,
these games are played, but you have to realize, this is why it's important to work on fitness. Like, it's good to have that focus in the 6th or 7th hour, when you can get very tired. Also, diet is important, right? Magnus doesn't drink the orange juice anymore because you can crash. Talks about having a personal chef to take care of his meals and etc., which I do the same. I am my own personal chef, but I do make sure I cook my meals and etc., and like make sure I'm good to go to be able to play healthy mind, healthy body. Chat.
exactly. Yeah.
Six,
So
7 hour
let's see
games.
if there's any other games that we can look at. Oh, we have some developments in the game of Fabiano. So we left off right over here. Bishop f7 was played. Rook f1, bishop b4, e5 by Wojtaszek, striking in the center. f5, bishop f2, bishop b6. Looking pretty even, Steven. I wonder what the idea is behind the move rook f1. I have absolutely no idea. Of course, they get
He
out of
got
the
the
pin.
pin. Yeah,
They
he's
get out
got
of
the
the pin.
pin.
Yeah. Yeah, and to be able to move the knight again. Okay, so it makes a lot of sense. So I'd say again, Wojtaszek touch better, but I don't know. Is it enough to win against Fabiano? I'd say probably not.
Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Especially if everything looks quite solid here. Probably not enough. May just be ending in some type of draw
Hmm.
here. Draw. Oh, we got to
And,
take. So maybe take with the knight, bishop.
or with the rook. And by the way, I was wondering, right, Canty? Yesterday was Halloween,
Mm.
so do you hand out candy to the kids or candy?
Hand out candy or candy. Well, in fact, we actually just hand out candy here because there's only one of me. And like, I can't just be like, it's just only one of me. So, but it's more candy, Snickers, and like I'm a fan because I like Snickers. So I give them some. I'm like, y'all can't have this whole bag. You can't have
Yeah.
this whole bag, kids, because I need some as well. So be careful out here, bro. Now I'll take
Yeah.
a
But,
few.
but it's always kind of insane. There are those people who do like come to a bowl and they like try to grab everything,
And I'm
which is
like,
kind of
stop, little
insane.
kid. No, get out of here. Take
Well,
one. Get in
usually
my
it's
bowl
not
bag.
even kids. It's like adults. It's like
Adults,
adults
bro.
who
I'm like,
do.
hey
Yeah,
man, ain't you kind of old
I
to be
kid you
doing
not.
trick or
Yeah,
treating, bro? Like, yeah, bro, I'm
yeah.
driving too. What, you driving? Trick or treating? Who does
Get a
that?
bunch of candy. Yeah, I don't know.
Running around. Oh yeah, man, I'm an adult. That's my Halloween costume. Oh, really? No, you really are an adult, bro. Get
Hmm.
away from my doorstep right now.
Yep. We have a move by Predke who played bishop to g5, defending the pawn. Okay, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do. He's got lots of options here. Again, I think taking on b7 with the queen is not the way to go. Rook b8, and we lose the b2 pawn, and black is doing pretty well. Taking with the bishop, I don't know. I mean, rook c7, and you get pinned. Don't quite want to get into that as well. So then what do we do? Maybe drop the queen back? What do you think, James?
A great question here. I am liking. I mean, I want something like. What's wrong with like a simple move like a rook b1? Believe it or not, what I just want to do is take this pawn, bro. I just want to take this pawn on b7 and then push the pawn. Like a very simple plan. Defend the pawn on b2 and take on b7 and push the passed pawns that I have on the queen side of the board, being A and at some point maybe B, but definitely the A pawn, especially after the b7 pawn falls. Very simple chess, defend the pawn and push.
And we already have a move by Hikaru. Queen f2 on the board, bring the queen back. Okay, makes a lot of sense, making sure that the queen can never get trapped. It's always somewhat annoying if black would have played the move b6. Again, b6 was not really, I mean, it was an option, but not really. White just takes here, and white is doing more than fine, doubling up the rooks, putting tons of pressure on the f7 pawn. But now, you don't want to stay there. You don't want to stay there with your queen. So very logical that the card moves all the way back. You don't want to go to d4 either, as now bishop f6 comes with a tempo. So let's see what Predke can do here.
That's a good one. Let's see what he can do, guys. He went that bishop g5 move too.
Actually, I have an idea for Predke.
What you got?
Maybe what he can do is bishop f6,
Hit the
because
knight.
now we can take with the queen, but now there's queen b6. And,
Ooh,
ooh, this looks bad.
ooh,
Everything is
ooh,
collapsing.
ooh. Yeah, that might be losing the whole thing. Shoot, I have to go 92. What is this? Yeah, this is not something we want.
Yeah, but you go down a pawn, everything is collapsing. So that's not an option. Perhaps what we should do is make a move like, okay, king h1, maybe then black just takes, and
Yeah,
it's
it
doing
takes,
quite
takes.
fine.
And I mean, this might be a draw. Shoot, take on b7 and then chill. Can I even take on b7?
Perhaps, but it feels like if anything, black might be on the better side of the draw here, right? I mean, we still have a bunch of
Right.
pawn weaknesses.
That's true. We have more pawn islands. Feels like.
Mhm.
Yeah. We do have this pass a pawn, but that will be the only thing we would be happy about.
Yeah, and people are asking in the chat, what would a win do for Hikaru in this tournament right now? A win would be very nice, but it wouldn't mean anything just yet. Hikaru needs to finish in the top 2 to qualify for the candidates. And after this round, there would still be another 4 rounds to go. But that would at least keep him in shared first. And I think, James, if Hikaru scores 8 out of 9, he will make it into the top 2. 7.5, maybe, but 8 out of 9, I'm pretty sure that's enough.
Yeah, 8 out of 9. I mean, come on, bro. If that's not doing it, like, what else is there to do? You know what I mean? 8 out of 9. There's only 8 out of 9. Come on. Come on. Yeah, I'm not qualifying. You kidding me? All right, bro. I'm done. Like, I'm done. I'm done. I don't need to play no more. I've proved enough.
Yeah. Now let me check. There's 114 players in this event. In the last Grand Swiss, there were, let me check how many players, but I think Ferrugia won the event with 8 out of 11. And I think Fabiano might have come second
With
with
7.5.
7.5 and a better
Yeah.
tiebreak than Oparin. So you also might need a better tiebreak, but let's check that real quick. Let's see. Final standings. Yeah, Fabiano scored 7.5. So
Yeah, I remember that.
8 gets you in for sure. And to get
For
to
sure.
8, Hikaru needs another 2 wins. He's on 4.5 out of 6. So if he scores 3.5 out of 5 in the last 5 games, that will be enough to get him there.
All you gotta do is play. We have Bishop F6 on the board, by the way.
Good move by Pretka. Yeah, now I don't know. I mean, what do we do? You could go Rook B1, anticipating this trade, but black doesn't have to take. You can just go Bishop B5. And now I can't go 92 as this hangs. And hey, if I go here to protect this, now maybe you take.
Take. And the F4 is hanging. There is still some pressure, though. Take.
I think Hikaru might already need to start thinking about equalizing this game. I don't think he's better at all.
Right.
And he does have a few weaknesses. So I don't know. I don't like his position, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't either. I think the beginning it was just the open Sicilians are like super wild, obviously, and I think those best lines are there for a reason of sharp lines and stuff. He wanted to take them out of book here with the A3, which apparently scores very nice in the database, but he just wasn't able to get anything from this game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, so I like Rook AB1 also, but I just realized in case black goes here, we can take the pawn. Why not? Because now this is protected. Rook here,
And
we
then
go
move
back.
and push.
So I like Rook AB1. I think taking is a move for black, but I think here we're doing quite okay. As we keep an active position, maybe we take an F4, B7 is hanging. White is for sure not worse.
Right.
So what is black supposed to do? Maybe G5 is a move, but again, we
Mhm.
take. And perhaps black is doing fine. But it's not easy to go for this. Burn the entire queen side and basically say like, okay, I'm doing fine here with all of my play on the king side. I mean, black has a good game here with bishop b5, queen f6, maybe pushing the pawns down. But for a human, it's not that easy to do with all of this.
Definitely not easy for a human, 100%. I did like that G5 move. I mean, I'm just always a fan of aggressive chess. So I'm like, oh, G5? Yeah, let's do it. I mean, shoot, dynamics. Imbalances.
Yeah.
Big fans of imbalances. I think I found recently in chess that, trying to create more of those gives you more winning chances. So especially as a dynamic player or an aggressive player, I'm looking to just try to imbalance things. And not too risky, but enough to give me some chances to play for a win. And with both colors, because it's just annoying sometimes playing for a draw.
Exactly. Yeah. No, and I just had a quick look. The Grand Swiss in 2021 had 108 players. This one has 114. So this one has
Nice.
a little
bigger.
like as a little bit more players. Yeah. So generally speaking, that means you need a slightly higher score. So I think 8 out of 11 will be the magic, unless Fabiano finishes top 2. Then number 3 will be enough. But that being said, there might be a big tie for players on 7.5. So again, I'm gonna stick with 8 out of 11 here.
I like that idea. Speaking of time, who was actually Hikaru and who else in top? Predke and who else is there? It's like 3 with 4.5 or something like that.
We have a lot. We have like 6
Oh,
or
shoot, I knew
something.
it.
Let
I
me
thought it was less than that. Let me check the
look it up
standings.
real quick. We have Pretka, Sindarov, Esipenko, Arjun, Hikaru, Fabiano, Vidit, and Wojtasek. 8 players.
Wow. Vidic was like under the radar. He didn't even mention me. Most people didn't mention him. And
Yeah,
he's up there in the top. Yeah, I see him. Okay, I got it up now. Vidic, Fabi, Hikaru, Origin up there. Nice job. Andre, Spinko, Sindarov, my boy. Let's go, kid. I've been watching his games. I've been watching all his Kings Indians because, you know, I love Kings Indian. Be my first GMOTB with KID. And he plays it every game.
Nice.
So I'm like, bet. I'm like, are you playing it? Oh, we watching every game. So Sindarov is going off with 4.5 as well. Very nice. He beat Sam Saber. Did you see that Sam game? We hit him with the KID.
Oh,
That was
yeah, that was
last
epic.
round.
Yeah.
Woo-wee. C4, G6. Then played the E5, his G7 stuff, and just went crazy. 25 move game. Kings India.
And we have Rook AB1, a nice move here by Hikaru. I like it a lot. Again, we cannot take an F4 right away because of Queen B6 check, and then
H1.
Black taking here. So we already protect this pawn. Also, in case Black takes, now we have to have open B file for a Rook to take this pawn over here. And we also now threaten to take, because if we had done that here, Black goes Rook B8, and again, this pawn on B2 is hanging. So super important to protect this one. I like the move from Hikaru. Also, I like that he's keeping the pace as he has an extra 15 minutes over Pretka. Yes, Pretka can go for something risky with G5, but I think he's probably a little bit more tempted to try to peter out the game with something like Bishop takes C3. So let's have a look. Can Black equalize here? Takes, maybe here. Maybe you can do something like this to make a draw, but then again, White does keep some pressure. Like, you might have to go down a pawn here.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, man, I'm taking white here all day. We love it. Looks good. Feels good. 29 minutes here, though.
Yeah.
How many moves? 18? Okay.
So we see Pretka sitting at the board. James, what do you make of his facial expressions?
Here he's feeling the pressure. I think he's getting a little antsy, meaning like a little nervous because he's getting lower on time. You can see him just moving back and forth there. I mean, he just like either bobbing to some music or a little bit nervous as he's just kind of just moving, right? Swaying back and forth, getting a little bit nervous here, a little bit anxious, trying to figure things out. 28 minutes on the clock. We are up time. We're up a lot of time here, feels like, especially as his time runs out. And he keeps thinking the time is going to grow. Time edge. Rook AB1, nice move. Now, of course, Black is fine here, but he has to find the right things in the right amount of time.
Exactly. And someone is pointing out Ali Reza is 3 points behind. Well, he is 3 points behind on the rating list, but in the live ratings, he is, what is it, 7.3 behind. So Hikaru has a nice cushion. Like, he can for Fallujah to overtake Hikaru, he would have to score a point more going forward. So Hikaru has a nice cushion. Pretka getting low on time here. 28 minutes. He needs to make another 23 moves to reach the time control.
You got time here. Got time. Let's get it done.
Yeah. Spam Canty and Bog to get Pretka low on clock. It always works. Hey.
It always works.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Clock. Yeah. Clock. Yeah.
Clock,
okay.
Right.
Anyway, we have this move. We have this game between Fallujah and Sarana. We left off after Bishop D3, E5 by Sarana, Rook E1, Rook E8, Queen G3, H6. I don't know. Like, I like Fallujah's position a little bit better, and I'll tell you why. This Bishop on C8 is still a little bit difficult to develop. If you go Bishop E6, then you disconnect your Rook. The pawn is no longer protected. If you go to D7, it can always get hit with Knight C5. It cannot develop as easily. So perhaps Fallujah a touch better here. And so let's see. It would be nice again if Fallujah does not win this game, so that Hikaru would keep a nice lead over him.
Yeah, this looks good. I like this reminds me of there are some Jobava London lines with C5 early on, which Fallujah actually has a recent game. I'm like giving out some real files here in the database that he played against Linier Dominguez, and I think in the Armageddon thing, where he just absolutely wiped him off the board in a very solid position that you get from a Jobava London here. The knight on A4 comes to C5. Usually the difference here in this position is there's a pawn on E4 and E5, but similarly of the structure on the queen side is definitely Jobava Londonish with the knight coming to C5. And you just have some nagging pressure. Your pieces feel a little bit better, some type of interesting pawn structure here. But I actually do like white too as well. It does favor some type of Jobava here. So it's pretty nice that Fallujah is playing in this fashion here, but it's pretty good. Pretty good. I think he has better chances, but it is equal for sure.
Yeah, so let's see what he's gonna do. Maybe bring the rook into the game with rook 81. And I think both sides definitely still have some chance here. If Farrugia's not careful, then maybe Serrana can get the edge. But yeah, perhaps white a touch better here.
Clearly
Let's
just a touch better.
see. I don't see anything on the other boards. Oh, no, actually I do. Let's go to this. We left off after knight eg5. Now bishop f6 was played by Esipenko, defending the pawn on e5. c4 by Arjun. Takes stakes, hitting the knight. Knight went back, c5, opening up the diagonal. And here at e4 was played the bishop e6, hitting the queen, queen d8, check, take. Lots of stuff hanging here, eh? And oh, look at this. If you go rook f8 attacking the bishop, we can go here. You can take, we recapture. Yes, you can take and take here. But at the end of all of this, maybe white's still
Rook
doing pretty well with
d7,
this
yeah.
pawn collapsing.
I like it. Hit e7, hit c7, pawn's about to fall. Looking good. Origin.
Yep. All right. Pretka is thinking, keep spamming Canty and Bach to get him low on clock. 25 minutes. Tick tock.
Ticky doggy.
Hikaru draining his clock right now. He's getting low on the clock. So let's see what Pretka will play here. Yeah, because Hikaru keeps playing quickly. That way he keeps the pressure on his opponent.
He's playing quick. That's good. Play fast. Play fast. 24 minutes, chat. That's a 20-minute time edge. Chat is working. The spam's working. Chat, keep it up. Keep it up. Spam, spam. Go. Go, chat. Go. Clock is running out for sure. 24 minutes here for Predkit.
Yeah. So let's see what he's gonna do. He's taking a lot of. I think already we can predict with a certain degree of safety that he is going to end up in time pressure. I mean, another 23 moves to make, 24 minutes on the clock. That's pretty much a minute per move. And 23 minutes, you basically have one or two long things left. After that, you will be down to your last couple of minutes. So it's it's not over. Okay, bishop e5 on the board. Okay, now I think Hikaru will just take the pawn. And wow, I think Predke, he's just going to go for it. He's gambiting this pawn. Hikaru will probably take and move the bishop back, but it seems like Black gets pretty good compensation here with the g pawn coming down as well.
That is quite an annoying move, g5. But I mean, look at these pawns. These pawns on the queen side on B and A looks really nice, but we can't push them yet. So this is the compensation. I can't push them yet, and Black is on the other side. I mean, g4, g3 is a real threat, and then going queen h4. So dark squares are extremely weak here. This is not. This kind of looks good for Black. I'm not gonna lie. With g4, g3 coming is quite frightening.
Yeah, and people are. Oh, by the way, Hikaru has already taken the pawn. But if someone asked in the chat, did they update the ratings yet? Yes, the ratings have been updated on FIDE. But in the tournament, they will just keep the ratings that they started with. So let's say you play in the tournament that let's say that starts on October 30th. And then on November 1st, the rating is changed, right? So you might play someone who on that new rating list gains 200 points, but you will still play against them with their old rating, which, is a little bit unfortunate. But let's see. Predka now has to speed up. I guess rook b8 looks very natural, right?
Yeah, definitely. Rook b8. Very natural move. We go back to d5, and yeah, that g5 moves. Sick. Very nice pawn wedge. And then g4 and g3. Curious to see how Hikaru is able to deal with that if it happens.
Exactly. And yeah, we'll see what Predka's going to do. Hikaru keeps playing quickly. I think what Hikaru is doing, he's simply thinking on Predka's time. That is why he's able to move so fast. Again, I think Predka's doing quite fine. If we look at that line again, yes, white has two connected passers on the queen side, but it's very difficult to ever do anything with them. You cannot go b4, they will hang your knight. And if you move the knight first, let's say here, then you hang the pawn. Now, you can go knight d1, but that's really passive. Black plays a move like queen f6. You can go c3. Now you might be like, okay, everything is defended, but how are you ever going to push anything forward? You cannot go a4. That is under lock and key. Black is going to push over here. Your knight is passive. So I really like Black's position over here. And as we speak, rook b8 has already been played by Alexander Predke.
Bishop d5 is going to happen. Best square. Put it back in the center of the board. and G5. And here we go, chat. Let's see if he finds G5. If he does, we are in for a wild ride, a wild game. Blacks just seems to be slightly better, but it's not anything winning.
Oh, I have a nice way that we can use to maneuver our piece. So let's say bishop d5, g5. What about queen d2? Let's say you go
Okay.
here. Now I go knight d1. As I want to move my knight over to f2. Like, let's say you go g4, I go
gotta
c3,
go
and now I'm
G4.
like, but the question is like, now what? Right now what?
Right.
Like g3 doesn't phase me. Maybe I can, I guess just take actually. So this could get out of control for black as well. Knight f2, knight here coming, and this could become weak.
And are you sacking on f4 if I go queen h4? Takes
Yes.
queen e1.
Queen e1 is an important move. If I get knight e3, I think I'm more or less winning. I have 3 pawns for the exchange,
Right.
and your king is weak. But queen e1, a very important move. We have to go here, maybe queen d2. But now I go queen
It's still
f2,
a
and
game.
I think I should be able to crawl out.
Somehow. What a game.
Yeah. Okay, Hikaru back at the
Okay.
board. I assume I predict bishop d5 quickly. I don't see bishop a6 as a move, but it looks weird.
Yeah, bishop d5. He's back at the board. Right.
This is a critical game for. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say this is a critical game for Hikaru's tournament. If Hikaru wins this one, I think he's got great chances to make it. He'll move to what is it? 5.5
5.5.
out of 7. Very good score, +4. But you know, this game could go the other way. As we see, the evil bar is somewhat in black's favor. Now, the good thing is that Predke is getting long clock. Bishop d5 played quickly to keep up the pressure. So it can really go either way. But I like Hikaru's chances, especially because of the time. And black has to go for it. He has to go for it. He cannot just sit quietly. So it's going to get wild here.
Yeah, bishop d5 is going to be the move. And then after, I guess we see g5 next. See what happens, chat. I see the spam in there. There you go, Liju. Do your job. Do your job there, chat. Spam. The spam. Let's get some energy up. Let's get some energy up. Looking good
What
for
happens
Hikaru so
actually?
far.
What happens actually in case black goes queen f6 early? I was kind of first. I was wondering if now
Okay.
we can go knight e2, because yes, you hang this, but now f4 is not as well protected. But I
So
feel like,
g5.
well, but then we have the knight on a much better square, and we
That's
can
true.
go, let's say c3, knight d4, right? We don't like the knight on d1. But I think you will just take. So takes,
Okay.
I take, you take. I cannot take with the knight. So this. So I'm gonna have to take with the queen. And isn't this just equal? Like take, take, take. Oh, wait. Your bishop is a little bit trapped. So perhaps still a slight edge for white. So let's see what Predke is going to do. I'm very curious.
Very slight. Time getting low too. Hikaru needs to move.
And queen f6 on the board. Yeah, like very solid move. I'm not surprised at all that he goes for the solid approach and not, burning all the bridges. I think because now, actually, knight d1 is not even a move. Bishop d4 is a big threat.
Correct.
We have to go knight d2.
Cannot allow bishop d4. He loses the game, so knight e2 seems logical. And then the g5, as you mentioned, is keeping our knight on a good square, but he might really actually go for that steal or just take on b2. Either or.
Now, the one move we have to keep the game going is the move king h1, but I'm not really a fan of that one. Here, black goes g5, and it feels like this inclusion is definitely in black's favor. As now, our king can always feel the heat on the h file. Like, again, maybe you go knight d1, but like g4, c3, queen here. Not loving this at all. So I think Hikaru has to go knight d2, but it seems like the game will just peter out there.
I agree. I agree. I do like that I have the pass pawns on the queen side, but it is just not enough. It doesn't feel like there's enough.
Oh, Hikaru, wait, what is happening?
What happened?
Uh-oh. We lost our man.
You lost the cam?
No, we lost our man. Why did he stand up from the board? What happened?
Oh, there he is. Oh, he's gone. Yeah. Wait, that's his move. Wait, huh?
I kind of wonder what happened. Maybe
with his move too.
What? Maybe Predke offered a draw or something and got it confused that you can only offer a draw move 30, not 20. Wait, what's happening?
I have no idea. It's always something weird with Hikaru's game. Had the freaking the wire thing as well. Like, oh, I hit the clock and then get the see. Oh
Yeah.
man.
All right. Oh, maybe someone was talking and he was like, "Shut up."
Yo, hey
So,
man, quiet. Thank you.
Yeah, quiet.
Walk away. Walk
Yeah.
away.
I'm just gonna ban this person. I don't want him
I'm gonna
talking in the
ban you in
playing
real life.
chats.
Ban you. Real life ban. Stick his hand out. Don't talk to me.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Again, I don't really see another move besides 92. So let's go down that variation. So 92, Black, I assume is gonna take again G5, C3. I like our chances here a lot, especially with the time. I think Black's gonna take. We take. Black takes. Again, we cannot take with the knight because of this, and we lose our queen. So we have to take with the queen. Again, you don't take right away, so we take, and white goes up a pawn. But you take on a 4 first. So let's say we recapture. And hey, maybe still some chances here for white. Again, we looked at bishop takes a3, but now knight d3, and the bishop is a little bit stuck. We have some pressure here. Let's say you go here. I can take, but I can also go here. And, like even in this position right here, I think white, if anything, is a touch better.
I like it. I mean, you can't. Well, I guess you can get out of the pan with rook a5. Bishop b4. Yeah, I guess you can get out of it, and then c4. I mean, yeah, I'm probably a touch
Oh,
better.
I could do this though.
Oh, that's
Now
nice.
you can go here as I take.
All right, take. And then we try to walk the king over. It's gonna take a while. And I got to do it only on light squares too. King e2, d1, c4, c2, p3.
But now you do this. Follow by this.
Oh,
Another way to impinge
wow.
yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, and this one should just be a draw. So let's have a look. After bishop b6, what happens if we take? Black takes.
Takes. In game says that's Devereski page 91. This is 100% draw.
Yeah, this should also just be a draw. So that is why Hikaru, I don't know, he looks a little bit disappointed. He probably was hoping that Pretka would go for it with a move like g5, then the game would become very double-edged. But now it might just peter out.
Yeah, I can see that. Which again, it's not a bad result. A draw. It's not bad.
It's not bad, but a win, like especially with white, is really
White.
what you need, right? If you want to get in the top two, like he's gonna have to win games sooner or later. Just drawing is not gonna get him there. He's gonna have to win at least another game, probably another two.
Right now, it's exactly like you said, 2.5, 3.5 out of the next 5. So
Yep.
here's the half.
That will be
We
enough.
need 3.
Yeah.
We need 3.
All right. So let's see what's gonna happen. Yeah, again, I don't see another move besides 92. I think anything else, like let's say queen f3 is a move, defending this, make sure this is no longer a move. Again, g5, g4 is now coming with a tempo. Looking way too risky to me.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely looking quite risky. Not the biggest fan at all. In fact, yeah, black needs to play these moves, but white, I mean, okay, I still have the feel that I have an outside pass pawn. At the end of the day, I do like the A pawn. It can be stopped, but it is queening on an A8 square. The bishop's on D5. So I keep some hopes alive, but man, this knight is just really weirdly placed. Like if I could pick it up and put it somewhere, like where would I even put it? Now I think about it, like where's the knight even actually best placed? Maybe F3, but that's gonna take forever.
Yeah, like again, like it's also this is a threat, right?
Yeah.
So 92 and c3. If we could make those two moves, we're definitely better, but we can't. It's against the rules of chess.
One at a time.
So let's see what Hikaru is gonna do. Did his opponent actually offer draw? I would be surprised, as you can only offer draw move 30, but maybe that's what it was about. Anyway, let's check for Ruja's game. Hikaru's main competitor for the rating spot. It feels like things are moving in Ruja's favor. We played rook d1, b3. Again, this still looks a touch better for white, so not that easy for Sorana.
Yeah, these are very easy positions for white, I think. I mean, they are. It's just the c5 square is weak. A5 is a potential weakness. The c8 bishop hasn't developed, but I think it's just fairly equal as well. Like black does have his own chances. Black, but it feels a little bit looser, at least for black.
Exactly. So big shout out to everyone who's watching the game so far. Canty, what would Vegeta say about our viewership right now?
What would Vegeta say?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Have you watched Dragon Ball Z
I
when you were
have.
younger?
I have. I
Oh,
have. Kakarot.
then you should know.
Kakarot.
You should know. You should know.
I'm trying to think right now. What is it, chat? Oh, it's over 9,000. Because you know what's funny? Mine, and right now it's 8,962 viewers on my side. So
Yeah.
that's why I just couldn't get it. The
Oh, my
viewership.
bad. Yeah.
Yeah, mine's
No, when
slightly
I said
under.
it was, oh yeah, for a second it was over 9,000. Shoot, we need to get
Yeah.
those numbers up again.
It's over
Right.
9,000. I actually have that as not a command, one of the buttons on my stream deck. Right. I am a Jedi Super Saiyan. That's the difference. I'm a Jedi and a Super Saiyan, so a little bit different.
What? 9,000? There's no way that can be right. Okay, knight h5 on the board, hitting the queen. I think Varusha is just going to trade here and get a small edge in the endgame. And I don't know. I feel like Serrani, he's a very active player. He doesn't really like defending these types of endgames, I feel.
He's a very aggressive player, in fact, and he being and on the defensive is not something you're actually really too happy about. I do like taking on G5 and playing maybe a G3. I'm not a fan of knight F4. Maybe I could take on D5 next, move the bishop somewhere, and then try to attack the D pawn. Yeah, I have an idea of like G3, bishop G2. It'll take a while. Taking on D5, isolating those pawns in a way. Yeah, something like that. Take, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, black will probably be just in time to defend again. Okay, queen takes G5, pawn takes on the board. Yeah, I don't know. Fallujah definitely having the edge here. And I think for Hikaru, I don't really see how he's gonna make it happen in this game. I think we might just be headed for a draw. I think he has to play 92 here, as otherwise Black's initiative just becomes way too much. Also, we have some developments in the game between Wojtasek and Fabiano. So G6 was played, take, bishop C5. You know, I like how Wojtasek is playing this. If anything, he's still a touch better, and Hikaru has played the best move, knight to E2. And I think now Predke will just take the pawn.
Yeah. We have to take with maybe queen takes R4.
Yeah. Again. So what do you think? Do you think he's going to take with the rook or with the bishop, which is also a possibility?
I think he's going to take with. See, rook takes takes. I think bishop takes because you maybe want to keep those rooks nice and solid and connected. You don't want to really give up the file because I probably will be giving up the B file in some cases if I take with the rook. So I'll probably take with the bishop on B2.
Yeah, so we'll see what Predke is going to do. He has a decision here. Is he going to take with the bishop or with the rook? I think G5 is a little bit too much, but we are going to go on a short break. But don't go anywhere. Keep sending in that energy to Hikaru.
Spam.
A win would go a long way here. Spam that energy.
Spam for 7 minutes straight because we're taking like a 7-minute break probably. So spam.
And we will see all of you in just a few. Welcome back, everyone, to the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. While we were on break, many more moves have been played. Hikaru played the move 92, and Predke decided to take with his bishop on b2. Hikaru took with the queen. Again, knight takes is not an option because bishop d4. The queens were traded, and now Predke restored the material balance. And here Hikaru played the move knight d3, and bishop e6 has just been played by Predke. James, what do you make of all of these developments? I feel like Hikaru is a little bit better, but is it going to be enough to win?
No, this is just definitely not enough to win, especially as strong as Prek is 2650 GM. And I think this is just going to be a clean draw here. I mean, maybe some chances somewhere for a slight blunder, but it's not likely. Not likely. So I think it's looking draw-ish.
So let's have a look, right? Like, let's say we trade, like recaptures, maybe take, or again, there is that move rook a1, which is a little bit annoying for black. As we attack the bishop, black again has to take and go rook a8, but it seems like black always has the option to unpin themselves.
Correct. So
with
we looked at
rook a5.
Yeah, and then rook a2, and then what was it? King f8, rook a7, or even just rook a7, or immediately.
Well, the problem with rook a7 immediately is that now we have the move knight b4.
What a
And
move.
you stay in the pin. And I guess here the problem is you just remain in the pin for all of eternity. No, and eventually I walk, or maybe I can even attack your bishop, or I walk my king up.
Somehow.
But you're just in time. It's unfair. It's unfair. You know? Wait, what? Actually? Ah, no. Here's the thing. If we go knight before now there's this. Attacking the knight, and if you go here, check.
Ooh,
That is why. Yep.
Start a new one.
That is why we go here. But rook a5 just comes just in time. It's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Sometimes this is how it is, man. It's tough. Chess is hard, man.
Yeah.
Chess is hard, bro. Okay, fine though.
Yeah, Hikaru in the tank. Okay, let's see what else he can do. All right. I don't know. Taking on b8, black recaptures. I don't quite see it. I don't quite see how we can try to get an advantage here.
Okay.
I would still, if anything, prefer white a little bit, but I think it's just not going to be enough to win. But hey, Hikaru, he's a magician. He can make magic happen in any position.
That is right. That is correct. All right. Just gotta wait it out. See what happens. This one's looking more like a draw. We had a move, by the way. Something happened.
Oh, rook takes b8. Okay, we'll see rook takes b8 now by Predke. Only move, and there it is. And rook a1 by Hikaru. So they're going down that variation. Predke, he has to find takes on rook a8 and then rook a5. Like, if he finds that, he should be able to hold. But, you know, those moves might not be that easy.
Oh, yeah. Bach has more tattoos than me. It's crazy, Rito. I don't know. Yeah. The only person I know that got more tattoos than me in the chess world is Bach. Like, nobody else. It's not even close. Not even close, bro. He tatted. You don't see him? Come on, bro. Shout out to Bach.
Exactly, yeah. Now, the thing, what we're kind of hoping for is a move like bishop c5 by Predke. It saves the bishop, but I just wanted to point out real quick. Moves like bishop e2 and bishop e4 are not possible, as we will just take. And now you get back rank checkmated. But bishop c5 is a move, but here white definitely has the edge. You take, you go here, this is weak. Yes, you can defend, but look at this. Now we walk the king up, and we're always happy in case black trades, as that will rectify your pawn structure. We walk our king up, and here Hikaru has real chance. So Predke, he needs to make some more accurate moves. He's got 14 minutes. Let's see if he can find them.
He should be able to find it, but if there's any mistake that's going to happen in this game, it's going to be right here and right now. It's going to be right here. Critical moment.
Yeah. Let's go down that variation once again. So let's say Predke takes. We recapture with the pawn. Rook a8, the only move to hold the balance. We go king of 1. We want to step our king on a light square. Now, once again, if black is not being careful and plays king of 8, after knight b4, they're in a world of trouble. Our knight's going to land on c6, and black will be in what's called an eternal pin. You cannot, or maybe that's not even necessary. Maybe here we can go c4 first, threatening this, and you might already lose the bishop. Although you might have here. Actually, you don't.
C6,
yeah. But let's say you go here. The point I'm trying to make is that after another rook b8. Okay, well, the point I'm trying to make after, let's say, this rook a5, and I go here, you're in an eternal pin. You cannot unpin yourself, and I walk my king up. So what black has to do is play the move rook to a5 to threaten to unpin themselves with bishop e4. Like, let's say we go king up, bishop e4. Wait, not here. Never mind. King f8 first. King f8 first. And black can always unpin themselves. You know, but you have to find out that.
All right, chat. What do you think? What do you think, chat? Hey, look, we need that energy right now for a blunder. Who's got, chat, we pay y'all the big bucks every day for y'all to be here every day. You know what I'm saying? We never miss a payment to you. Now it's time to do your job, chat. Can we get some energy for the blunder from Predicate? We need some help here because this is definitely draw. It's definitely draw-like, but we need you on this one, chat. This is why we stream every time, because Hikaru relies on you, chat. He relies on that energy. You know what I mean? It's very serious.
Spam this thunder to make Predka blunder.
Right.
Yep. I feel like this is not that easy to get yourself pinned and then be like, oh, well, I'll just unpin myself with the next move. You know, no big deal. Like, again, rook a2, you have to find rook a7, so you go bishop c5 on the next move. I don't think any of this is that easy. And if knight b, yeah. And with the king on e2, there's no knight b4 because of this. Let me check once again. So instead of king e2, what if I go rook here? Right, you go king f8, and I don't have a good way to. No, but here's the thing: I go c4, and you're kind of stuck. We have a bit of a cat and mouse game because I cannot play knight b4. I can't really attack your bishop. But you can't play this either. Like the moment you go rook a7, with the idea to go here. Although now if you go knight b4, you have rook b7.
Yes. We get away.
And look at this. I have knight c6.
My bishop c5. Oh, it's mate. Oh my goodness! Mate. Look at that. So you have to go rook b1, b2, right?
Yeah, or rook b3, but I think this is also a draw. Yeah.
Wow.
That being said, I feel like if anything, maybe white is still slightly for choice. The knight is easier to move around. We have a potential passer over here. Yeah. And this pawn is on a dark square. And hey, 11 minutes and ticking down. Still
it's
another
possible, chat.
15 moves.
It's possible. Hold on, he's sitting up. You see in the chair, he holding his arms. You can see he's nervous. Sitting up, I'm a little shaky, shaking the legs, 11 minutes, grabbing his elbows. That's what you're doing. You're grabbing his elbows under the chair. You know how you grab your elbows and you just sit, lean forward. Try to control my breathing. Fuck. Like trying to figure it out. I got 10 minutes here.
Yep. Is there anything that rhymes with energy? Like energy. I can't think of anything.
Energy.
I can't think of anything.
Yeah,
right? Predka's still thinking synergy. Just something that rhymes with G. Like I don't know.
It's finna be.
Okay,
nice. Energy. Apology, kind of. Lethargy. Right. Wanna be. Okay. It's how you say the word. Ask Eminem, right? Because Eminem it was like orange. It was like, it's the way you say it, and then you can have things that can rhyme with it. Need to flee. Hungry. See, there you go. Yeah.
Possibility can be me.
Can't use a G. That's the best one. That is the best one.
I don't know.
Very nice, Jack.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of something like spam this something to send Hikaru energy, but I can't think about it. Ethically edgy. It's not quite it.
It's not it. Spam this what, Chad?
Okay. The longer Predka thinks, the more optimistic I am becoming that he is gonna make
a blunder. Yes, and which is that energy that we need from the chat. It's just like out of nowhere. He's like, I don't know why my brain's foggy. Like I was thinking clearly and just out of nowhere, I just can't think. I can't move. I don't know what happened, is what he says in the interview. And when all along, it was the chat. It was the chat all along.
Exactly. Spam Canty to give Hikaru energy.
Yeah,
it kind of rhymes, but not quite.
Not quite. Close.
In 9 minutes. Gotta go, big bro. And I wonder, even in that position, if there are. I mean, you kind of stay stuck with it. Bishop on e3. I don't think it's a very easy decision to make, and that's so impressive about Hikaru. The position is so limited, and
Bishop c5. It's on a board blunder. Why you got 15 minutes now? You see the clock? The clock say 15. Yep. Oh, now it says 9. That was weird. That was a really weird thing.
Yeah. Now, Hikaru is a touch better, but it's still very close to a draw. Okay, now he has to take. He has to take, give Predicate his weakness on c5 and attack it. And after rook c8, white is better because black is passive. But is it gonna be enough to win? I don't know. He's got real chances. And Predicate's down in 9 minutes. So keep sending in that energy.
That's all it takes, chat. Keep sending in the energy. Yeah.
Can I repeat that scream, please? Because you could not hear it. Then there's something wrong with you. I think everyone else heard the...
Yeah.
Okay. I think we just take the bishop. And
Nice.
Hikaru, get back to the board. Keep that pressure on Predke.
Nice.
Gotta go, big bro.
Can't take off the Hennessy to give Hikaru energy. Hennessy is strong too. Be careful with that, chat. Boy, be careful. Drink responsibly, please. Spanish Hennessy to give Hikaru energy. What is that? This is ridiculous. Okay, it's a draw, guys. Okay. Relax. It definitely is draw-like. It is draw-like. But due to the time and the practical chances, and remember, they say all rookie games are drawn. But what does that mean? You have to draw it. You have to do it. It's still technique. And just because they say, oh, all rookie games are drawn, but okay, that doesn't mean you're just about to draw the game, right? So you have to. There's still things that need to be done and tricks that can be played from the white side of us having more of an active side of the draw, quotation marks, the more active side. So we'll see what happens.
Yep. Okay. No, I think we definitely have to take, if we go like king of 1, then bishop d4, and black is absolutely fine as their pawn structure remains intact. They have the bishop pair. So sometimes to create more winning chances, you actually have to trade down. And that's what we see here. So you have to give black a weakness and get rid of their strength, which is the bishop pair. And now, again, like rook a5, you have to go passive. I mean, you can also bring up your king, but hey, we have an extra pawn. We have something to play for. And yeah, you know, and knight takes c5 on the board, Hikaru energy is working.
That's right, chat. Takes, rook a5, bishop takes, king f8, king f1, king e7, king d3, king e, d6, king c4. But then there's rook b4 check. Close.
And I think especially with the time situation, Hikaru's got a real chance. Again, only 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Now, the good thing for Predke is that I think the next couple of moves he can make quickly after rook a5. I assume you just go rook c8. It would be like, you can sacrifice the pawn, but why? Right? Why not just defend it?
So we go
walk the king up.
2, I do king f8, king e3, or c4.
Well, that's what I want to do, is play the move c4. I'm inviting you to take. That will rectify my pawn structure. You'll be stuck with a weakness. And maybe after king e7, you want to walk the king up. So what about this move, e5? Stopping
E5?
your king.
I like it. F6 is a blunder.
Oh, yep. And if you take, now I've got these pawns. And I said, the question is, what happens here, though? Like, because the action gets forced. And I would like to.
We would have to check, bring the king to the center, and then bring the rook back. Because, like, the put him. Yeah, I guess you could do this. Yeah, this is fine. It's the same thing. I want his king on the 8th rank first, like rook a7 check first, and then do all of this. Just to make him go back.
Oh. Well, I like the rook here because black cannot go rook c5 for the moment.
Rook c5, okay. Right, because if check, rook c5, yeah, you're kind of annoyed. So what does this look like? It should be fine. f6, you go e6, you take the pawn on c2, we win the game. You can't take on d5.
Or check, and then e6. But what we want to do here, let's say black goes here. We want to give a check, force the king back.
Got him.
And now we go d6. And our idea is, let's say you go here. I want to give a check over here. Because now you have a, and actually, by the way, now the pawn is saying this is not good. But my idea is, like, let's say you go, I don't know, g6. I want to give a check. My idea is like, okay, if you go to d8, now we take here. And if you go to f8, now you go here. You cannot check, your king's too far away. Nice. This is going to drop, the d pawn is strong. So there's definitely still potential here. And I'm sure he's looking at rook a5. Because if you start with king of 2, you give black the time to bring in their king. But this forces him to make a decision.
Hikaru in the think tank looking up and thinking. He's looking at that whole side of the board, you can see, as he looks down at the board.
Yep. So rook a5 makes a lot of sense. I would be surprised if he does not play it. So let's see if he will. Because if, again, either you give up a pawn with black or you go passive. So rook a5 to me looks extremely logical.
He's going to play it, I believe. That's how Hikaru is, right? Sometimes it just takes longer to make the move. That's what he wants to do, is take a little bit longer.
Yeah. Okay. But it would also be nice here to keep the pressure on Pretka, who, I mean, he isn't in real-time pressure just yet, but 9 minutes of 40 seconds for another 13 moves is not all the time in the world.
Exactly. Definitely doesn't feel like it. And especially on a I feels like I'm going to be on the passive side of this in game with black very soon.
Yeah. I feel like objectively this might be a draw, but Hikaru is certainly on the better side of things. So let's look again. So let's say we go rook a5, black defends with rook c8. We go king up, black goes king to the center. What if we just walk our king up? So king e3,
Yep.
king
King
e7,
up, king up.
maybe king f4. You know, we're definitely pushing here. We're definitely pushing. Oh, black has a nice defensive resource. Check. Because look at this. King
Whoa.
up.
Oh, f6 mate.
Yeah. And if you take, then there's check.
Oh, that's
and you get
gross.
this. So let's say we start with c4. Then here, I guess king d6 or f6. And you get control over the king of 6 maybe. Because now in case of king of 4, there's g5 again.
Right.
And here, like, if you get the king e5, black should be fine.
That's kind of annoying because he's just fine. There's no way to make anything really draw like.
Yeah. So we would love to get this position, like c4, king up, e5. And I
Okay.
think it's extremely dangerous for black to sit here. I think he should try to go for this direct approach. Let's say you sit, I go king up, you sit, I go king up. You might run out of moves quickly. And here, maybe even like rook a6, maybe want to take at the right moment. You could
Improving.
even end up in some sort of zugzwang, because if you move the rook, then I give a check. If you go here, then I go here and I pick up this. So this is the type of position we want.
Yes, this is the type of position. It looks good for us where we just have the better pieces. Activity. We have the same pieces and pawns, but we have better active. Ours are more active, which is very important.
Exactly. And look at this. Chess is elementary. Chess is elementary. Developmentally, we cleverly take, rudimentary. King is castled, better be. Hikaru has the energy. Pretka is in jeopardy.
Night win with the chat GPT bars.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like put that bit in there and just chat GPT on the track there. That's nice. No. Night win Archer. I see it.
What has happened in Fairouzja's game? We left off over here. We thought Fairouzja was a little bit better. Okay, here. Okay, all of this happened. But I don't understand. Like, he lost the pawn, and now a4. I don't know. Maybe I can just take. Fairouzja might get the win here, which is not what we want.
Yeah, we didn't want that, but it's definitely looking good for him. Take, and take.
Yeah, in that case, he would go up 2 pawns, so he should have real... And rook a5 on the board. Let's go. Best move by Hikaru. Keep sending in that energy. We've got this,
Let's go, chat. Energy up. Energy up. Let's go.
Now, I do expect Pretka to defend the pawn. It looks somewhat weird to just gambit it, right? With like king of 8.
He also doesn't have time either, so like you better figure this out right now, bro. Like, I mean, how many moves do we have before time control?
We have another 13 moves to go for Pretka, and he's got less than 9 minutes to make them. But if people are calling about Timer's game, let's have a look. We liked this position before. We left off around here. Okay. Bishop here, bishop back, rook up. Queen here, taking the pawn, g5, blasting open the h-file. Corvo accepts the pawn sacrifice. Okay. Bringing all his pieces over. But how exactly do you break? I guess the queen side is completely cemented. You cannot do anything there. And in the meantime, we go king here, bishop h4, and slowly but surely
win the game.
Black should collapse.
Very nice game. Vincent Carmen, that's sweet. Queen g1.
Yep. Okay. Wait, we have a thunder here in the chat. I don't know how to copy it, but that's what you should spam to make a Pretka blunder. I don't know, Pretka getting really low on time here. With Serrano blunder again. Come on, bro. Come on. No, he won over the last move.
Oh, last move. Okay.
Hikaru, stay at the board. Pretka's gonna move, and then you need to move quickly. Don't lose another like 2 minutes.
We need to pressure him on the clock, right? We don't want him thinking on our time.
And people are saying that Vidit is winning. Oh, yeah. Not a game we've looked much at. But all of a sudden, Vidit is just up a pawn. And it's really impressive. Vidit lost that heartbreaking first game to Erwin. He came back to 4.5 out of 6, and it looks like he's probably going to win this one as well to move to 5.5 out of 7. Vidit twice came super close to qualifying to the candidates. In 2021, he got knocked out in the quarterfinals. In this year, he got knocked out in the quarterfinals as well by Abasov, who made it, and Vida did not. But hey, maybe he has a chance to make it through the Grand Swiss.
This time he's like, yo, I'm tired of this. Like, y'all have gotten me before. I'm trying to make it all the way through, but so are the others. So this is going to make it very, very interesting.
H4, nice move by Sinarov, trying to trap the bishop. The games are heating up as we're entering the time trouble phase of the game. This game, on the other hand, a little bit boring, but Wojtasek still a touch better. Is he going to win, though? I don't know. He's also down on time. I think the most likely result here is a draw.
Yes.
Wojtasek definitely the one pushing.
Definitely looks like, yeah, he's more active. King G1. He's maybe bringing the king around, just improving the position. Nothing drastic yet.
Yep. All right. So, yeah, King G1 on the board. Maybe Queen E7 by Fabiano, trading the queens off. This should be headed for a draw. And Pretka keeps thinking. He keeps thinking 6 minutes and counting.
Wow.
Apparently, he does not like the move Rook C8.
Wow. And he's getting nervous. You see the shake back and forth when he like, I don't know. I can't sit still. I don't know what to do. I don't know why I feel all this weird energy. Where did it come from? Oh, it was Hikaru's chat. What is
chat?
It? Oh, wait, it's the chat. Wait, I only got 3 minutes. What am I? And then wait, the rook moves like this, doesn't it? And like you just forget everything.
Yeah.
He starts to panic.
He's joking now. Everybody's joking now. Wow. Time's up. Over. Plow. Yeah.
Plow. Wow. Come on, chats. Yeah. Come on,
exactly.
chats. Let's go.
All right, let's see. So that's what's going on in that game. We have Arjun against Esipenko. Many complications going on here. I honestly have no idea what's going on. But hey, some pieces are flying off and computer's saying even. Arjun has a rook and 2 pawns, but Esipenko has got the 2 knights. So very interesting position and can really go either way. King of 8 on the board.
King of 8 on the board. He said, I can't go passive. I got to just let him take the pawn. Hikaru takes the jacket off. He's going to snap this pawn. Not even think about the rest.
Yeah, so let's say we take, I think now he just wants to go king up. And the thing is, if we take now, here's the thing. Hikaru has a decision to make. Because otherwise you just snap off the pawn, right? But we can also consider taking here. Because if we take here first, black goes king e7. And now if we take, black takes with the king. And this should be quite fine. But we can take here first and give black this isolated pawn. Now we can take. And, as we look up to Hikaru's nostrils, we see that he definitely has some chances here.
Definitely got some chances to pick at in his nose. So, okay, e5. It could be also a nice move to cut the king off too as well. Walking the king up, and it's going to be an easy game. Oh, it could be, obviously, but see what happens.
So let's have a look. So let's say we take on c5, black goes king up. What if we do the same? We go king up as well. Black goes, you take. Look at this. Take, king d6, and it's a draw. Because rook's under attack, the pawn's under attack. You go here. Boom.
Rook b2.
No, not there. Sorry, rook b2, and it's over. It's draw. So I think our best chance might be, okay, rook takes c5 on the board. I was going to say maybe this, but this is fine as well. King e7 is now going to be played. Maybe what we should do, Canty, is play rook c6.
Ooh,
and
accurate.
then c4. And hey, get rook b1. Okay, a weird move. King f2, king e7 on the board. Maybe rook here.
Yeah, rook c6 looks really good. Rook c6, and I start pushing, try to make things work. Man, that's good. That's good. We have ourselves some real in-game Devereski here in the rook in-game chapters.
Yep, exactly. So let's say we go rook c6, right? I think if we get a couple more moves and we get, let's say, c4 going, we get a really nice bind, and maybe we just push the pawn up. So maybe what black should do after rook c6 is play, let's say, bishop d7. But we go here. And if you go here, I think this is a win. Rook a2.
Rook a2.
I think this would be a draw if black can get king d6 in here, but he can't. This is hanging. If you go f6, we go king up,
opposition,
king up, and this
win.
Should be a win.
That's a clean one. That's a clean one. 2 result game, easy day. Yeah, that's the good thing, Pawn Islands, is we know that we're playing for 2 results right now. So we can draw the game, but I mean, shoot, we have the pawn. Why not play for the win? So we're going to play for the win here. We know he is. We got the pawn.
Yeah, and especially given the time situation, there are real chances for Hikaru. He's got 23 minutes on the clock. Pretka down to 7 minutes. Okay, so to me, rook c6 makes a lot of sense to go c4. If you go c4 right away, I think king d6 is annoying. Hitting the rook and the king will make it to e5, where it's sitting pretty actively. And I'm wondering, let's say we go rook c6. Can black still do the same thing? Like king f6, king e5? I guess so,
Yeah, I guess you can, huh? Wow. Takes. That's annoying. Wow, unbelievable. C4 takes, push. That's too much. Nope. Yeah.
But you can do maybe this. Go after the king side. Again, like it's still very much game on. If you go back, well, that's kind of passive. You
Maybe
pawn up or
push.
e5. Like again, do you go passive or take and give up
Right,
the king side?
take. Then it's a whole nother game. That probably still
Yeah.
is a draw though. Those pawns are really far from queening H and G, but possible.
Yeah. Definitely no easy decisions here for Pretka with 7 minutes on his clock. And Hikaru is definitely going to put him to the test. People in the meantime were saying that Firouzja blundered. Oh, and he did. Yeah.
What
After
happened?
a4, he should have just snapped off another pawn, but he played h4. And now Sarana
Oh.
takes a knight c5, and it's game on. Maybe Sarana can get away with a draw here. Pawn takes. I think now you take on b3, only move. Takes, take here. White takes, take. Maybe here, hitting this. I don't know. Maybe you can still make a draw here. I don't know.
Okay. In games are always the hardest here. D4, yes, probably just draw. Takes D5. I mean, the knight's too far away. It's on B2, looking kind of crazy. So, he could be able to save this. It's very possible. We've seen many occasions of this as well. So,
Yeah,
quite slightly better though.
Yeah, it would be a great result for Hikaru. Sarana gets away with a draw, and he takes on b3. Firouzja is going to recapture, and now pawn takes d5. It's probably going to be seen soon.
Knight takes B3. Nice for Serrano because he's he did okay. What's his score? Where is he at? Let me check the standings. I can just check right
I think
here.
it's on 4.
Yeah, something
He
like that. Right?
lost that game to
He lost
Hikaru, but he came
exactly.
back the day after.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see what is going to happen. Hikaru's got 20 minutes
Still
to figure out some problems for Pretka. I think if he comes up with some really nasty moves, we might see Pretka collapsing before the time control.
Okay.
But I would say if I was going to say if Pretka makes the time control with, let's say they would have reached the time control right now, right? He has another 15 minutes on the clock. I think he's got decent chances to hold, but with the time situation especially, Hikaru's got good chances to squeeze out a win here.
Yes, exactly. So especially, well, he's trying to figure out. I mean, that rook c6 idea is nice, but then again, king f6 was really annoying. So you would only create chances by pushing and trying to take the pawns on the 7th rank. But even then, I mean, you have to calculate. And that is wicked. Like with them 2 pawns, you even push them yet. Where does the rook go? Like that's so long of calculation there. It's really insane.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, so people are saying that Big Fish is drawing the IM. Well, let's have a look real quick.
I mean, let's see what the opening was first. I mean, he just like, man.
Yeah, this guy's. I think everyone's really impressed as nobody has ever really heard from him, but he's playing an amazing event. I think if he draws this game, he already clinches his GM norm with 2 rounds to spare. And who knows, maybe he already had his GM norm with 3 rounds to spare, but it looks like this one might just be headed. I would still perhaps slightly prefer white because the isolated pawn, but I don't know if it will be enough for Feta Save to win this one.
Yeah, especially with the piece configuration, A5 might be a little weak. I mean, B3 is already weak, so like I can't even move the knight.
Yeah,
gotta be careful.
I'd say this one is probably headed for a draw. Okay, we have this. Okay, I think let's just stay with Hikaru's game. 18 minutes and counting. Another 10 moves to make until the time control. We also have a check. I like rook c6, just sort of keeping an eye on the bishop and stopping king d6. Let's see which one he's going to come up with. Which one looks most natural to you for human?
Natural rook c6, and also, well, you have to keep thinking here because there's a lot. C4 is natural, but what was wrong with C4 again? Oh, king. Yeah, he gets to E5. Yeah, which is the problem.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's what I like about rook c6. Not only do we stop king d6 to e5, but also we have the idea of taking here, giving black that isolated pawn. And ruining black's pawn structure a little bit, right? Then there's the kingside pawns to worry about, also the e6 pawn. So I feel like that definitely gives Hikaru some chance. And hey, it gives Pretka, again, something to think about, which is what you want to do if your opponent's in time pressure.
Yeah, we got to put him in some pressure here. Hikaru's in a tank. I mean, which is understandable. He's calculating everything. Well, how can I create some problems here? But you also have to calculate. And I think in the end game, this is where you can work on calculation the most because there's less pieces. You may think that, oh, it's less pieces is easier. No, in fact, sometimes it's even harder because it is less pieces. So you have to calculate longer lines, deeper lines, and make judgments and assessments from that. So having fewer pieces makes it even harder sometimes for calculation because there's so many moves.
Exactly. Yeah. Another game I wanted to point out is this game between Kuzubov and Artemiev. Artemiev, he missed his chance to beat Firouzja before the rest day, but right now he's in trouble. So look at this. White has got these two super strong passers. And yeah, look at the bar. White's apparently winning here.
Is it? Oh, it's black's move. Okay. Yeah, I mean, look at the passers. C5 is almost unstoppable. You can't even attack the knight. Like it looks. Oh, queen f5 only move, but then I would play c5. Yeah, and also the bishop's hanging. Like, what is this? How did he get in this position? Yeah, this is bad. This is really bad. Bishop a8.
Bishop a. Okay. So looking very scary for Artemiev. He only has 4 minutes to make another 15 moves. And yeah, a loss here would definitely set him back in the tournament. So let's see if Kuzubov can finish it off. We have another move, by the way, by Firouzja. He did not take the pawn on e5. Instead, he goes h5, trying to ruin Sarana's kingside pawn structure. But maybe we just take white recaptures an f6, defending this, and then later you try to move the bishop to attack this pawn over here.
What if I take the other pawn though on e5 and then h5?
Right, but I think again we take and we go here, and there's just not enough left.
d4, yeah.
So that is that. Hikaru in the tank. Vidit made a move.
Okay.
And look at this. He played queen f4, and I think after h5 he's intending so. Oh no, wait. Never mind. This is hanging.
I
thought he was gonna sack something, but
just
take.
Oh no, simple. Queen takes g4. Dang, that's
an
annoying. Shoot, king h3, bro. You gotta be kidding me. What do I do? Hold on, bro. Am I just busted?
I think so. Knight takes e5 by Sindarov on the board. Wow, look at this. So takes. What if h5?
There's like something.
What E4. The heck?
Oh wow! Oh, heat! Knight f4. Boy, if Vidit play that, this is game of the round.
Look at those tactics.
There was one of the tournament. I think that was due to like round 1 or 2. Check. King f3. Yikes.
Yep. That'd be crushing for Vidit. So h5 is not a move here. Rook takes d3 would be a pretty big blow. So then what do you even do? Like, I mean, this is a threat. Maybe d4, but this endgame just looks lost. So I think Vidit is well on his way to win another game because look at the clock. Sindarov down to 3 minutes.
Sindarov very strong in this tournament. I mean, he actually off tie breaks in second. So it's actually playing really good. And Vidit is just going under the radar a little bit. You know, people weren't talking about him as much, especially, but the Indian community obviously are always talking about him. But you just didn't hear his name as much. But he's tied for first after losing somewhere in the first few rounds. And he's looking good in this game against Sindarov, where they really going to be talking about Vidit if he's able to win this.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just having a quick look around. Okay, so we were looking at that game earlier of is Hikaru. Hikaru has not moved yet. So Bakro's game, we had a look at that earlier, but it seemed like he did not find the best moves, and now we have the following. Okay, lots of stuff happening. I don't know what exactly is going on. But we see that white is up the exchange.
He's fighting back.
Look at these pawns.
Oh, these pawns. You don't even got to check. This might be a wrap.
Yep.
It's equal though, but maybe you play f4 at some point. But then
Hikaru has
g7.
Hikaru has moved. He played. Oh wait, my bad. He's played with h4. What do you? Wait, but now what the heck? What is h4?
Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know the answer to that. I don't know.
Because now, I mean, we cannot take with the pawn. We've seen this before.
d6, yeah.
This is an insta draw.
100%.
You have to take with the rook. But I mean, I like the bishop on d5 because we could always recapture with the pawn and get 2 connected passes, but now all of our pawns are so weak.
Yeah, this is not that good, bro. It's just, I mean, okay, 2 results, guys. Like, hey, you know, it is what it is. A draw is a draw, but we did want to play. We want more, obviously. You take it one game at a time. This definitely looks like a draw now, especially after Bishop.
He has to win. He has to win, whether he likes it or not. He has to.
He has to win. He has to win. Figure out how to do it. How? Well, figure it out. But no. Figure it out. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Now, h4 is definitely not a draw offer, as some people are pointing out in the chat. Hikaru is still up a pawn. Pretka down to 5 minutes. There's still real chance to win this one, and he has to find this move. However, I think it is findable. Again, we see that after pawn takes king d6 leads to a draw right away. We're going to have to take it with the rook. And now after rook c1, maybe we go passive. But look at this. The king is cut off. If we can go king up, push, you know, we can definitely still win this one. The drawback, however, is that now our pawns are a little bit vulnerable.
I mean, his clock is getting low. His clock. How many moves we got till time control? 9 moves.
Oh, rook d1 blunder.
Rook d1, baby. Okay. All right, let's see what happens. C4
push.
King check. Okay, so C4 King d6 check King e5, and then what? That's the whole idea. But, like, what's after that? Takes over rook c7, like we looked at before.
C4 on the board, best move. There we go, king d6. I think what we want to do here is maybe we want to take, and then go here.
Yeah.
And now, in case we take here, we have already pushed this pawn up. So hey, that was Hikaru's idea. Yeah.
That's the whole idea. H4.
Yeah. Okay. C4 on the board.
Let's go, chat.
Less than 5 minutes.
Get that energy up, chat. 5 minutes. He's getting in-gamed. He's getting
sending in that energy. Yeah. Let's see what Pretka's going to do here. Less than 5 minutes on the clock and counting. We can do this, everyone. You just have to keep sending in that energy.
Come on, chat. I mean, it's really going to get dangerous around 2 minutes, and you got, what, 8 moves? We're going to move 32. Come on, chat. We need it. Come on, chat. Energy.
420 on the clock for Pretka, but I don't see any. I mean, I think king d6, king e5 looks pretty natural to me, but he didn't do it on the last move, where it would have made more sense. I mean, maybe he's looking at check, but we just go king up, and that doesn't help him at all. Rook c1 on the board. Pretty logical move, just keeping the rook behind the pawn. What do we do now? We could move the rook, as now we can also recapture with the pawn, or perhaps again that move rook to c6.
Now, I am a fan of this rook c6 move. It just feels like I'm moving forward. It does. It feels like I'm a lot, definitely moving forward. But rook c6 feels like I'm getting some real progress in. Some c5's coming. King can move. What will we got?
We have to show this game. They went down that line.
Oh, bro.
Takes h5. Boom.
Oh my goodness, he did it. Vidit is out here, bro. He came back with a vengeance. He lost that game and got pissed off. He is a very, very bad man right now, chat. Be very careful. Hide your kids, hide your wives, hide everything. This man is on a tear. This is going to put him almost in first place. But did anybody win?
No, if he wins this, this will get him his shared first for sure.
First,
yeah,
right. Shared. Yeah.
That's so once again,
boy.
Yeah, so again, if you take the rook, we recapture, threaten a fork over here. Like, let's say you take here, your queen. And let's say you take, then Vidit is again going to be Mr. Steal your queen, and it's all over. And if you take the bishop, I assume you get checkmated. Check. Oh, check here.
What happens on queen 2?
Then check, and you lose the rook.
Oh, my goodness.
We have another move by Hikaru. We have to go there. King f3 on the board, moving the king up. Okay, I like it. And I think the idea is he wants to go king f4 and not be bothered about that g5 check.
Yeah, king f3, g4. We cooking. Let him rook, chat. Let him rook. Give him room.
D6.
Let him rook.
Good.
D6.
King d6. Good move to by Pretka. Okay, maybe a check. King up.
Check takes rook up.
You check. King up for sure now. I mean, nothing else makes sense. And let's see what Hikaru has in mind there. Maybe again we take and go rook here, hitting the pawn.
Yeah, that's about right. That is about right. Check.
King e5.
King e5 play, and then you take on e6. We play rook c7. Rook f1, king g3, king takes c4, rook takes g7. Yeah, I mean, we're probably winning by like, I mean, it's like, we definitely have these passers, and then I can always sack on yours. It's very practical. I think it's a practical win. I think it's a practical win. Practical. Engine says draw, but I think it's a practical win.
Exactly. Wandering Bishop says Vidit will be in Seoul first. No, there's no one else who's winning with 4.5. But Hikaru, we're pushing Hikaru to win this game. If Hikaru wins, he will also be in the lead. But let's see what he's going to do here. I like this idea of taking, because if we don't take, Black is going to give a check over here and force our king to go back. Whereas now, in case we take check, we can go king up. And again, we have already pushed P a little bit on this side. So I like White's chances here a lot.
Me too. Me too. In fact, especially as you get rid of those pawns. I mean, the plan is simple. We get rid of the G and H pawns, and then we're going to sack at some point on the E pawn if he tries to queen it. And we have G and H of our own, H already being a passed pawn, already pushed down the board slightly, almost in the half of the board. We'll be able to push these pawns, try to get his rook passive, and sack our rook when it gets down to E2 or E1 while pushing the G and H pawns. It is a nice plan. It is very, very likely to work. So let's see what happens.
Yep. All right. In the meantime, we have some more moves in Wojtasek Fabiano. Not much has happened. We left off right around here. Okay, Fabiano pushing pawns on the queen side. However, I mean, I think this game is just gonna be a draw one way or another. Okay, so we have that. Vidit. Bishop takes f7, by the way, was played by Sindarov. The idea is that in case you take with the bishop, now you can take, as there's no longer that move bishop takes e4. But, and if you take with the king, you might, you take here with check. That's also another way to do it. But maybe you can just sidestep with something like this.
I thought the same. Yeah, I thought you just sidestep. Yeah, and you get in trouble. Bishop takes or pawn takes. The G3 square is the problem.
Yep. We also have Arjun's game. So here we left off right around, I forgot exactly where, right around here, where Arjun has the rook and the pawns, but Esipenko has the minor pieces. So very double-edged game, can really go either way. But I like Arjun's chances. He is technically up in material.
Technically correct. You got the pawns. Pieces feel a little cramped for black. In fact, they just feel like tight. Like can't really move them.
Yeah.
I also don't have any pawns on that side of the board. I like the compensation that he has.
Yeah. Oh, and look at this. We looked at Keimer's game earlier. Korobov has sacked a piece with bishop takes f4. But if you take it, then there's a check, and who knows what's happening. Keimer going all out here against this king, but maybe Black can create some counterplay as well. People are saying check out Hans.
On the H file.
No moves yet by Hikaru, right? Okay, we can go to Hans's game. Hans is a little bit better. Is it going to be enough to win? You have this rook in front of the pawn, but you don't have a good way to get rid of it. So, I don't know. I like Hans's chances here, but it's very close between a win and a draw, I guess.
Very close between a win and a draw. I believe it. Yeah. If we can dislodge this rook, it's gonna be a while though. Walk that king over to c1.
Yep. Right, so Hikaru is still in the tank, but I don't really see any other moves besides taking. Again, if we go, I don't know, rook a6, then check. Your king has to go back to f2, and you just get checked into
oblivion, 100%.
Into oblivion, exactly. Yep. So I think we should take. And rook c7. I like our chances. So let's look at that line. So let's say we take. Black takes.
C7.
Rook up.
Yeah.
Check. King
check.
Up.
King moves. That's fine. H5. I mean, I take that too.
Yeah,
that's the most accurate. That's crazy. And I don't think he's gonna be. I don't think Break is gonna find that in the time he has. That's so accurate, man. But check. Rook g5 is coming.
I mean, this is like, here's the thing. I want Hikaru to move quickly. Because all of this is super difficult for Predka to calculate. But now he's giving him, oh, no, wait. You take like this, because we're going to take this pawn. And now our pawn is already further advanced. Like here.
That's so cool.
So
that's so cool. Push, king up, king over, king takes, push, king somewhere. Push, queen. We should be winning. We should be winning.
Yeah. 2 extra pawns, no good checks. Like check here, you block.
Right.
I take here.
Yeah, we should be
Yeah,
winning.
and if check here, king here. And again, we can block. So, I mean, a lot to calculate perhaps, but Hikaru, keep up that pressure. Come on, gotta go. I think there's no other options. Rook c3 looks like it's just leading to a draw, so I think he has to take. Let's go. Go for it.
He's time is getting more even. That boy in the zone, you could tell he's calculating.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, all of these lines are super difficult for Pretka to find. And again, even then, you might end up in a worse endgame where Hikaru's got great chance to win. Now, if you go, let's say, king of 6 here, maybe we just give a check.
Like it. It's practical. It's literally practical. We just want to win these 2 pawns and push.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Practical. But I think he's calculating everything out there, or he's trying to as well. No, he's actually
Mm-hmm.
doing. He's not trying. Like, he's calculating
Yeah.
everything right now, guys. Everything.
Come on, Hikaru. Go, go, go. Gotta go.
Go, go,
Gotta
go,
go.
gotta go, gotta go.
Keep that pressure on Pretka, who is less than 5 minutes. Now Hikaru drops below 8. And again, I don't think there's any real alternatives. Oh, Rook. What?
What do you do? You play Rook C7? Oh.
What? What the
Wow.
heck? Like, how do you? What do you even do?
I don't know what to even say about that. King up and then king back. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe he still has it later. It's still there. I don't think yeah. It's still available, at least. Because we can still play bishop takes, but then king can take now.
Okay,
King
check
can
king
now take.
f2
That's the
on the
difference.
board.
That's the difference. Yeah, bishop takes e6, and now he can
You
take
can
back with
always
the
take with the
king. We
king.
have to go. Yeah, he can take with the king. Yeah, that's the thing. So this might be a draw now, guys. Might be a draw. Let's see.
Yeah.
Maybe he has something up his sleeve.
I mean, the game is still not over. He's still up a pawn. White's definitely pushing for the win. If you take, you can recapture with the e-pawn. But I don't know. That felt like a real opportunity, especially with Pretka being low on time.
Definitely a question to ask him, just to see his thought process. Obviously, it did feel like we had something there. I guess we can go back at the right moment, but I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't do that. It looks really, really promising for White. And now, I mean, with the king back on f2, like, what are you playing for? You know, like your
Right.
king is now, like, if you go down the same lines, you will always have a worse version as your king is passive. Like, Black can even do something like this.
I was thinking G6,
Takes, pawn
correct.
takes.
Yep.
Yes, you take,
But
but I
you don't
take
get both
here.
this time, correct. The difference is that extra G pawn.
Yeah, exactly. So mistake there by Hikaru. Okay, we have more moves. The king was pushed all the way back to h2. All right, just to show everyone how that happened. Check here, check here. Yeah, but now it's just a draw, like g6 and h5 or something, or h5 right. Like, you can even go g6 if you take. You can even take with the king. Like, I think Black's absolutely fine here. Like, no problems whatsoever.
Right. I feel that as well. And he's still playing on, though. He's definitely like, no, this is not draw. I got this extra pawn. So he wants to keep playing, and they're approaching time control. They are approaching time control. So it looks like Pretke is not going to have any problems anymore, as long as he's able to make, the next 2 moves, which should be h6, g6, anything 6, or h5 even. And I'm making time control most likely next move.
Exactly. Yeah. So let's see. This game is probably going to be a draw. Okay, Fabiano's game. Fabiano played before. I assume that this game is going to end in a draw as well. Vidit crushing. He played the move King f8. Takes Queen e3. Sindarov still fighting on, but I assume after takes, Black has to be winning here.
I mean, it might be a resign. Shoot. Well, you have King G1, I guess. Yeah, King G1. Okay, at least he's still kicking there. Oh no, I'll just take the bishop. That's hanging too. Dang. I'm about to lose all of my pieces right now. But no, he takes on a4. Okay, it's wild. He took with the queen. Or you just say get everything off the board.
I like that one. Just simplifying into an endgame. Take stakes, King G3. You can maybe take here or take on B2. And Black should be absolutely winning with the 2 knights and a couple of pawns.
Very strong.
All right, so that's that. That's Vidit's game. Arjun and Esipenko, still a very up and down game. I think if anything, Arjun is the one here that has real chances to win. Also, Esipenko a little bit low on time.
Yeah, these pawns are menacing on that side of the board. Definitely has them locked down, but I mean, all the pieces are just controlling each other. Like they're defending each other. Is what they're doing. They're not really doing anything, but they're defending each other. On the other hand, White feels like he has some practical chances. Maybe like a bishop d7 almost works, but knight takes b4. That's annoying. He will take this.
Hikaru looking at the score sheet. Why do you think he's looking at the score sheet here? I don't understand.
Yeah, a lot of times it's more like, where did I go wrong? Or like, what could I have done better? Like, it's usually how, when I look at the score sheet, that's what I do. Or, like, where did I go wrong in there? Like, I thought I had a better position. I thought I was getting more out of this type thing. When I look at the score sheet.
People are saying he already said he's playing for the rating spot, hence, well, I mean, here's the thing. If Hikaru wants to keep his rating, he actually also has to win games.
Correct.
And the whole strategy of, I can just draw out the tournament, is quite a risky one, as Firouzja could catch up with him. So Hikaru definitely has to take his chances if they're there. And now he's disappointed. He's thinking now it's like, why the heck did I not take an e6 or rook c7? Like, what the heck did I just do?
What was I doing? The heck? Yeah, that's usually a sign of like me messing up, or like anyone. I mean, we all do this. I've seen this on like the highest level. They just look at the score sheet and like, where did I go wrong? Oh, snap. Okay, here. Like you're already thinking about it being the result of whatever the game is going to be. You're already thinking about that result, and you're trying to already dissect where I went wrong, or etc. Where could I have been better?
Exactly. Yeah. And I don't know. It's somewhat odd to me. It's like he took a long time. He took 6 minutes for the move rook c7. And sometimes it's a case of a long think, wrong think, right? Sometimes you just have to trust your intuition. I guess maybe taking on e6 is what he had in mind. But now, here's the thing. Hikaru is keeping the status quo. There's no easy way for black to regain the pawn right away. But white is kind of stuck. There's no good way to improve the position here. Maybe what he can do is go, let's say, c5. But here, black goes, let's say, h5. And if you push even further, then black takes. Yes, you take here, but take here, and it's just
And
a
again,
draw. So
we can shake hands.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what. Yeah, I'm disappointed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at least it's 2 results. We didn't lose, but of course, it hurts a little bit more because you have the white pieces. With black, I mean, okay, oh shoot, we good. Like, win with white, draw with black. So with white, you do want to take that extra edge as much as you can. He wasn't able to get anything out of it. And I mean, Preke is playing great chess this tournament too as well. He's also tied for first, so very strong opponent in Alexander Preke. But today looks like it's going to be a peaceful draw, very likely.
Yep. So let's see if perhaps Firouzja can catch up. Firouzja, he's on 4 out of 6. So we left off right around here. H5 was played. Takes, f6 protecting the pawn, c4, bishop c6, check, king up, take.
Take those.
I'd
F4,
say
draw.
objectively a draw, but hey, Firouzja definitely is still the one pushing.
I figure out what I do. Shoot, B3's hanging. Hold on. He takes first. Takes. Shoot. I mean, I could. Yeah, this is just a draw. I can even go knight d3 and take on e5 and just whatever.
Well, that is actually tricky. Knight c4 is the one he chose. I mean, you can take, but it goes into rook again. The idea is that in case you take, now white takes.
Right.
And if you take, you're going to be down 2 pawns, and here you lose. And you can move your king, like you can keep the pieces on the board here. Let's say king of here, but this isn't pleasant, as white has a rook and a knight and an extra pawn, and here I can shuffle around forever. So
man, I don't know. Maybe he just face, bro. You see him in the cam. He likes. I mean, disgusted at the score sheet.
Yeah. He's like,
head shaking.
How am I so bad at chess? How am I so bad at chess? I'm just very bad at chess. Oh my god, chat, no.
I'm a streamer first, chat. Like, this is why I stream only.
Anyway, I think what Serrano has to do is just king of 7 and threaten to take, as now this is no longer an issue. And let's say you go rook e3. Now, I think now black's in a good shape to take. Let's say give a check, go behind the pawn. And yes, you can defend the pawn, but you're in a very passive position, whereas black is pretty active here. The pawn is not going anywhere. And if you go knight d2, again, this is also kind of passive. Maybe now rook c8, rook c2. And Serrano should hold here, given the fact that he's so active.
I think he is. I think he will be able to hold 100%. And they just made time control too, so.
Yeah. So that's good news for Hikaru. You know, he might not be winning this game, but Fallujah probably will not win either. I think after king f7, Sorana should hold the draw. b3 is very weak, and there's no way to defend it and keep an active position at the same time. King e7 is the move he settles on. Also looks good. As again, I don't see a good way to protect this this pawn on b3.
Yeah, maybe just rook e3, which was obviously the last one, but knight takes e5 was gonna fail. Takes king d6, no good. They said somebody blundered. Vidit?
Oh, Vidit did not blunder. Let's have a look at that again. We have more moves there.
Oh,
Vidit still has his advantage, but it's not
he's fine.
as big as before. But it's very understandable that he simplified the position. I mean, look at this. He's got a bishop, a knight, and an extra pawn. This has to be winning for black, but, you know, still some work to be done.
Yeah, definitely. It's not over yet, and Sindarov's going to try to play his best here. I think they're close to 42, yeah. Close to move 40 there as well.
All right, so we have this game between Yu Yangyi and Bakro. I don't know. I feel like this one should eventually end in a draw, but maybe still some chances for white. You are of the exchange. Let's see. Oh, the Chimera. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is happening over here? Bishop takes a4. Takes, check. King up. Rook here. Bishop e. Wow.
Woo-wee, boy.
Oh,
yeah,
if you
it's
take...
rook takes h7, and then, you know, puzzle rush.
Exactly. So
Bishop
rook b3 by
e7.
Korobov, but Chimera just takes, and I think you're just dead lost. Like, you move your king and you simply don't have enough firepower. Hikaru, don't flag. Don't flag. Come on.
Hikaru going under 2 minutes is what chat says.
Okay. That's that. Okay. I don't know. Are there... Oh, look at this. Artemiev going down in flames. Why got an extra queen on the board? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't play this out. I'm just not trying to, I don't want people walking by my board to see this. It's always the worst feeling. People looking at your board and you're like, hey, bro, go play your game, dog. Don't look at Don't look at this. Don't watch
There's
this.
this famous story of Kortsnoy where he's playing an opponent, and then at some point Kortsnoy is like, "Do you speak English?" And he goes like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." And then Kortsnoy's like, "Why haven't you resigned yet?" You know?
Bro,
Okay,
yo, I would just, in this day and time, I would almost just knock all the pieces over in front of him. Just like, oh yeah, you're right. And just like knock all the pieces in front to him. Yeah, pick the pieces up, bro. We can take this outside, bro. We can take this outside anytime, any day.
Exactly. Yeah. Hikaru made a move, by the way. He played rook to c6, but yeah, he's just lost a bunch of tempi. h6 now by Pretke, and your king is completely stuck in the dryer. You could have had, again, we had this. Here you take and rook c7. Like, this is much, much better, and you're really pushing for the win. But now, I think it's just a draw. I don't see what we can do here.
Yeah, and I think that's what he realized looking at the score sheet there. We can probably ask him in an interview about that. Does look more draw-like, though.
Hikaru needs to make one more move to reach the time control, and he goes rook c7, shuffling back and forth, but I don't know. Like, what do you do after h5, g5? Anything is fine at this point for Pretke, I feel like.
Yeah, and there's probably gonna be some repetition somewhere. It's quite a bummer. We did want that, but we wanted that dub.
Yeah, we needed that dub.
We needed that, Chad. We needed it, but we needed 3.5 out of the next 5. So we did get the half. We got the half. Now we need 3 points. We wanted to start with 1 today. Yes, more wins. So now we gotta maybe take some risk, maybe.
Someone's asking in the chat, is Alexander trying to win or playing for a draw? Well, he's down a pawn, so he still has to play accurately here to make the draw. Okay, so let's see. Fallujah, they've reached move 40, so that's why they're thinking. Chimera, I think he's crushing it. Probably also reached... Yeah, we're probably going to reach the time control pretty soon. Anish made a draw against Anton. It's really not been Anish's tournament. For now, he is on 4 out of 7. That's not enough. That's not enough.
It's not enough, correct. That is not enough. It's just not his tournament. Things happen, obviously. You got to be in good form. Beat these guys. Or be at the top, that is.
It's tough. It's tough. Like, he's playing good players. It's not easy to beat these like
Right.
2650s on demand, especially with black, you know? So maybe
Hmm.
you draw them with black, then you have to win with white. And if you don't do that, again, that's where you get stuck in the drawing zone, so to speak.
Right. And these draw 6 out of 7 games. Yeah. But you know that
Hmm.
draw meme's over for him. I mean, it's never gonna live it down. People are never gonna live it down when he had all those draws. But Anish 2.0 has emerged. We've seen that. We've seen the Anish 2.0, but hey, at least he's not losing, right? You got to remember that. At least you're not taking ale after ale after ale. That is the hurt. That hurts.
Hmm. I actually just realized that Anish won one game in the tournament, and that was with the Queen's Indian, which, hey, my course will come out soon.
We
See
waiting on it,
what a great
Bach. We
opening.
waiting on that. You know what I'm saying? I just did my chessable video yesterday for the quick starter. I mean, for the short and sweet. That boy, an hour long for the Joe Baba is
Oh,
like
wow.
hour long, short and sweet, bro. So I just finished that
Yeah,
yesterday. It's crazy.
exactly. And we have the move G5 on the board by Predke. I think it's just a draw. I think there's nothing to do. And yeah, probably we'll just see a draw here between these two players. The material is too limited. There's no plan for white. Again, you're kind of stuck. The king is stuck. The bishop is stuck. The rook is stuck. You cannot do anything. So it's probably just going to be a draw. Hmm. Here's the thing. I'm trying to make sense of this Argent game, but I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, right. Yep, chaos. There's absolute chaos here. Extra piece, but in exchange, like pawn up. What is going on? Yeah,
Hmm.
his game's all been like that. That game, who did he play with the crazy knight d3 move? Or was that 96? He played
Um.
with the queen. They both promoted. It was a crazy game, and knight to e6 happened, and then queen a8 was a threat. I don't
Oh
remember.
yeah, against Jumabayev. That game was
Jimmy,
pretty
that
insane.
was a wild game, but he's always having these type of games, like wild.
Hikaru goes for the move h5. That is showing that he doesn't want to settle for a draw just yet, and also perhaps he wants to take in the rook c6, pick up this along the way. It's a double-edged sword. This pawn could also turn into a weakness, but I don't think he's running any real risk to lose this one.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. He's just trying to push on as much as I can. Like they have made time control now, so we just want to push
Hmm.
this out, keep playing on until it's really a draw or more.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Farouja made a move, rook e3, defending the pawn, but now I think just takes, check, rook c1, should be a draw. Sarana, he's a pretty strong player, so I do expect him to hold this one, which again is a good it's a good thing. All right, so that's that. Keimer winning, Bakro probably a draw. Let's see, are there any games? By the report beats Bartel. Okay, I think Levon is finally gonna get a win here, which is really good for his chances in the tournament. He's up a pawn. This is weak. This is strong. The bishop on g3 is dead. It's just a dead piece of wood. So he's gonna win this one.
Nice, very very nice. LeBron and Ronnie. What was this opening?
LeBron,
LeBron giant.
Ragozin.
Oh man, he likes these too. He's
Yeah,
played a lot of these.
yep. LeBron's pretty good. Like, he maneuvers pretty nicely here, and the bishop on g3 is just stuck biting on granite. So really nice game here by LeBron. Okay, we're going through this game very quickly, but at some point he won a pawn. Oh, now white's pawn structure gets shattered, and I mean h5 is weak. This is weak. The king is weak. Levon's gonna win.
Yeah, look at this bishop on g3. It reminds you of the Winter bishop. You know what I mean? Capablanca Winter bishop on
Hmm.
g3, right? And pawns. And the
Oh
bishop's
yeah, that
terrible,
game. Yeah.
terrible
Yep.
bishop. Never getting out really.
Hmm. Yep. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, Anish draw. Report wins. Levon's gonna win. Duda wins. Moves to, I think Duda moves to 4.5, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, we have this game. My good friend Erwin Lamy. I thought this game was just going to be a draw, but right now he's in trouble. I don't know. I mean, this is weak. The rook is active. All of this is passive. I don't know. Tough game for Erwin.
Yeah, this is nice. What was it? Vichugov
Vichugov,
or
yeah.
Vichugov? Yeah, Vichugov.
Okay, let's look at Hans Moke Neiman.
Okay,
So
Hans
Hans,
is apparently winning. It's Sean Rodriguez.
G4, nice move. Take, G5. So what Hans wants to do, he would love for this trade to happen, as this king would have to move up. And then, I mean, maybe you can take a pawn, but the idea also is that now you can give a check and
And then
promote
queen.
your queen. So he wants to get that king away from the 7th rank, right? So I don't know. Knight G6 was played by black. So in case you take, black can take, and there's no check, but maybe you could move here. Oh, look at this, H4. Because now
Ooh,
you
that
turn
is
to take
spicy.
and do this.
That's
Mhm.
spicy. That's spicy right there.
Yep. All right. So that's that. So let's have a look. I think Vidit is going to win. Vidit is going to win. He has this position. Arjun might win. So I think there's a very good chance that after this round, we'll have Arjun and Vidit in the lead.
Arjun and Vidit. Wow. And of course, Chess Base India going crazy. They got Arjun and Vidit and all of India are in first place. Like all
Yeah.
of them? Yes, all of them. Okay. Cool, cool, cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
Indian
I
team
don't know,
making first.
James.
Right. Right.
I feel like the added extra 50 minutes is just a little bit too much. I don't know what you think, but it seems too much to me. What do you think?
Well, for what?
Oh, after the time control and added 50 minutes instead of
Oh
30.
yeah, that's a lot, bro. That's a lot. No, it really is a lot of time. It's a lot of time, bro. Like, this is why being physically fit or like working out or having something, bro, that fifth, 6 hour, you like, yo, especially you don't bring no food too. You got to bring a snack or something to eat because you need that energy.
Mhm.
That fifth, 6 hour is where blunders happen.
Exactly. So the players have reached the time control. We'll probably see them taking a long thing now. So we are going on a break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will keep following Hikaru's game. Let's hope he can squeeze out a win. Keep sending in your energy, and we will see you all in just a few. And welcome back, everyone, to round 7 of the Feeder Grunts 2023. James, while we were on break, a lot has happened. No moves have been played.
Oh, that's crazy. I walked away. I came back and it looks like it's mate in 11 if there was more pieces on the board, but there's not, and nothing happened. So, yeah, we're just here, guys, and they have made time control, and we are just here waiting for something to happen. Hopefully, we can get something out of this, or this is going to be a 50-minute draw, 1 hour draw from here. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So let's see what's going to happen. And that's always the tough thing with Classical, right? You might only have a window of 1 or 2 moves where you have a chance. Hikaru had that chance with bishop takes e6 and rook c7 earlier, but he missed it. And now it seems like he's just headed for a draw. King of 4, good move by Predke. He just wants to go king g4 and go after this. And I think Hikaru's idea is probably to take and go here. Maybe black just takes, we take, they take. I don't know. It just looks like a draw to me.
Yeah, and we actually, I mean, of course, compared to the position after bishop takes e6 earlier instead of rook c7, having this is like, I mean, we could have had better with the 2 pawns as opposed to the g pawn already being down the board. So, yeah, man, that one window there was bishop takes e6. That was like the only chance to really have something to really push for, and now it is most likely going to be a draw, but things can still happen, obviously.
Exactly. People were asking an IM in 9th place. That's right. That's right. And I think that IM is going to hold the draw here against Fedosseyev. Let's try to pull up that game. But if Firouzja's game ended in a draw, which is a good result for Hikaru. So if Hikaru draws, he keeps a, 7-point lead over Firouzja. Okay, Kuzubov, by the way, won. He moves to 5 out of 7, as we see here. All right, so let's have a look. Fedosseyev, can he make it happen here? I think it's unlikely the white's going to win.
Yeah, it's unlikely. Unlikely, right? Especially if I mean, if we can get knight off c6, we may have some chances. But even then, like, where we have to like create something, which is hard to do. Very, very hard to do that.
Right, and people are saying that Hans will get queen versus rook and some pawns. Let's have a look. So we left off right around here. Okay, so knight g6, h4, pawn takes, and now Hans is thinking h5 is a move. You can also take here. It feels like Hans has to be winning here.
Yeah, definitely has to be winning. Feels good. H5 definitely hits the knight. Then we get knight e5, and like we got stuff with like rook h8, the classic, rook takes b7, rook h7, take the rook on b7. So there's some nasty stuff like h5, knight f4, knight e5, and like some king e7, rook h8 would be winning.
Yep.
Very sick.
Wait, sorry. h5. Wait, where knight?
Knight f4, just like if he's going forward.
Knight f4.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, look at this. You go rook h8.
Or rook h8 immediately. For some reason, I was throwing a knight e5 check.
Yeah, but rook h8, pretty typical idea. You threaten to queen the pawn, and as soon as black takes, now you take, and you get skewered and lose the rook. So, feels like Hans should win. I think after h5, the knight is gonna have to jump back to f8, but now maybe we can take here. We can also give a check, and I don't know, black is so passive that it feels like white has to be winning here.
Right, exactly. You don't know how, like, but he just has to be. How though? I don't know. He just gotta be winning. Like, that's it. Like, all right, cool. That's how it works.
Exactly. And oh, we have a new sub to the channel. I Wantel, welcome. All right, so let's see what else we have. Keimer, I think, is just on his way to win. Like he's up a bunch of material, and I don't see anything happening here besides a win for Keimer.
Nice. What was this opening, by the way? I'm curious to know.
But this was the slow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very nice.
People are asking what does FM stand for? It stands for Fight Master.
Fight Master. Fight.
Yeah.
I was growing up. I had National Master in the high school. I had already over 100 tournaments. All USCF, never played one Fight tournament in my life. And when I was like 21, I was like, yo, what is Fight? What the heck is that? And it's FIDE, facts. So FIDE. I was like, oh, this is the route, So at least start with Fight.
Exactly. Yep. All right. So let's see what is going to happen. Okay. So let's do a quick recap of everything that's happening. Okay. So I predict a draw between Wojtasek and Fabiano. Hikaru against Predke is probably going to be a draw. Vidit is going to win. Sinro still fighting on, but I do expect a win here for Vidit. Then we have Origin, very up and down game. Who knows what's going on? And by the way, black can take on croissant if you want to. I still don't know what to make of this one. What do you think, James?
I think white has a nice initiative somehow. It just feels like my pieces are better than yours. And one move from black, anything you move wrong, which is why, they're all tight knit like this, like the superfluous knights, the bishops defending a knight, the bishops defending the other knight. If you move anything, the whole thing collapses. So it feels like white has a better initiative and ready for the action rather than how black is. It feels like his pieces are just holding. That's it. We're just holding it together.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. So let's see what is going to happen. G4 on the board by Arjun. Interesting move. He's definitely still pushing for the win, but it looks like Vidit is definitely going to win, who will be at the very least in a soul lead. I think Arjun's going to join him. Faruja made a draw. We have Bakro against Yu Yang Yi. Bakro definitely still pushing for the win. Not easy for black. Okay, Keimer is going to win. We saw this earlier. Then we have Deach again. Wow, look at this.
Whoa.
Black completely pushed back.
Whoa. Okay. Is it white move or is black's move? Okay, but there's moves like F6 could be possible, and then followed by Knight F5. That's nasty. You see that, Bach? And then mate. Let's just
Oh,
show
wow,
that.
look at
I
that.
just spotted that. And then
Yeah.
obviously pawn takes and then rook G8 mate. Also threatening G7. It's just nasty stuff here, bro.
Mm-hmm. But black might be able to save himself here with the move rook G1, right? We push and he takes.
That's just
And,
dumb.
we win in exchange, but black has got 2 knights, also 3 pawns. So this is not bad at all. Maybe what white should do is slow roll the attack. Like, let's say going 4, maybe we
Slow
go.
roll the attack.
What about this knight G4? 95
95.
threatening this, 97. This should collapse for black.
Oh, there's some heat here. There is some scary, scary things about to happen on this board with the white pieces to the black pieces. Very strong game here.
Yep. She won by Yakuboyev, but this has to be winning one way or another for Deach, but he still has to finish it off.
Right.
All right, so that's that. Kuzubov wins against Artemiev, moves to 5 out of 7. Feraseyev pushing this endgame, but it's probably a draw. And then we have Anish drawing against Anton. We have Rapport beating Bartel. Rapport moves to, I assume, 4.5. Some 4.5. Yeah, 4.5.
Okay. Richie.
Yep. Okay, Levon, this is over as he trades into a winning king and pawn in game. Okay. Duda wins. Draw for Abdusatorov. Erwin has to defend here. Not an easy endgame at all. Wow, what is going on here? Parham's games are always pretty wild. What's going on?
Yeah, right. His games are never like common, bro. Even I saw him play some Queen's Gambit Declines. I'm like, bro, what is this? This is not how you're supposed to play Queen's Gambit Decline. He always plays some very spicy stuff. So it's cool to see. He's playing in his element.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd say probably a draw, like something like check. The king is just pretty open. White also has a bunch of weaknesses, so probably a draw.
Yeah, because there's a lot of checks. It feels like check, 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 check.
I don't know if
Nice,
you see a
nice.
game, or maybe if the chat sees a game that we have to go to, please let us know. I'd be more than happy to have a look at it. Hans Moog probably winning. Chiparinov beats Aryan, moves to 4.5 out of 7. Shirov loses. Tersahakian moves up in the standings. Prag wins and moves to 4. Not his best tournament so far, but not a terrible result.
Big brag.
MVL. Oh, sorry, an MVL wins with black. Wow, look at this. 144 on the clock.
Bro, what? He had 144. What's wrong with him? Hold on. Let's see this game. We just got to see what's wrong with him, man. How he do that? What? All the way out like that? Yo, I don't know. He just crusty.
Yep. Okay. We have a French structure here. H6. B8. Okay, interesting. F6. Okay, F5. Oh, wow.
Bro, he was
insta
moving, bro. He was literally instantly moving.
Yep.
He pressured him
white
on the clock.
blunders.
Yeah. He has no time. Shoot, 30 minutes. Oof. Brilliant move. D4'd him. He played this like a blitz game.
Yeah. A nice game by MVL, putting a lot of pressure on the clock. And things are going wrong here.
Oh, that's how he got 144. They in the second time control. I actually thought he
Yeah.
just blitzed him out in the first.
No,
And
no,
I
no.
was like, what's wrong with him, bro?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
no, get him checked. He like, performance enhancing substances or something. This is insane.
Yeah. But I wouldn't be surprised at all. Here's the thing. Like, I think chess players, they like doing this. They like to play quickly to try to get more time than they started with. And yeah, MVL managed to do so and won the
Yeah,
game.
he did win the second time control. It's like it looked like he just gained time, like instantly moving. So 40 moves. It's like, no, this is not
Mhm.
human.
Yeah, and I remember a game that this was a couple years ago in Wijk where Jordan, he had a lot of preparation on the board against Vidit, and he kept playing quickly. And at some point, he got more than 2 hours on the clock and a lost position.
And getting smacked. You're like, bro, well, use your
Gotta
time,
move
bro.
quickly.
Gotta move
Oh, I'm
fast.
lost.
Oh, let me think now. And you know what's funny? The thing about this is
Then they think,
then
and
they
that's
think,
two
yeah.
lost.
And I've done that before when I'm like, you're just kicking yourself and you're like, bro, why? I got all this time and I sat here and just sat up here and looking all stupid, moving fast, right? That's why they give you all
Yeah.
your time so you can use it
Yeah,
when you need to use it, not when you're lost. Okay, use your time, chat. Use your time if you're playing with time.
exactly. Yep. Okay, so yeah, we have Hare Krishna draw against Murzin,
Right.
Rondelius draw against Chopra, Ben Glad, Benjamin Gladura playing against Taboy Taboy. I don't know. I don't see anything that I'm like, damn, we have to go to that game. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't see anything yet.
Okay. Um. Okay, let's just stay focused on the top boards. We have a move by Hikaru. He pushes the pawn up with the move pawn to c5.
Okay.
Okay, so let's say Pretka sticks to the plan and goes king g4. What is the idea? So I guess we want to go c6, take, maybe rook e7. Again, black
That's
should
something.
not take.
Okay,
So we get to
take.
connect it.
We win it.
But what if you just go king back? Oh, hey, spawn. Oh, and then bishop here, and this is a threat. Aha. So I guess that's
That's
his
what he
idea.
wants. That's what he wants. That is something. We definitely have some chances here, guys.
So it's not over just yet, but I mean, I'll be shocked if Hikaru can squeeze out a win here. But hey, you never know. You never know. He's a magician. Maybe G4 here, by the way, for black is a
I
nice
thought the
move.
same. Yeah. G3 mating. Like, whoa, bro. Gotta show that. You gotta show how quickly this could turn.
Yeah, that would not be a good idea. So what we have to do after G4 is we have to take the bishop. Okay, black recaptures, and I mean, this is also just a draw.
Right.
Yeah. Hikaru doing side quests,
Side quest. Oh, I'm going on an Easter egg hunt
Yeah.
through the hotel. Through the hotel. Then we're gonna do a little bit of yoga, hot yoga, and then we're gonna finish the game. Stretch,
Exactly. Yeah.
stretch. All right.
What is it? Upward dog, downward
Upward
dog.
dog and breathe. Exhale. And again.
Exactly. Yep. All right. We have a move by Fabiano. He goes knight c7, offering the trade of queens. I think white is going to take, go into this endgame, which probably should lead to a draw. But I still would give Wojtasek a small advantage. The pawn on c5 is a little bit weak. And also white is a really nice pawn chain here with a protected passer on e5.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks pretty good for him, but I mean, it's probably draws too. You also have like the Bobby Fischer stuff where he sackles that rook takes b3. I don't know what game that was, but and played like a2 and something like that. Getting the pass pawn type thing, there are vibes of that with bishop takes b3 at some point, if possible, or c4 from black too as well if you're not careful. So some things to watch out for, but objectively probably drawn.
Korobov is asking in the chat, what is the probability Hikaru qualifies to the candidates? I don't know how to quantify it in percentages, but right now, I would say he's definitely the main favorite to
Right.
join the candidates. He's
Right.
got good chance in this tournament. He's also right now holding the candidate spot. So I would say it's definitely over 50%. Yeah.
Exactly. I would say the same. Over 50. How's the women's section? Oh, you can go check it too as well. Vishali going crazy over there. She definitely going crazy. And checking those games too as well. As I saw Eileen Roberts play Joe Bob against Vishali. That was a draw, but she was winning. So I was hype about that. Jar Jar Binks London for a dub, so it's looking good. Vishali
And we
going
have
crazy.
G4. And we have
Oh,
G4 on the board by Pretka.
Yeah, you gotta
Yeah,
take
we
it.
have to take now.
You
We have to take black recaptures, otherwise G3 would lead to checkmate. Okay, so that's that. And again, it's probably just headed for a draw. Okay. Vidit is kind of struggling a little bit to finish, although I guess he might have now found a way to do it. He went for some king triangulations, but king d6, I like it. He's hitting the rook. If the
King
rook moves,
D6,
you hang
yeah.
this.
I like it.
And he should be able to get the job done here.
Let's go. Looks good, man. That great game from Vidit. I'm not even gonna lie. That he just like he stormed back, and that's how you do it. I mean, just because you lose a game doesn't mean anything's over. He kept playing. All right, I got another shot. I got more shots, and then he started getting some games, winning, getting some confidence. And the man looking good now. He's about to be looking tied for first, in fact, again.
Yeah. All right. I'm a little bit surprised that Hikaru has not taken on e6 yet. It's the only move not to lose the game, actually. Otherwise, you get checkmated with g3 coming next. So it's the only move. Perhaps he's away from the board right now. Okay, we have Arjun against Esipenko. We left off over here, so bishop takes Esipenko actually took on croissant and Arjun recaptured. I don't know. I'm gonna make a prediction here. I think Arjun's gonna win this game. It feels like it's easier to play for white. All of this is loose, so I predict a win here for him.
Yeah, I thought the same because again, those bishops and the knights have been there for so long. It looks like white can just maneuver around them, but he does have to be careful of the back rank. Maybe some problems down there. Definitely like white though. We just got a lot of play. It feels like, but he does have my pawns blocked. So now I have to figure out how do I get unblocked? Is that even possible?
Yeah. All right. So that's that. Yeah. So I do predict that after this round, Vidit and Arjun are gonna be tied for the lead. And then probably a big group on players on 5 out of 7. So we just have to hope that Hikaru gets a nice pairing that can catapult him in the standings.
Yeah, that'd be great. Come on, guys. What y'all think, chat? You think he's gonna get the chat? Y'all think? What do you think, chat? Is he going? Are we getting the dub today, or is it gonna be a draw? I think hot take. I think it's just gonna be a draw, to be honest. But we keep the hope alive.
I do predict a draw, yeah. But by the way, we have more moves
Same.
in the game between Keimer and Korobov. We left off right around here. So check. Korobov's still fighting though. C5 trying to complicate. I'm a little bit surprised that Keimer didn't just take.
Right. I was
Because,
the
I mean,
same. Take and take.
there are moves like this, but I
Oh,
mean,
he didn't
I
like
would
that.
just
Queen G7.
happily trade everything
Yes.
off here, you know?
Easy, right? I'm not even thinking twice about that.
Hikaru get back at the board. Come on. He's got to move here. Okay, bishop takes c6. The only move on the board, which is good. Okay, but I do still predict a win here for Keimer. He played king c3. Should just still be very cleaned up.
Nice.
Mhm.
Looking
And
good.
of course.
Bishop takes e6.
Mm-hmm.
And we should be able to draw fairly soon. Let's see.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Are you play c6 there?
Okay.
Just make sure there's no weird stuff. G3, king, h3. I gotta go to h3. Rook c1 and then rook check. King takes e4. And then we take on c6.
Yeah, here we actually have good chances. Well, after rook c1, we can give a check. Then play
Takes.
c7 first to save our pawn
Ooh.
before we take. And this is tricky. So let's see, c6. I
That's
think
spicy.
g3 is premature, as that allows our king out of the cage. So maybe what Pretka should do is play a move like king g5. I mean, maybe check, king takes.
h4. Oh wow, that's not made though.
You're a little bit stuck though here with the king, because look at this. You are stopping the pawn, and I think it's just a draw, because let's say e5.
Right.
I go g3, and your king is stuck. But you're just gonna sit, and you sit, and you
And
sit,
check.
and yes, I walk my king all the way around, but now what? You kind of go up.
Nothing. Can't get through. And my king is look at my king just locked in there. This is a stalemate. Rosen trap type stuff.
Ooh, Rosentrap.
Yeah.
All right.
Rosen trap. Oh no, my queen.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, so king g5 on the board. Okay, now I expect a check. And then c7. Again, it should just be a draw. and I don't think there's any tricks left. No, there's really no tricks left. I think one way, let's put that on the board again. One way you could potentially win is if black does absolutely nothing. Like, let's say black goes here, we give a check. Maybe if we can get the pawn, I mean, I think still the same situation happens, where you get your king all the way around, and then what? Right, you kind of go here.
Oh, yeah, we fine though, right? Yeah, it's just a
Mhm.
just drop. Oh wait, who's it? Here? And this
It
was a
doesn't matter.
rook
Doesn't matter.
c6.
If it's
Nice
white
draw.
move, yeah, anything is a draw.
Okay,
So it
king 4.
should just be a draw here.
Yeah, we're good.
Nothing that can. I think, but okay, the
Nothing
only
crazy.
way Hikaru can win is if black does absolutely nothing. Like, let's say we go here
Mhm.
and black sits, we go here, black goes here, and if you allow the king to get up to d4 and e5, but of course that's not going to happen. You know, if white
Yeah.
doesn't go e5, then black goes e5. Although, I'm saying that maybe here something like this, and it's not, it's not over yet.
Not yet. c5, you can take it and queen. Woof, sheesh. Yeah, you gotta be careful there. Dang.
Yeah, so maybe you can get that in. Okay, so can we get that somehow under the right circumstance? All right, so king here, e5, here, check, here. I think here's the thing. We would love to get that with the king on e3, but if we go king e3, he's going to check us. So here, rook c6. Okay, maybe here, we're making some magic work, some magic happen here. Because with the rook on c6, you can no longer go to g6. If you go here, I give a check, deflect your rook, and I
Thanks.
get a queen.
Beautiful deflection.
Here, then I take. Yeah, I mean, nah, it's not enough.
Oh. How much time is on the clock? 34, 34. It's the same.
Yep.
Let me see how your car's looking. See what's looking like. He in the zone, bro. He is locked in. He locked in.
Yep. Yeah, and even here, like, the thing is black can always go rook c1 back, so they can go king g6. So let's say check here. Maybe you take king e3. Yeah, no, it's just a draw.
Mm-hmm. It's just a draw, guys. Tough. Tough. And I'm sure, he knows where he could have played better. Bishop takes c6 move, which gave him some better chances.
Hikaru reaching for a piece, and it looked like he was reaching for the g pawn. So
Let's
what
see.
do we
Okay.
make about this move here? Wait, look at
What we got?
it. So, I think this maybe like this. Maybe this is how you do it. Again,
Let's
all of it is
push.
a draw, but maybe this is a better shot.
Okay, check king g1. King f2. King e3. King d2? Yep. How do we I
Yeah, but then
guess. Yeah, it's a draw.
here's the thing. If we could get no, but the thing is, if I go here, you give a
Steal.
check,
Oh
and
yeah,
even
king
take.
takes king g6, king f4, h5. Yeah. Check, check,
Yeah,
check. Not even.
it's just that. Yeah. No, nothing really to do here. This game, I mean, I'd be shocked if Hikaru can somehow pull out some chances, but hey, you never know.
You never know, really.
Also,
Well,
by the way, after g3, black can also go for check, and then king f6. And
e5.
here the game would
Mm-hmm.
yeah, here the game, I don't know, goes in a different direction, but it should all the same just be a draw. Comes a little bit more double-edged though, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Rook g6 taking on g4,
Mhm.
I mean, but yeah, all these is just another draw. Another way to just draw. It's like
Yeah.
17 draws here.
Yeah. Okay, so Hikaru not looking, I mean, he's not, I think he looked particularly unhappy right after that moment. He should have played bishop takes c6 and rook c7. But now, I mean, he's not looking particularly unhappy, right? I think he's sort of accepted that this game is probably a draw, and he's still just trying to find some chances, even though he knows that it's unrealistic.
Oh, he's trying to do something more, but more likely in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think some more moves have been made in Vidit's game. After king d6, the rook went here. Trying to go here, but just king e6. Hitting the rook, hitting the pawn. You can defend both, but this gives black some more time to coordinate. Maybe like knight d7 to e5, and Vidit should win this game.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough for Cinderella. He's playing really good, playing a great game, or played a great tournament in first place, but Vidit just vengeance and locked in to not lose a game after he had that one loss he had early in the tournament. I think it was round one.
Yep. All right, so that's that. Origin's game. Esipenko is still thinking here. Okay, rook b2, by the way, was played, hitting the pawn.
Okay,
Maybe just rook e4 to defend it. And people
nice
are saying,
defense. What we got?
oh, sorry, I was gonna say, but people are saying that Bakro, I mean, Bakro is pushing. I wouldn't say he's winning.
Okay, we got this pass pawn. Rook b1. I could sack on it, but that's gonna be a draw. Yeah, I mean, it's just not that clear. It's really not that clear. I can get rook c1 in if the king moves. Yeah, rook, yeah, get king. This is closer to a draw, I think, but it's a lot of time left too. King e3, rook c1. I don't really like that.
Yeah.
G5, take, take, take. So check too. There's so many things going on in this game.
Good. That's actually a good question, Moves.
For
That's actually a
moves.
good question. At this point, it is legitimately not a bad. So here's the thing: there are sometimes positions that are a draw, but where you can legitimately push. I think here it's pretty dead. I think it's pretty dead. So it is not at all a bad idea to offer a draw and just save energy, save time, and just move on to the next game. Because actually, I had this in a tournament not too long ago where I had an endgame. It was a rook and 2 versus 1. It was I had a what is it? A G and H pawn versus rook and F pawn. And it was a draw, but I tried for many moves. And eventually the game ended in a draw anyway. But because of that, I did lose some time to prepare for the next game. And the day after I lost. So I thought about it later, like, hey, maybe I should have taken a draw earlier. So I serve energy and more time to prepare for the next game.
Definitely. Yeah, it helps. It helps with that. I mean, because having energy is important. I mean, Magnus say you like to sleep 10, 12 hours before rounds. Man, that's a lot of sleep, but it also shows on the board because he feels good. You have to prep tools ahead of time so you can have that enough time to sleep. Sometimes I remember waking up in the middle of the night before the game, and I'm like, oh, what about this? And then I'll go check the computer to do something. It's kind of funny.
Someone is asking in the chat, what are the chances Alireza gains 7 points in St. Louis? I would say those chances are pretty slim. So here's the thing: in St. Louis, he will probably play against similar opposition. So with every win, he will gain 5 points. It's first of all unlikely that he will gain 7. He will either gain, let's say, 5 or 10. So he would have to go +2 in that tournament, which is very difficult. It's more likely that he will not, but it is possible. It is possible. So I think for Hikaru, it's nice to build up a nice cushion. It would be even better to qualify from this tournament and just secure his spot that way.
Yeah, it'd be great. I mean, of course, you play one game at a time is what he says, right? Literally don't care. Oh man, he definitely cares here though. You can see it's like a frustration or like I don't know, what do you call that emotion there, Bob?
Satch or
Sadness.
he's looking at us. He's shaking his head, looking into the camera.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's disgruntled, exacerbated, a little sad. Yeah, chat. Head shakes.
All right. So let's see what is gonna happen. Hikaru in the chat. Hikaru in thought. Hikaru in thought.
Hikaru in the chat, telepathically talking to you guys. And
Yeah.
he's looking in, he's looking at the score sheet here.
Yeah, Hikaru deep in thought. Not in the chat yet.
He's not
Okay,
in chat.
Vidit. Okay, we have some more moves in Vidit's game. Let's have a look. So sender off when Rook F8, Rook H8. I mean, at least he's managing to get some counterplay going. You might have to
He
go bishop
definitely
b4
is.
here.
Right. I was thinking the same.
to defend the pawn, but then check, hitting the... Okay, you have to go king
King
d5,
d5.
rook e7. Ah, but knight d6.
Oh, but at least c7 falls, but...
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Even though this pawn is going to fall, look at this. Let's say white goes king up. Now we just push.
Push
Take,
him.
I go here.
Push again.
This is defended. You can take, but I go here. And my knight covers this. My bishop is an absolute beast, covering the promotion square, and this is just over.
Yeah, there might be some g6, h6 type stuff at the end of the day, but g6
But
and
the thing
h6.
is, like, we can just go g5
and
to
it's
keep it easy.
snatching.
Yeah. All right, so I do think Vidit is going to win. It looks like his advantage is just overwhelming. Right now, he's got 2 connected passers on the queen side. He's got 20 minutes on the clock, so I'll be shocked if he doesn't win this one. I think Arjun is going to win, but still a lot of work to be done here. He played king g2, so let me think. Takes. Ah, check. King back,
Okay.
check.
Bishop e6 and mate, not mate. Almost.
Not, yeah, but practically mate. You lose material in the game.
Right.
Okay, so what about king up? Check. King, because if you go here, check and mate. So king f5, and then what? Check. Block.
g5.
Oh, and you still get yourself in some sort of mating net.
Yeah, that's why you have to think so deeply here. There's just so many things going wrong with the piece setup for black. What it feels like.
Okay, Hikaru made a move. He played rook g7 check. Okay, now I assume Pretka is going to take on h5, and he will get the pawn to c7.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, there it is. King h5.
Yeah, people asking in the chat, did Hikaru did not miss a clear win, but he did miss some very real chances to really put the test on Pretka. I think, once again, in this position right here, had Hikaru played the move, if Pretka had like 5 minutes, had Hikaru taken and rook c7, maybe objectively it's a draw, but with little time on the clock, I think it's very easy for black to go wrong here.
Especially as we're mopping up probably G and H pawns.
Okay, we have more moves, c7, e5 on the board. I would just go g3 here, and there we have it from Hikaru, locking in the king. There's no stalemate traps. Like, you would love to take your rook off the board, and it's a stalemate, but you can't do that. Yeah. Because if you take, then I take, and the squares are free again. But there's just no way to make progress, as this pawn stops your way forward.
Man, we're gonna see a draw quite soon, I think. Yeah, back to g1. Quick moves from both.
Oh, rook g2. Okay, yeah, you take. It's a stalemate. Ah, no, actually, wait, yeah, just like this.
That's what he
just
plays.
keep following the king.
Yeah.
Okay, Lino Carter.
King f1.
Yeah.
Prediction: the game will end with stalemate with Preka giving up his rook. Yeah, somebody get that man a diamond membership. I'm gonna get this man a diamond membership on chess.com.
And a Rosen trophy. Yeah,
and a Rosen,
yeah, this
correct.
Is gonna... Yeah. Is he gonna play on somehow for the memes, like go all the way to a1 and maybe then take?
For the memes.
Okay, and takes, and it's a draw. All right, so somewhat disappointing result here for Hikaru. It's really not the end of the world. He is on 5 out of 7. He's still gaining rating. But he will probably be a little bit behind the leaders.
And a stalemate. Yeah.
And again, that's how it goes at the top level. Like, the margins are so small. Hikaru perhaps had one move where he really could have put on the squeeze on Pretka. Of course, we will ask him about this game. But besides that one moment, it seemed like the game was very much in the balance.
Yeah. I know. It was very much it was just an even game all the way through. And Preke played very well. Hikaru gave what he can. Missed one shot. Very accurate. Very accurate game.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. So Firouzja already made a draw in his game. He loses a little bit of points. Hikaru will lose, what is it, 2 points as well?
Yeah, something like that.
Hikaru will be sitting at like 2781-ish. Still like 6.5 points out of Firouzja.
That's good. Well, yeah, we points up, chat. At least we still up. Like, That's fine. And then Faruza drew as well.
Yep. So yeah, we'll probably have Hikaru soon for an interview. So you guys can already perhaps submit some questions in the chat that we can ask him. It's gonna take him a while though because he first has to get back to his hotel, get on his computer. But we will have him for an interview. All right. So James, the game between Fabiano and this game, I feel like it's been going on for a while, but
Yeah.
not much is happening. That being said, I definitely still prefer Wojtasek's position.
I actually think the same. I would actually be fine on both sides. I think because I have this idea of like C4 at some point trying to break things up. And maybe, you know, then the A2 is gonna be a little bit loose. But that's just like a far shot from here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I was wondering, like the drawback of C4 is that you allow the king to potentially go up. Like maybe we can take black takes, we go knight C1, defend the pawn, and hey, if you give me some moves now, king D4, king C5, and you're in serious danger of losing.
Can I take on A2 there? Oh no, it doesn't work. It almost works, but knight C3. So maybe I have to go like a knight D5 first, if possible. Allow the king to get in, and then maybe knight C3. But no, everything's hanging yet. Wow,
Yeah,
you gotta be very careful there. This is right. The timing is everything.
exactly. Yeah. So, you know, Wojtasek definitely having some chances here. If he wins, he would all of a sudden be in the lead. And by the way, we have a move by Fabiano. Fabiano
Let's see what we
played
got.
knight D5 check. Looks
Okay,
like a good move.
other way around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let's say you move the king. Let's say here. I don't know. I feel like this should just be. I mean, maybe knight b6 and c4. I don't really see either player winning here.
I thought the same. It was very draw like. He's not gonna put C4 anytime soon.
Yeah,
Just shuffle pieces and call it a day.
exactly. People are asking in the chat, when do they gain more time? On move 40, we're already past that point, and on move 60, they will gain an additional 15 minutes. Ruja, by the way, already made a draw. So let's see. So Hikaru makes a draw. Fabiano, probably a draw. Vidit probably winning. It really comes down to Arjun's game, where we have more moves. Bishop c4 was played by Esipenko.
Bishop C4. Okay, so now this is looking spicy here. He's stopping the check. That makes sense. He's stopping the Bishop E6 stuff, is what he's doing there, looks like, apparently.
Okay. So let's see. Okay, hopefully Hikaru will be able to join us soon. We don't know yet if he's back at his hotel or not, but we're waiting on confirmation for that. I don't know if this game has been so wild.
Okay.
Oh, apparently Hikaru is here, so let's see if we. Oh, and there he is. Hikaru, how's it going?
Good. How about yourself?
Hey, what's up, man?
We're doing pretty all right.
Good.
All right, so
good.
Yeah, Hikaru, take it from the top and talk us through the game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, my opponent normally plays e4, e5, but I did notice in this tournament he was playing the Sicilian with e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6. And basically, he just surprised me. I didn't think his surprise in the open Sicilian was going to be this 4 knights. So I didn't look at it super closely. And I went into a deep think here because, I mean, one of the problems, and this is actually very similar to, say, the candidates specifically, but, you know, when you go into a tournament like the candidates and players have many months to prepare, players can just show up and play openings that they've never played before. And I don't know if Predka has been playing chess or not a lot. I actually don't think he has been because he's from Russia and Russians don't really have that many options to play. So I suspect that he had probably spent like a lot of time looking at this 4 nights before the tournament over the last month or two. And for that reason, I simply didn't want to go into something that he was super prepared for. First of all, because obviously when you're playing against preparation, you're not really playing against your opponent. You're simply playing against the computer. And that's not a fun task for anybody. But secondly, also because he is a little bit lower rated, so you don't want to be as comfortable. But it was very clear that even once I played A3, that he had spent a lot of time looking at different lines. Also, the reason I'm sure of this is because when I played E4, he took like a minute to play C5. He didn't play C5 right away, so it's very clear that he wasn't expecting E4 at all. And then he was just remembering whatever he'd looked at over the last month or two specifically, which is why he kept blitzing out moves after A3. He played D6, I think. Yeah, Bishop C4. Yeah, I mean, actually, you know, or one of the reasons I played the Bishop C4 was because, first of all, I did a recap of a Magnus game very recently. against Vincent Keimer. And then the funny thing is, like, as I was playing, Vincent was like on the board right next to me, in the roped off area. So like I could literally see Vincent, and so I thought, you know what, I'll try to emulate Magnus, and then also play something so that Vincent can see it as well. Which is why I played Bishop C4, trying to get into some kind of Sozin. But again, even this didn't work out because, as I said, my opponent clearly he spent probably 2 months just literally studying the system to death because he kept blitzing moves. He played Bishop D7. Yeah, I castled, and then he castled. Yeah, then I played F4, which I mean I think F4 is probably wrong. Actually, I kind of just missed something in this whole line when I played F4. Yeah, so go ahead, knight D4, Bishop D4, E5. Yeah, so there's a very beautiful line that unfortunately doesn't work, which is pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn, knight G4. Yeah, and now queen D5. And I mean, there's this beautiful line where black plays knight E3. I have rook takes F7.
Beautiful.
Knight takes queen, rook G7, king H8, and now I think I have rook takes E7, knight F6. Knight D5, and I think I'm winning even though I'm down a queen for a piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, and computer agrees. Yeah, it says +2. Yeah. So I mean, I actually saw this when I played when I played this line, but the problem is there I think there's one line at least that caused me problems, if not multiple lines. But the first one that I saw here was after queen D5, I think there's just bishop C6. Yeah, and after bishop C6, I mean takes, like what am I even doing? There's just knight E3 or I lose the bishop, and I mean, what's the point?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, okay, I can maybe draw the game, but what am I even doing here? So like I was very disappointed because like he also used 30 minutes. So like I had a lot of time here to think about whether he was going to take on D4 and play E5, and so it was a bit disappointing because I did realize while he was thinking that he has this bishop C6 move, because otherwise I would have played in 5 seconds and gone for the brilliancy of the year, but unfortunately, yeah, it's just how it goes. Yeah, I mean, it's really a shame. Really a shame because
Yeah.
93 is the obvious move, but it actually loses. I mean, it's such a tragedy. But anyway, yeah. So I mean, I had to go bishop E3 instead. And obviously I didn't want to do this. He plays knight G4, queen E2. I mean, I think it's still kind of okay around here. But yeah, I was shocked when he played this rook C8 move. I thought it was just a very bad decision. I mean, I thought E takes F4, queen F4, and bishop F6, for example, with the two Bs. I mean, white can never be better here. I mean, just like bishop C6. I mean, I think if anybody's struggling here, it has to be white. So well, maybe not actually. Maybe it's not so clear. I can trade and play rook D1. But I mean, again, it's just optically. I mean, with the engine now, you can sort of tell it's maybe okay. But optically, with the two bishops, black should be better.
Yeah. So
but he played this rook C8 move, which really kind of shocked me because after bishop D5, now the game takes on a completely different character. Where I think it's three results are very much in play after queen takes A7.
Yeah.
And then he played bishop G5, which I thought was a mistake. But I played queen F2 quickly, which I think was a horrible move here. I just forgot he could go bishop F6. I think I should have played bishop B3 with the idea of knight D5. And I mean, I think it's still very much a game, but I think I have chances maybe to trick him in here.
Right. Yeah. No, like after queen F2, it kind of peters out a little. Bishop F6, rook B1, bishop B5.
Well, I mean, a large part of the problem is I don't really know if I'm better or if I don't know if it's like equal. Like I don't know if I'm like much worse or if I'm close to equal. That's part of the problem. So it's really hard for me to judge here what's going on. But then yeah, he played queen F6, which I don't think was best. I thought something like bishop E6 or maybe even queen B6 should be fine here. But he played queen F6, and after knight E2, I felt like I was starting to get some chances to maybe swindle him and win this game here. So yeah, after knight E3, he plays bishop E6, which is of course not right, but it leads to this end game where we trade rook A1, bishop C5,
And
takes rook A5.
Did you also consider takes on rook A8 for him?
Isn't that losing? Takes rook A8.
Oh.
Don't I have king F1? Rook A2 to stop bishop B4.
Rook A7.
Yeah, and I goes like C4. No, the point is if he goes rook A7, I cut him off with knight B4. Or actually, yeah, I cut him off with knight B4 here. Then knight C6. But you rook B1, rook B2 still.
Right.
Or that, yeah.
Okay, yeah, maybe it's nothing then. Actually, maybe it's not, maybe he's insane then for playing bishop c5.
We were kind of
Yeah.
optimistic when he played bishop c5, also because of the time situation, and we thought that this was not at all an easy decision to make.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I bishop c5 obviously can lead to some suffering, but I mean, he was very smart. He played after bishop c5 takes a6 rook a5, he played king f8, which was a very good move. I mean, I think if he goes rook c8, probably it's still holdable, but after rook c8, for example, say I get like king f2, king f8, and like I don't know if I should go c4 yet or not, but let's just say I go like, I mean, king e3, for example. Yeah, king e3, king e7, c4, just to show you guys. But wait, no, here he gets it. No, wait, not c4. So maybe actually, no, not
but
c4.
what you
King
want to
d3,
get
king
is
d3.
this, of course.
Yeah, like if I get this, I think I have great winning chances. I don't know if it's winning or not. Probably it isn't winning, but if I get this setup, I have great chances. I think actually no, my idea was to go king d3, king c4, not c4. So go like king d3, king d6,
Right.
king c4, and then play for the zugzwang. I think, like king c4, and I'm not sure what black does here.
What you can also do, by the way, is in this position play c4, king e7, e5, and yes, he can take and go c4, but you're just in time to stop the pawn, and it's still tricky with these two pawns.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably a draw, but you're right. With the two pawns in the center, it is hard to play. I agree with that. I mean, but he played king f8, which I think was just a very good practical decision because he was already very low on time here too. And yeah, I mean, like, I basically the point is I can always trade the bishops and take that endgame, but I assume with the 4 versus 3 that should always be a very easy draw, just like rook d8, rook d2. I mean, maybe if I'm playing 2400, I think I can win if they're not that Uzbeki guy, but or Kazaki guy or wherever he's from. But again, I mean, realistically against someone who's like 2650, I'm not going to win this. And because he's low on time, I definitely don't want to trade into that endgame because then he gets to play every move very, very quickly.
But I think that was like part of your mistake because at some point you should have traded into that endgame.
Well, but it was too late because I missed something in that end game. No, h4 is a stupid move. H4 is a ridiculous move, obviously. I mean, I should have played c4. Well, yeah. First of all, I realized that I blundered bishop d5. Obviously, I realized that as soon as I played h4, and luckily he didn't take. No, I as soon as I played h4, I saw this, but he played rook d1 so quickly that it didn't matter. But I think h4 is just fundamentally a mistake. Actually, I think I should have played. Obviously, let's go back 2 moves before h4. So let's just say I play c4, for example. Just say c4, rook c1, just to set it up. I mean, I know black has some rook b2 maybe, but like in this position, what I should probably do is or actually it's too late already because my king's getting to d4 and e5. So wait, so go back a move then? Yeah, so of course I should have played c4, and then after king d6. Like this is still a draw, right? Rook c6, king e5. Yeah, but like this one takes, and rook c7.
Right.
Oh, I guess here there's even just g5, which is very simple. No,
But
maybe
that's
it's
why
nothing.
we liked h4 in the game.
Like, yeah, but h4 allows h4 allows h5, which is an easy draw.
Yeah, h5.
I mean, that's the problem. So if you go back to the game, yeah. So I play h4, yeah, c4 here, yeah, here. Yeah. I mean, of course, the plan was to take. Obviously, that was the plan. But the problem is he goes he just takes, I think, or rook. I don't know if he should take or play rook c3, but now he goes rook c3, king g4, and he has h5, and it's just a draw. Rook g3, and nothing I can do.
Rook g5.
Yeah, king e4. Check. Yeah, but he can just trade here.
Oh yeah, but we look with
no. Now king d4. Oh, not e5. No. Wait a second. Go back. Go back. Wait a second. No. Something's wrong about this. Wait, rook g5. Takes. Wait, am I stupid?
We thought you have a real chance to win here.
King d6. And take and push.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it's kind of insane. Like at the end of this whole line, like he queens first, but you queen here, you protect the pawn, and you can somehow shelter from the check. So we thought like if you take an e6, especially with the time situation, you have real chance to beat him.
Wait, so then I actually have chances. So go back. Whoa, go back. So if I take bishop e6, f e6, rook c7.
Like I don't know what he's supposed to do here.
I have this one.
h5 is an option.
I think with 4 minutes he can easily collapse here.
Right.
This is the way to do it.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, that's very bad then.
Yeah, because like also in the game you get pushed back. So we thought you
No,
have.
no,
to
I mean,
do
of course,
this.
I was going to do it, and then I thought it was just a forced draw. Oh, that's so bad that I. Ah, yeah, that's terrible.
Because even in that line that you
King
showed, like
F8,
after let's
wow.
say, I mean, it kind of goes
King
on, right?
F8,
Like
I
even
can
if
just
you push.
shelter. Wow.
Yeah.
Ah, that is really unfortunate. Really, really unfortunate. Wait, show me that line again. So okay, so king takes rook g5, takes king d4. Yeah, e4. It doesn't matter whichever line. e4 g6 e3, king f8 e2 g7 queen. There's really no way for him to make a draw here. I just assume. I mean, I feel like I must have seen this somewhere in my mind, some iteration or something like this, and assumed it was a draw.
Well, I guess it's somewhat insane that like he checks, you go king e7, and
yeah, but you can just
I
hide
guess...
the king because his king's on d4.
Right.
yeah,
That's crazy.
and I
But
guess
wait,
also
queen
e6
e
to block.
no, but queen e2, not queen e3,
King
queen e2.
d6, no more checks. Ah, we check
Yeah,
here.
no.
Okay,
I mean, I
king
get
d7.
it. No, now I get it. I get it. Yeah. No, now I understand. That's very, very bad. Very bad. Wait, so then is the endgame just? I mean, I'm sure it's still a draw with the 2v1, but that's probably very hard to draw. I'm guessing. So go back.
I guess objectively it might be a draw, but again, with 4 minutes on the clock, I
no.
think
So I just want to see what the drawing line is actually after king e5. So
I don't even know.
So yeah. So what the weak engine says h5, I guess.
H5
Rook g7, of course, only move.
Yeah,
rook g7.
But okay, maybe you get to this, which is just eternal.
No, but I mean, come on, this is an easy draw. Be serious.
Yeah.
I mean, 3v2 on the king side. I mean, against a 2650, they should draw this. I'm not saying you don't get to press, but realistically, I think there are good chances to save this. But I thought the question is, can I win with rook g7?
I think you have real chances to win here.
No, but
rook
g7. Go back.
No, but then rook c3.
Rook c3.
So what? King f2.
King f2.
Rook c5 or rook g5. I mean, rook g5.
Check.
King g3.
King g3.
Check.
King h2.
Hmm.
Oh, this is some because g3. Then you go king f3 and you check and rook c1.
Stupid.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
again
stupid.
though, like this is the thing. This is not obvious.
Yeah, that's
and actually, to be honest, in the game, I probably would have gone for this. If I got to this position, I would have probably gone for this. I don't think I would have taken the 3v2 because I don't think the 3v2 is winning. No, I mean,
I think you have real chances.
Go back. No, I mean, come on, go back. Yeah, wait.
Well, you know, I beat Sevian in an endgame like this, right, at the World Cup.
Really?
Okay, so what? Rook takes c4. Okay, well, let me think. Okay, so e5, I assume, is bad because you can get the lock with h5. You go rook a6, h5, and then I assume there's some way to probably win that. Maybe not though. So e5,
check.
King f7. Yeah, something like rook b4, rook c2. I don't know. Let's say rook b4, g3, rook c4. I mean, how do you win this ever?
Yeah,
okay, whatever. Just go away. Rook a4. No, I mean, against somebody like Fred, I don't think I win this. No, but g4 I check and go rook a4.
Okay, but this is at least much better than what you had.
Like, yeah, no. I mean, I
agree, definitely progress.
No. I mean, I agree with you. I'm just saying that if this is the best I had, I can't really be too upset. Is all I'm gonna say. Because all the endgames I saw, I thought I needed to go after the G and the H pawn. So that's the only endgame that I thought could possibly be winning. You're right that I would have had chances. Maybe. I mean, I still think he probably would have drawn this, but yeah, this was much better. But the fact I didn't see this. I must have seen some iteration of this with the two queens, but I just assumed that there was some way to just check and draw. I must have forgotten that either G2 or C4 something was guarded. But I mean, whatever. Yeah, it's what it is.
Yeah, like here, yeah, again, like okay, h5 I think already is not an easy move to make because you can go here at the very least. There's this to consider. I think
I mean it's only move 36
down this line.
Yeah, I think there's a very good chance we would have gotten that position. I think there's, but again, we'll never know. We'll never know. So yeah, I mean, I should have done that obviously to have better chances. But I mean, he's also a strong player. He's a very good calculator. So I'm not sure what would have happened if this had occurred in the game. But yes, from a practical standpoint, this of course is what I should have done.
Yeah. All right, so this game ends in a draw, somewhat of a disappointing result. I mean, I guess especially with white. Are there any other games that have caught your attention during this round?
I mean, I think the main thing is that everybody seems to be having a tough game. Like whenever I see like the quote unquote favorites who are still playing around the time mine was, I mean, everyone's having a tough game. I mean, it's like who's I looking at? I think I was looking at Abdustorov's game. I saw like Ali Reza. I mean, everyone's having to fight really, really hard. It's you expect them to win games, and then like Kuzubov just blew Artemiev off the board, which is not what I was expecting at all.
Right.
So yeah, and I assume Vincent's winning, but I haven't. It hasn't finished,
Yes,
right?
but he hasn't won yet. You know, Korobov's still resisting. But yeah, I do assume he's gonna win. Let's see Vidit. Vidit was winning. Is he gonna finish off the job? I guess so. But Sinarov is fighting, eh?
I mean,
What are we
yeah.
getting?
You wait, no, but wait, is he? Isn't there beef?
And
Wait,
And
B4,
Vidit getting
B3,
long
B3?
time. Vidit 5 minutes. B4. Oh, wait, oh shoot! No, what did I
B3,
do?
Bishop B7, H6.
Ooh,
No, wait a second. This is
spicy.
getting but
Ooh.
H6, no?
If the King F6, what
King
the...
F6 to win. King F6, and you let White Queen, and you.
That's
I
With
don't.
5 minutes.
I do not expect this to happen.
That's crazy.
I do not. I mean, that's
But
really.
this is
like,
the only way. You have to go B4.
But I mean, this is yeah. I mean, this is that's
B8 push.
because I mean, but also it's like comes back to my game. Obviously, it's a little bit different because it was a queen end game. But like in general, in positions where both sides are queening, if there are multiple pieces on the board, you always want to be the first one to queen. You always get afraid if you're not the first one queening. So
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he'll play it.
Because especially before, Vidit was trying really hard not to allow too much counterplay. But yeah, I
Right.
think we might see him throwing here. And like, of course, there's still many more rounds to go. But would you rather see a win for Vidit in this game here or a draw?
I mean, obviously, as I said on my when I was streaming yesterday on Twitch, I mean, Vidit's a very nice guy. I feel like historically he's always shown that he has the ability to compete at the top, but somehow in all the absolutely critical moments, something goes wrong inevitably.
Right.
And
Right.
I mean, it would really be a tragedy for him if it goes wrong here again. I mean, it would be a real tragedy. Because this game he's been winning for the last 20 moves, and it's like trying to avoid counterplay the whole way. So I mean, if he chokes this one away, it's going to be really, really tragic. But I wouldn't be shocked if it is a draw. That being said, that being said, I mean, for me, I'd probably like to see Vidit win. I'd like to see him win. I mean, he's a nice guy. It seems like things somehow don't go his way, and I mean, obviously, I'd like to win the tournament, but you know, I do like to see players do well.
All right, so here we have the game between Arjun and Esipenko. This one has been very up and down the entire game, and we were kind of struggling to figure out what exactly is going on. What do you think about this one?
I think it's going to be a draw, probably. But again, all the pieces are so weirdly placed here. I mean, the two bishops and the two knights are like holding each other very nicely. I mean, I don't really know how White's supposed to win. That's the problem here. I think this is going to be a draw. That's my best guess. But
all right, so that's that. And then the game between Wojtasek and Fabiano.
They didn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, Fabiano's trying to do something, but yeah, this looks very drawish.
You feel like he's the one who's pushing?
I don't know who. Well, I mean, strategically, White has the protected pass pawn in the center, so White has to be the one who's pushing objectively. But Black also has all the pawns on the queen side on the opposite color of the bishop. So, I mean, they're trumps for both sides, I guess is the simplest way of putting it. And I think it's going to be a draw here, though.
All right. So that's that. Yeah, so for Ruja, draw, I guess a result you're not unhappy to see.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's just getting brutal pairings. Fedoseev, I think, is not beating the IM again. Like, everybody's trying so hard to like grind this guy down in end games, and he refuses to lose. I mean, it's really quite annoying, I have to say. I mean, like again, like you know, Anish tried this 2 days ago. Ali Rez, I think, also was trying to grind him in a rook and pawn end game, and now Fedoseev is trying to grind him in like a bishop and knights end game, and I mean, no one's able to win. I mean, this guy is like insane. What else needs to be said?
Yeah, I mean, here Fedoseev has already built up a lead on the clock. I don't know. There's definitely still chances, but I guess objectively it should be a draw.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like I saw this position like 10 moves ago, and I thought Fedoseev was going to win, and now I look at it, it's like it looks like an easy draw. And it's just like, yeah. I mean, what to say? What to say? It's just like, yeah, a very, very impressive result.
And what I was really shocked about in Keimer's game, I mean, I wonder if he's actually just winning if he trades off the queens, but we were really surprised in this position right here.
Yeah.
Like, why not? So this, why not take an F8? Like, what is there even to calculate? I don't understand.
Oh, you mean because Queen B7, you just play Queen G7?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I guess he was afraid. Wait, no, but C4 King actually. Wait, what? Well, I mean, King E3 also. I mean, it doesn't matter where you go. Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming that actually, you know, to be fair, I since I'm like one board away from Vincent, like I could see like he was bopping up and down probably from around like move 35 onwards. So the fact that he's bopping up and down, I mean, clearly he's very nervous about the situation. I mean, probably thought here was Queen F8, Rook H7, Rook B2, and some kind of boogeyman random repetition. That's my guess. It's like, but it's very clear he's very nervous because if he wins this game, he's the clear leader, right? And so he has this great.
Well, he shares for the lead. He's share for the lead. No, wait,
oh,
he's not share for the lead. He'll move to but he will move to 5 out of 7. Yeah, he's half a point behind you.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know what I don't know what the ordering of the boards is, but okay, whatever. So I'm stupid. But I'm just saying, like, I saw he was bopping up and down a lot, so he's clearly very nervous. So that's probably why he did this. And I mean, nerves do matter. I mean, for sure that the nerves do play a role when you have a winning position, but it's not just like over.
Yep. All right. Yeah. I mean, hey, that'd be quite something. Making it into the candidates because of a touch move incident.
That's true too.
The game against Volikitin. All right, so Vidit, by the way, is going for that line. Wow, look at this.
Let's go.
B4,
let's go.
B3, but now Bishop B7, or
now the big moment.
Do this. Can also do this and take.
Feels wrong. Okay, I guess.
Oh, okay. This one I like. You don't let white get any of the weird and just C5, C4, just push P. Oh, or knight C4, I guess also.
It's still kind of dank, no?
I mean, if you see it, it's very easy. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's. But I think he'll play it actually. This feels much more human, just like to go into the end game than to play Bishop B7.
Yeah, Bishop D, I guess looks more natural to me. Yeah.
I mean, the only question is after Bishop D5, can I go like King E3? But I guess then you just go King F6, King G5, mop up the pawns, and it's all very easy.
Right. Yeah. Okay. VD. Time is ticking. 2 minutes. 1.5.
I expect him to find Bishop D5. I think that's the human approach.
Yeah, correct. Human.
Yeah.
Word.
All right. So
yeah. So I mean, yeah,
by VD.
Yeah. So probably he'll be the sole leader if I had to guess.
No. Vidit is on 4 out of 6, so he will be on 5. Oh no, my bad, Matt. Vidit will be the sole leader. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm confused by who's on what score. I don't even know at this point. All I know is that it's a lot of strong players at the top, and just figure it out. But yeah, I mean, Vidit's going to win this game, so big win for him. He'll move into clear lead. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting final 4 rounds, I guess you could say.
Yep. And so, okay, what are your plans for this evening? Are you going to record a recap? What are your plans?
Yeah, I'll probably do a recap. Go relax. Yeah, me versus Hans, not likely, you guys. I have more points, and there are a lot of people now who are on the same score group that I'm on. So funny. But at any rate, no, it's I'm gonna go relax and probably do a recap. Get ready for tomorrow. I mean, obviously, many more rounds to go, but just gotta take the opportunities when they exist. I mean, today it's not say his Rook G5 is kind of sad, although I'm not 100% sure he would have gone for that line anyway, to be honest. But whatever
happens. Yep. And lose, staying up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the most important thing, is to not lose, because if you lose, you sometimes, in most cases, it seems like you almost get a worse pairing. Whereas like a normal open, you get an easier pairing. Here, you lose a game, you get a harder pairing. So yeah, I mean, every round, it seems like there are so many strong players here that every game is very, very difficult. So yeah, that's what it is. But yeah, I'm gonna go. So I'll let you guys finish up the day, and I'll see everybody on my recap, and then I'll be back tomorrow after round number 8. So keep up the great work, you guys.
Thanks, bro.
All right.
See you guys.
Best of luck.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Always interesting to hear his thoughts. Yeah, like I said, he definitely missed an opportunity there, but it might have still been a draw. So yeah, we will see what's going to happen in the next in the rest of the games. All right. So James, if Vidit is probably going to win, is there another game that is catching your attention?
Let's think about that. Let's look at. Well, actually, I mean, this Vidit one is probably the most. It's the best. It's the sharpest one right now. But it looks like he's gonna win. Let me see if there's anything else. So move around a little bit here.
Okay. All right. So apparently we might have a video that we can. Okay, we have a video that we can play for you guys. So let's see if we can pull it up.
Okay.
Should be Maxime here with Aronian probably. Great, he can always with me. And Hikaru, I think should be good. Yeah, of course myself.
Okay, let's say MVL here.
Okay.
Just by rating Alireza. Devon or Naka?
I have to include myself. Alireza, of course. It's French. I guess Hikaru would be fun. I guess Bukesh.
Imagine Bukesh, Alireza. Naka is always one of the candidates.
Yeah, I would definitely want my 50 bidden. Without Richard.
So I will be first in Grand Swiss. Hikaru second. Alireza by rating. I'll take Anish.
And the first one you would place yourself, right?
Yeah, I have to. And Rapport is always good to have in this field. We should definitely have Hikaru, Nakamura. I think Bukesh is fun to have.
Alireza with bronze Swiss. Definitely second. Best by rating Nakamura, and then the Vidit circuit winner, Anish Vidit.
All right, you guys saw it, and yeah, it's pretty interesting about these chess players. And I've also heard this about a lot of other athletes, is that they always bet on themselves. They all bet on themselves to make it into the candidates. Now, for some players, it's more likely than others, but as we saw, a lot of players think that Hikaru and Alireza will make it into the candidates tournament, and of course, both of them have pretty good chances.
Yeah, you always want to bet on yourself there, Chen. Always bet on yourself. And then, of course, you see everyone else in there. They're like, yeah, I'm going to make it to the candidates. You know, what about you? That's basically what they're saying. So, pretty good stuff there. Betting on themselves. But you always see Hikaru, Faruja, and Gukesh was there a lot. So, as well.
It's apparently a lot of people chose MVL to get in the candidates. I didn't quite realize that. But yeah, that is somewhat surprising, as I don't see how he's getting in, to be very honest. I think it's unlikely he will make it through this tournament. He's not going to qualify by rating. So I think, yeah, no, it's unlikely. I think, you know, it's definitely either gonna be Hikaru or Alireza, and we'll just have to wait and see who's gonna make it through this tournament. Right now, it's looking really good for Vidi, who is winning his game.
Which one is going to be? Yeah, it's definitely looking good. Checking out, he has the pawn under control. We got another pass pawn to worry about. What is he gonna do after king to c3?
I think what Vidit is just going to do is he's going to go king of 6. Get rid of this
I
pawn.
got 2 pawns, and now it's really two
It's
pawns. It's over, right?
This is where Sindarov wants to make a move, and then Vidit's like, now you
Stop.
resign.
Hey,
You know?
don't do that. Sign
Yeah,
the score sheet, buddy.
Just go c6, anchoring in the bishop, h5. Everything is defended, no counterplay, and it should just be completely and utterly over.
Hey, Doug.
All right, so let's see what is going to happen. I think Vidit should have this in the bag. Like, maybe you can try, I think king c5, same thing. We just go c6, cement the bishop, you take king of 6, and this pawn is gone. As rook g2 is not available, and it's just over.
Over. Dang. Fought to the finish here, Sindarov. I think a very strong informed Vidit now after that one loss he had.
Yep. Yeah, so Vidit will probably take the lead. The big question is Arjun gonna join him? Again, I have no idea what's going on, but king g2 played.
I'm with you there.
Oh, maybe he can do this. Bishop h4 trade off and dislodge the black pieces a little bit.
I thought about that actually, but then I was like, well, now he dislodged the bishop, but then we maybe have some rookie 7s could work to take on a4. The bishop on a4 is loose. It's gonna be a little bit of time though. Gotta take some time here. Yeah, bishop h4 is a nice move.
Yeah, and by the way, Vidit did play that move c6, so I do think he's gonna win. Let's see Fabiano, Wojtasek. Let's see what's happening in this game. They're shuffling back and forth a little bit. Okay, Fabiano seems to be the one that's refusing a repetition. King d2, knight d5, knight d2, bishop e7. But I don't really see anything happening in this game. Do you think he's trying to fatigue Bratislav a little bit, perhaps?
Probably, definitely. He's just playing on, showing that I'm going to keep playing on. Hopefully, you crack somewhere under the pressure. But so far, so good for Wojtasek, as he is not cracking under any pressure.
Yep. All right, so that's that. Then we still have some more games. All right. Let me check.
And what else we got? You Yankee, we haven't looked at that one. Oh, we have. Oh, that's that crazy exchange game. Oh, H3 happened. That was a miss.
Apparently there was a miss. Maybe Rookie 1-2. What is it, to cut off the king or something? I don't even know.
Yeah, exactly. I
It's
mean, this was
also
already
subtle.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't understand why H3 all of a sudden now Black has better chance to draw than after Rookie 1. So I
Who
think, I
knows?
guess, practically speaking, White has got really good chances to win. Because now also with the protected passer, you can even consider giving up an exchange for the B2 pawn.
That is possible. That is very possible at some point. Has to be the right timing here. And king has to be ideally placed. But H3, though, just try to hold it down. He's also getting low on time. Makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's see what's going to happen there. Yeah, so after this round, probably Vidit will be on 5.5. Arjun might be on 5.5 as well. And then we'll probably see a big pack on players on 5. Probably Hikaru, Pretke, probably Caruana, probably Wojtasek. Dejac is there, Kuzubov is there. So let's think who Hikaru will get. I honestly have no idea.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, well, that one's going to be a toss-up.
I think the thing for Hikaru is that a lot of players that have won, that are in his point group, will have had the white pieces as well.
Okay.
And I guess one thing is for sure, though. If Arjun wins, he'll play Vidit for sure. Like Vidit will have white against Arjun. That's pretty much set in stone. If that does not happen, if that game ends in a draw, by the way, we have King G8 here by Esipenko. Now I think it's a good time to go Bishop H4 to trade up those bishops.
Oh, yeah, that Bishop H4 move I thought was pretty nice. Like, Bishop H4, trade him off, but then he's going to bring the king around to F7 probably at some point. Yeah, this is a really hard game, in fact. I think white can really push, though, for sure. Bishop H4, maybe king F7 there. Takes. I don't know. What happens after king F7? Takes.
This is weak.
Hanging. F5, we take it. Still not over yet, though. B4 could be hanging a lot of lines. Takes.
Yeah, and I do think that Arjun's gonna win. Like, it looks unpleasant for Esipenko to defend, so but we'll just have to wait and see if he actually will. All right, so this game looks like it's about to be over. King c5, c6 was played, takes king f6. You cannot protect this pawn. It's gonna be gone, and then you just push this pawn to victory. Also, right now, your king is completely off, and these pieces perfectly support the push of the black pawn.
Might just see a resignation, but I mean, he has a minute 20, and that sucks too. And like, and they almost said move 60. Yeah, he about to get that extra time. There it is, resignation.
Wow, what a tournament for Vidit, eh? Like, who would have thought after that heartbreaking loss in the first round to Aaron Lamy that he would come back with 5 games out of the next 6 rounds to be in the lead on 5.5 out of 7? Amazing tournament by him.
Yeah, he's going off now. Now he's like, yeah, I'm back. Wonder what that put him at the live ratings. He's hidden. He is swinging right now. He's swinging right now.
Let me check. With this win, Vidit will pick up like 4 points. So VD will be at 27-27.
He gained some points here. I gotta check. Let me check the rest of his games. See what he been playing. Let's go to Vidit. What he been playing? He lost the first game. The rest has been great.
I don't think we will play Vidit tomorrow. I think Vidit will probably play Arjun, because I do expect Arjun to win. Bishop h4, by the way, has been played. So I think Vidit will play Arjun with the white pieces, and then Hikaru, as we look at the standings, Hikaru will play black for sure. I'm pretty convinced about that one. I don't. I mean,
No?
it would work out with the color with Fabiano, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Fabiano playing. Fabio have what color? He has white or black? Fabio has black this round. Okay. Should
And
be a draw.
by the way, this game is still ongoing between Keimer and Korobov, which is somewhat concerning for Keimer, although okay, it was completely winning here, by the way. Okay, Queen e5, all of e6 made in 13. But here's a clear sign of nerves. He goes rook h2, but Queen g2 is
There
not
was no
even
check.
okay.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
clear sign. That's crazy. He played rook h2.
E6 is
E6,
just
bro. You don't even
cheeky.
have a check. Queen g5, I guess, is what he was afraid of.
Mhm.
But man, that's wicked. Wow.
Game is still ongoing. I mean, he should win though. Now
Yeah, yeah.
this is a big threat, but Korobov very tenacious. Again, the game is still not over.
Yeah, the game's still not over. 100%.
People are begging us for Hans Moke Niemann's game. Let's see what's going on, James. We left off over here. Check. Take. Back. Push. Check. Okay. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. I don't know. Wait, the evil bar is.
I mean, I guess
tripping.
you just take the, but wasn't the knight hanging though? Couldn't you just take the knight or no? Well, before,
Oh.
just immediately.
But again, we push the pawn and we just queen.
Oh, I was gonna play rook. Check. Wow, it doesn't work. So why did the eval bar go to even? What's the even thinking about there? It was like zeros almost, right? After that?
I think that's just a glitch. I think it's just a glitch. I think
it's
Hans
like,
is just
what?
winning here, yeah.
What is he talking about? Like, feels like White's winning. How could he be not? Okay, that makes sense.
But in the meantime, thanks to Dark, fellow kick streamer, for the host with 13 viewers. Thank you, Darks. Hope you had a good stream. All right. So let's see. Big shout out to Darks. Okay, so let's see what's going on. That's that. Okay, let's check this game. Bakro again. We have some developments. So we see that after h3, h5 by Yu Yangyi, White took king f6 and rook f1 to defend the pawn. I don't know, James. What is your prediction? Win for White or a draw?
Yeah, this one's I think it's closer to a draw, to be honest, especially with well, but Crow about to get more time. So he is gonna get more time here at 60 in a minute. Well, I mean, shoot, we got 10 moves, that is? Whoa.
Still 10 moves, yeah.
Still 10 moves, so we definitely can make a mistake. I think it's 2 results, but definitely draw. Draw is closer. It is difficult to win this. It is difficult because of this pass pawn on b2. It's like at every moment you have to be watching it. You got to be watching it at every moment. And I mean, if you make the wrong move like king d3 or something, I mean, rook c1 is gonna be a dagger almost. Maybe you go king e2 there, but king e2 takes, yeah, you'll be fine. So it's just kind of scary. So how do you untangle?
I don't know. I guess at some point what you would want to do, well, here's the thing. What does black do, right? If you move this rook, now we go king d3, take the bishop. Okay, you move it back. Now this check is annoying. So I think that's kind of the problem for black right now. I don't see a very easy move. Maybe what you could do actually, rook a7, rook a1. What about that?
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
B1 or king c0.
Yeah. But then if you do that, then you hang f5. Maybe like here to hit this.
And now everything's defended. Okay. At least bishop d5. Maybe some checks.
Yeah.
Well, no, I take on f5. Sheesh. Yeah, this one is hard. Apparently, white's just +2. Like, that's they're like, yeah, it's easy. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, where?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I have the feeling that Fabiano does not want to make a draw today. He has just played the move a4. He keeps playing, but I mean, I don't think he's got a realistic chance to win here.
He really does not want to draw here, which is understandable.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. So we could also ignore all of the action, but let's say we take, I guess black just recaptures. And now what about this? Knight c1, knight d3, and hey, this pawn on c5 is somewhat weak.
It is very weak, in fact. Maybe we have to rock the king around, but then the pass pawn. I was thinking king d8, c7, b6, or king d7, c6. But we do give some stuff away. With this e-pawn being very nice.
Boom.
Bishop. Oof, man. Look at the tactics there out of nowhere.
Yeah. Oh, that would be a cool shadow for Fabiano. So then what do you do after knight c1? Like king d7 is not a move. can you go knight c? Oh wait, can you go knight c3 to hit this? But now, oh, now the king walks up, and again, I'm telling you, like Fabiano could lose this game if he, keeps
Trying to push.
fooling around.
And that hurts. That one would hurt. He's like, come on, bro. I don't want to draw. I'm like 120 points higher rated. So like, I don't want to draw nothing.
Yeah.
But that could be his downfall here.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, what do you even do? Maybe like knight c7 first. I don't know. We'll see how it's gonna go. I still do predict a draw in this game, but hey, if any player over pushes, it's easy to lose. We have some more moves in Arjun's game, and the evil bar went all the way up. Bishop h4, bishop c2. Hitting the rook, which would come with check. Okay, so let's look at white options. So you can move the rook and keep defending the bishop. Let's say with rook g4, but now apparently you can just take.
Yeah, I was looking at the b4 stuff. It's annoying.
And I think there's not enough left here to win.
I thought the same. I was thinking about like, yeah, you can let him have like f6 because b4 is hanging at all times. Like at all times, b4 is hanging. What if I? Oh yes, check. Yeah, you have to move rook e2.
What if I do this and pin you? Like, yes, you can take, but I take, and hey, you have two bishops here, but you're pinned, and I'm just gonna move my rook out of the way or just push this up, and I think you're just lost.
That is spicy.
You cannot unpin yourself, and it's just over. I think
that's pretty big. Is that's the winning line? Really big.
All right. Might we say that Fabiano is being insufficiently perspicacious? I don't know. He's trying to be, but he might not be careful enough.
Yeah, in fact, I would just say, well, first off, I would just agree with you because I don't know what that word means. Secondly, I would just say that you got to be careful pushing for a draw sometimes. You have to be pushing for it when you're pushing for the draw because you can lose the game because you're trying to force a win.
Rook g4 by Arjun seems to be a mistake. All right, so now Esipenko can take over here. Let's say, by the way, you take an h4. Oh, no, wait, you can't. You do this, now check. Comes in as a dagger.
Eat. Ooh, check. Gotta block. Takes.
That hurts. Yeah. Okay, so, maybe Esipenko has chances to hold, but still he's low on time. He needs to make another 13 moves to get that extra time on his clock.
13 is a lot of moves here, but a lot of things can happen in 13 moves as they're both in time trouble. But Esipenko more than Arjun.
Yeah.
Be careful. There you go, Rustable Yeti. Yep, yes, sir.
Okay, so let me think. Is Fedorsev? No, Fedorsev is on 4, right? So Fedorsev wins. He will move to 5. Let me double check that real quick, but I think Fedorsev. Yeah, Fedorsev. Wait, yeah, Fedorsev is on 4. So Fedorsev wins this game. He will move to 5 points, just behind the leader. So this game is pretty important. This game is pretty important. Like, he's playing the 24-50. When you're playing the 24-50 IM, you feel like, I have to win, especially with white. So he's definitely not going to give him a draw here anytime soon. But how do you do it, though?
It doesn't look like that's happening. With this game here, you have to, like, I mean, maybe, I don't know, you can't even do that. I was looking at, like, some bishop h8 type stuff to put something else on d4, like a knight. Make a trade and put the king on d4. That's from point to try to hit the d5 pawn. Then maybe get 95 check in, but he doesn't have to take it. Like, you can still play this position for a long time, though, for sure.
All right, bishop g7. Maybe what we have to do is move our knight around to b3 or something. Try to get into c5. I don't see exactly how to do it, though. But, Fedorsev is trying also his opponent is down to 3.5 minutes. That being said, after another move, he will get an additional 15 minutes on the clock. Like, this time control just doesn't end, eh?
Come back, chat. You can come back in an hour, and I promise you, it'll still be a game on. Promise you, there'll still be a game or two on. Absolutely. 100%. Long games. Very long games.
And for Fedorsev, it must be frustrating. He might think like, oh, I finally get my opponent low on time. He makes a 60th move. Another 15 minutes on the clock,
Then you realize it's not over yet. Again.
Exactly. But we've been talking about this before. Like, again, that extra time can disappear quicker than you might think.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. You feel like you have so much time here. You get to that time control, and then you think 15, 20 minutes, and it's already gone after 1 or 2 moves sometimes.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I think what Feta say would love to get is, let's say bishop g7, let's say black sits.
Yep.
King here, we move the knight around. King here, knight here.
Knight b3.
You go here,
Knight
and
d4.
maybe can I
Hmm.
do something like? No, wait, I can't. Yeah. How do
Yeah,
I
he
do
takes a lot.
this?
Exactly.
Wait, maybe here.
Bishop c5 is a try. I don't have to
You want to let
trade.
me get the? Yeah.
Knight d4.
I don't
now.
see it.
You
I like
neither.
what he's doing, but I don't see how to make the final push.
I gotta get this. I mean, knight d4. Maybe I can go knight d4. Knight d4 check takes. Take with the bishop.
Okay, I
Or
like,
king.
or take with the
I mean,
king, and now
Yeah, right. And then, I mean, we're getting closer to you. Maybe bishop a7, right? I'm getting closer. Knight c5 check. Does this do it?
maybe you
Take.
keep the bishop on
No.
the bishop f8.
You
Wait,
keep
let's
the
have
bishop.
no, but you take with the bishop maybe.
Yeah, you take with the bishop.
Okay, king b3 by Fedorseev, keeping the pieces on the board. All right, so let's see what his opponent is going to do. But I think you can just sit with like king f7.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that's that. Okay, we have more moves in Arjun's game. So rook g4 was played, takes, and now g5. Nice move by Esipenko, hitting the rook and creating some more space for the king. Again, you could not take right away because of check, and you practically get checkmated. That's not good. So g5, therefore, to create some more space. Rook g4 instantly by Arjun. Okay, so let's say take. Oh, and look at this. You might think like, oh, you lose, right? But no, check.
Oh, dagger. Dang. Now you fighting for equality.
Yeah,
almost.
no.
Jeez.
So g4 takes. So I guess king f7 or king h7. Because if you go here, that's actually made. And king f7 has been played.
Maybe bishop e6, king f6. Yeah, probably draw. Probably draw.
But Arjun definitely the one pushing. Black's king is somewhat exposed. White has the tactics. Black's pieces are a little bit loose, and he's got more time. But is it enough though to win this game?
That is the question. Is it enough to win the game? I don't think it is though. I mean, I have enough pieces. There's some checks. Maybe we can trade as well. Like Black has just enough to make the draw.
Yep. In the meantime, Wojtaszek has taken on e4. Fabiano recaptured, as you guys can see on the left board. So now we like knight c1, followed by knight d3.
Okay. Wait, which game is that?
Oh, there on the top board.
Oh, top. Oh, I see it. I see it now. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm looking at the.
You see
I'm
the
looking at
stream.
yeah, stream. Okay.
But look at Wojtaszek's clock. Below 3 minutes, he's got to go here. I like knight c1, followed by knight d3, and I think White definitely has chances here, as these pawns are a little bit vulnerable. But we have a question in the chat. Is Hikaru still shared first? The answer is no. Vidit won his game. Hikaru made a draw, so Vidit is at least tied for first, and Hikaru will be behind.
Very nice. Tied for first. The man's doing his thing. He's doing great. Right. It lost the first game and it just went on a tear, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, he's been amazing ever since that happened. All right. So let's see what's gonna happen. All right. So this one can probably go on for a while, James.
100%. Oh, they all are.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think with all of that being said and done, I think we're just gonna wrap up. All of this, it's taking too long for me, Canty. I'm getting tired of all of this.
Oh yeah, of course. I got to stream later tonight. You know what I mean? And didn't you stream? Did you do commentary yesterday?
Yes. No. Well, yesterday was a rest day.
That's
but
right. You was streaming 7 hours, bro. Bach was going crazy.
Oh, yeah.
He was on a 7-hour stream. I'm like, dang, bro. We rated him. So I did a 4-hour stream last night. So it was fire. So we back on later.
Yeah. All right. So like I said, we're probably gonna wrap up over here pretty soon. So it looks like Wojtaszek played the move bishop to b7, which might be a mistake. I think now with the time situation, maybe we'll see some chances for Fabiano, although very unlikely. So probably a draw here. Arjun, Esipenko. Arjun definitely pushing for the win. Also, look at the clock. Less than 3 minutes for Esipenko. And yeah, so we're just going to wrap up. We'll see how the games play out, and we'll see what pairing Hikaru will get tomorrow. He is on 5 out of 7, a good event, but he will be behind the leaders. So make sure make sure to tune in tomorrow, same time, same place. James, it was a lot of fun covering games with you today. Do you have any last words before we wrap up?
Been awesome. See you guys on the next one, of course. Make sure y'all be here, man. And root on our boy. Y'all have a great one wherever you are. Bach has been awesome. Until next time, big dog.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me. Because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming.
Bye.